Hello and welcome to Black Dragon Gaming. My name is Kategas Hero. All my friends call me Cat, and you can too. Today we are doing Umineko because it's fucking Thursday. That means Mal is here. Hi, Mal.
Hi. Yeah, we're back.
Finally, fuck.
Yeah.
The insomnia got me bad this time. Like, real bad. I just fixed it today. Like, I even woke up at like 9:30 in the morning today. And it's like, I looked at my phone and was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. By the way, welcome in, Quinn.
Hello.
Yeah, everything.
It's too hot for me to have my third monitor on today, so like, God.
Yeah. But Quinn says
like, tapping it out constantly.
Yeah, everything from here to the end of episode 3 is peak.
I should hope so, because like I'm really hoping that Battler has a zinger.
Yeah, for sure. Because, yeah, as you folks might recall, Beatrice is trying to do good and going up against Ava, who has lost the name of Beatrice, according to everybody who knows the magic of this shit.
Yeah. Not really sure how that's working yet, but I guess we'll find out, or we won't.
Yeah, the only thing I recall is Renobe said Beatrice goes to the most powerful Endless Witch, or the most powerful witch.
I think that, like, was me that said that, because I said something about, like, I wonder if it goes to the most powerful Endless Witch, or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember Renobe saying that, though.
Yeah, I recall Renobe said something like, it goes to the one who holds the title of Endless Witch.
And that, I think I remember.
Yeah. So, probably that, and then you said, oh, yeah, then it must go to the most powerful Endless Witch, because there are more than one Endless Witches.
Yeah, it's like they even made a like delineation between like the Endless Witches and finite witches, right?
Right.
Well, there's no need to do that if there's only one Endless Witch, because then it's just a title.
Yeah. That would make more sense, yes.
Fucking, so what have you been up to since we streamed last? It's been a while.
Let's see, I played the 2 Sucker for Love games.
I remember that.
Which, very good. The first one is more just funny, because the guy's just very horny for cosmic beings.
That's fair. You know, like the classic, the slams fist on desk, monster fucker, monster fucker.
Yep, exactly. Whereas, the new game, it actually stars an asexual person paired up against a cosmic fertility goddess.
Fair enough, I guess.
Which just works very, it's a very interesting dynamic.
Yeah, I remember the ace bit, but not the cosmic fertility goddess bit.
Yeah. Yeah, like, literally called, like, the All-Mother.
Ah, fantastic. Anything else, aside from the Sucker for Love games?
Let's see.
I know you finished that one, linguistic puzzle game, but I can't remember if that was before the last stream or after.
Yes, finished up Chance of Senar. I think was after that stream.
I think so too, because it was something about like you helping to keep me awake long enough to fix my sleep schedule, which didn't actually work, but we tried.
We tried.
You're okay, Amber. Lay down.
Alright, so I am actually very eager to get into this.
Yeah, well, I haven't talked about what I've been doing.
Oh, yes, either, so. Whoops.
I actually downloaded Neverwinter Nights 2 again, and I've been playing so many fucking like player-made adventures.
Yes, I
Like
recall
a
that.
frankly ridiculous amount of them. Uh, some of them actually Greyhawk, which has been interesting because I've never actually played anything in Greyhawk before.
Yeah, Castle Greyhawk is interesting.
For those not in the know, there's three like main D&D settings. It's Forgotten Realms, Eberron, and Greyhawk. Forgotten Realms was created by Ed Greenwood. Greyhawk was created by Gary Gygax, and I don't know who made Eberron, but Eberron is where like Artificers and Warforged come from.
Yeah, because
Whereas Greyhawk is where like all of the gods in the 3.3 third edition and 3.5 book came from, like Palor and all that.
yeah, because uh, Forgotten Realms and Greyhawk really are more what we consider traditional fantasy, whereas there is a good amount of technology in Eberron as far as like trains
Yeah,
and
yeah. Eberron is the Magitech setting for
it's the Magitech setting.
there's airships, trains, fucking shotguns, etc. But the most D&D stuff these days is all like Forgotten Realms, and it's been that way since I started playing because like third edition came out when I was like 8, or 9 or something like that. So of course, almost everything I've played has always been like Forgotten Realms.
Yeah, they basically blended together Forgotten Realms for the most part with the lore, and then some of the things with Greyhawk.
Yeah. This is like almost all of the fucking novels are in the Forgotten Realms and everything. So, like, I have like Elminster and shit on my fucking shelf over there.
Yeah, and then the other setting which you folks should look into, because I think there's even a more recent book for it, is Spelljammer.
Yeah, Spelljammer. That's the space one. For
Yeah.
those of you who don't know,
Yeah, that is space.
Spelljammers are ships, which is fun. It's fucking fantasy in space. Which actually, don't pay Wizards of the Coast for that. Pay me. I'm making one of those too.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't give Wizards of the Coast your money. They're awful.
Indeed, they are.
But aside from that, I was telling you about this just for the stream now. I was reading something on one of the fucking sites that I read web novels on, and occasionally publish my own too. And I discovered that there was a blanket ban on succubus or incubus main characters on that site, and it inspired an impulse to create a succubus main character for something. And I still don't know if this is a genuine like desire to do this or if it's a spite response. But at this point, it doesn't matter because I am way too deep into developing and writing it.
As they say, where you're from. Okay, no los dos. Yeah. Yes.
Fuck. I love how that makes it seem like I speak Spanish, but I don't. I can just like understand it if someone speaks slowly or read it, but that's it.
Fair enough. Better than I can do.
That's true. Yeah. But like that constant joke makes it seem like I can speak Spanish. I can't. I can't at all. I can't even really pronounce it correctly. Porque no los dos is about the only thing that I can say properly. Like I'm not gonna fuck up food, but food's easy. It's a taco, burrito, whatever. The food words is easy. That's probably because I've been eating those foods since I was like 3.
Yeah, exactly. Like you've been around those cultures almost your entire life.
Yeah, I moved to Texas when I was 4, but I visited the summer I was 3. So it was very early on. I have barely any memories of not being in Texas, or at least growing up anyway. I since moved to New Mexico.
Yeah, so between Texas and New Mexico, pretty much have been around those cultures.
Yeah, although I do have to say that like the tacos here in New Mexico suck ass.
Yeah, I think I recall you saying that before.
And I'm pretty sure this is because like everyone that actually knows how to make proper tacos doesn't fucking sell them. They just make them at their house, right?
Yeah, of course.
It's like when they want tacos, they just make their own instead of like going out to buy them. So like all the ones that you can buy are shitty. And it's the same thing for me, honestly. It's like all the tacos I can make are way better than whatever everyone else sells.
Yeah. Either that or they're not, doing food trucks or anything. It's just some, abuela going to construction sites and selling.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up too. Actually, it's just like the only way you're gonna get like decent Mexican food here is if you like go to your neighbor and be like, "Hey, you guys got any tamales?" And they might be like, "Yeah, sure. How many do you want?" It's like, "Okay, well, I don't know. Like, give me a bag, and I'll give you $20." And then you just have tamales for a week.
Yeah.
That's generally how it goes. Rather than like going to a storefront or a food truck or whatever. That's how you get good Mexican food around here. And personally, I don't need to do that because I can just cook it all myself. But in fact, tamales are like one of the easiest things to make for me because I don't actually have to stand there in the kitchen for very long. Just wrap them up and then put them in the oven. It's good. Just wait for it.
Yeah, that is very fair.
But I think I said this before the stream too, but I don't normally like to butcher languages too much when I'm like writing and all that stuff. I'll like go and talk to someone that like can speak the language and be like, "Hey, how do you say this in this language, etc." To make sure that I get the like conjugation and grammar and all that correct. But there's just something special about pseudo Latin. Like,
yeah,
you're gonna like tab over to your notes and see anima inferni in it. It's just like, yes, I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, because no one speaks it as a primary language anymore. And it's basically in the heritage of most of the languages in the Western side of the world.
Yeah, like, it's constantly used in fantasy, too, for, like, either demonic shit or dragon shit. And I'm into both of those things.
Exactly.
Like, this is Black Dragon Gaming, for fuck's sake. My name is in Latin. It's poorly conjugated Latin, of course, but it is in Latin. Fucking Contagious. Yeah. I am currently struggling to come up with a name for the place that the demons come from that is not actually just straight up hell.
Yeah, that's fair.
I can use hell, but it's also like, I don't know, man. I kind of want to do something different.
Yeah. Also, content warnings if anybody needs
that's
it.
a good idea. Paste that into my chat too. One day I will eventually set up my own fucking Jackmans for it, but I am just so fucking lazy.
I get it.
Like, I say it's laziness, but actually I'm just in a lot of pain all the time, so I forget constantly.
Yeah, because we are going into a dramatic scene here. So it's worth mentioning off the top.
Yeah, the last thing that happened that I remember was that Magneto got her heart ripped out of her chest and sort of crunched up a little bit. So.
Yeah, and it was still fucking beating.
Yeah, like that's some hard ass shit right there. It's like the other thing that I'm really like freaking out about with this fucking demon thing is like, how do I stat a Christian demon, right? Just like get him up and on my screen again. There we go. Battler, is it? After talking so tough, I ended up like this. I've been trying to become the true witch you talked about. In my own way.
Yeah, I was watching. Good. Good that you saw
You
all of
fucking,
that.
yeah, you fucking better, Ben.
なあ、これでわらわは魔女になれたかな。
Hey, have I been able to become a witch?
そなたの対戦相手の資格できたかな。
Have I earned the right to become your opponent?
ダメだな。
Alright.
Wow. Rude.
It's useless. Battler said it unbelievably bluntly. As Beatrice breathed painfully, she saw this and sneered at herself, as though she should have expected it.
本当の魔女への道はまだまだ険しいな。
I see. Yes, the road to becoming a true witch will be much, much longer than this.
だがわらわは屈しぬぞ。
However, I will not surrender.
そなたわらわの災難に決して屈しなかったように
Just like you never surrendered to my torture.
必ず本当の魔女になって
I will definitely become a true witch
そなたの対戦相手
and be accepted as your opponent.
やる。
ああ、ダメだな。
Yeah, it's useless.
全然ダメだ。
It's all useless.
お前は俺の対戦相手じゃない。
You aren't my opponent. You better be going somewhere with this boy.
Yeah. There's a shocking lack of blood on her front, by the way.
It's true, yes. The cruel witch raised her foot high. Below it was Beatrice's frail heart.
死ねよババア。ぐちゃっと潰れ
Die, you old
そ
hag.
れでも無限が示せるってんなら示してごらんなさいよ。
Let's see how endless you are when you've been crushed to a pulp.
魔女は私よ。
I'm the witch.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェは私なのよ。
I am the golden witch, Beatrice.
死ね
Long, very drawn out die.
ああ、ダメだ。全然ダメだ。
Oh, are you getting involved, boy? Ah, it's
I should hope
useless.
so.
It's all
Like-
useless.
Fucking finally, man. Figure it out.
Oh, I don't think this was a good
Turn out
idea.
into okay.
I don't know if this is a good idea.
What?
これは
What is this?
ここは
Where is this?
Granted, this is the place where Beatrice has the most power.
It's true. Yeah.
席につけ。俺の対戦相手はベアトじゃない。てめえだ。
Get in your seat. Beato isn't my opponent. You are. Okay, that makes sense. Declare her his opponent, and that takes her off the game board, at least temporarily.
Mm. At least until she can figure out how to have her avatar do things.
バトル。これは何の魔法なの？
Battler? What kind of magic is this?
どうでもいいわ。知ったことじゃない。
Who cares? It doesn't matter.
シエスタ姉妹。
Siesta sisters.
45了解。カッコ射撃。
Attacking everywhere, okay. 45, understood. Attacking everywhere.
410了解。死ねバトル。
410, understood. Die, Battler. I mean, mood, but also. It's not what's gonna happen here.
No, not at all. The Chiester sisters each readied their own golden bows and fired golden arrows. The two only pulled the bowstring together when using precision guidance. Okay, that's at least better than the impression we initially got.
That's still fucking ridiculous, but hey.
If they were fighting against an enemy before their eyes, they fired their bows at the same time. And their might did not suffer in the slightest.
But it was deflected.
結界はないよ。抵抗だけで弾いた。
There's no barrier. It was deflected by resistance alone. Yeah, like this guy.
標的
like this guy, like apparently is specializing in fuck you magic. 45 target analysis.
45了解。
45 understood. I'm not gonna do that one.
故障しているの？
Can I break down?
計測値が暴走して。対魔法抵抗力。
Endless 9. Okay then. Am I insane? Anti-magic resistance power endless 9.
標的は神話級魔法攻撃でも通用しません。
Even mythical class magical attacks won't be effective against the target. Does that mean like he could like take a fucking Goatmere from Virgilia and be fine?
I think that's the intention, yeah. Yeah, so repeating 9. Golden Bow warheads could penetrate
Did
any
your cat-
magical armor through reciprocal corrosion. When one tried to block them with anti-magic resistance power, even 8 digits were not sufficient to prevent their penetration. By the way, even famous gods that appear in this rarely reach as high as 9 digits. For that reason, 9 digits were enough to measure pretty much all sensible values. Battler had buried all 9 of those digits with 9s.
本気のバトラ様の前に魔法の矢など髪の毛を揺らすことさえ及ばない。
Like, on one hand, like I'm sure this is supposed to be badass, and it kind of is, like especially with this like line from Renove. Like that's kind of that goes hard a little bit. But also, I don't know if he earned that.
Maybe. I think it's still badass.
Oh yeah, of course. It's just like I don't know if he earned that narrative. Like personally, absolutely, he's gone through a whole lot of fucking shit in this purgatory dimension. Like he has gone through the fucking ringer.
Yeah.
Especially with the 7 sisters like torturing him to death over and over and over again. Like he's definitely like gone through it. It's just that we haven't seen that. You know?
Yeah. Also,
It's just
welcome in,
mentioned
Bedwards.
offhand. Yes, hello Bedwards. It's hot today, so I don't have my third monitor. So I'm just sort of like having a tab between them all. Yeah, but it just doesn't feel like he's earned it, like, narratively. Like, on a personal level, he absolutely has. It's just that we haven't actually, like, seen that.
Yeah, granted, somebody standing up against Ava Beatrice feels very earned at this point.
Oh, yeah, somebody. It's just that, like, him being able to deflect, like, mythical class stuff. Eh. No thank you. Like,
Granted, like,
it
you know,
feels like a morphing almost, you know? Like,
yeah,
getting morphed.
yeah, could be a little bit.
Like, the Chiester sisters are all, like, talked up and everything, and then the Battler just shows up and, like, does the welcome emote from Dark Souls 1, you know, giant dad style. It's just like, nah, you don't get to do that. It's like, pardon? Anyhow, how foolish. When Lord Battler gets serious, magical arrows and the like aren't enough to even make his hair tremble.
The Chiester sisters dropped their golden bows in shock. To Battler himself, it was as though a pair of dragonflies had flown past his shoulder.
何やってんだ遊んでるのかよ
What What are you doing? Is that some kind of game?
She thinks it is.
化け物
I don't know if I like the trend of like calling normal people who happen to be like kind of strong monsters. Like
Granted, I guess it's a difference in culture kind of thing.
yeah, it's just
You know, because a very spiritually powerful cat is a monster cat.
it's true. Yeah, and like I don't think the word has quite the exact same connotations as it does in English. 'Cause
Exactly.
in English, like whenever you say someone is a monster, that means like they're mindlessly violent, right?
Yeah, they're mindlessly violent or unbelievably cruel. Whereas that's not really the intention here. It's just Battler is no-selling their strongest move.
Yeah. Lay down. Stop it.
ザコは下がっていろ。席につけ。このエセ魔女め。
Stay back, small fries. Get in your seat, fake witch.
てめえの化けの皮は俺が剥ぐ。
I'll tear off that mask of yours. You're getting Scooby-Doo up in here.
Yeah, a little bit.
The Chester sisters couldn't hide their fear of Battler's ferocity, and they backed up as though they'd been struck. Beatrice watched this scene in shock.
これはバトラー何の真似なのか
Valor, what is this supposed to be?
見ての通りさ。俺の対戦相手はお前じゃない。
Just like you see, you aren't my opponent.
そいつだ。
He is.
そこにいる。お前の名前を語る偽物さ。
That imposter over there who's using your name.
俺は魔女と戦っている。そして対戦相手に魔女を名乗る者を据え、そいつを打ち破ることで。
I'm fighting against a witch. I face off against an opponent who claims to be a witch, and I deny witches by defeating them.
てめえの傍若無人はたっぷり見させてもらったぜ。
I've seen more than enough of your arrogance. Yeah, that's pretty true right here. Then Battler's eyes grew as sharp as blades as he stared down the cruel witch.
何が魔法だ。
What are you calling magic?
何が魔女だ。
What are you calling witches?
てめえは魔女じゃない。
You're no witch.
俺が化けの皮を剥いでバラバラにしてやるぜ。
I'll rip that mask off and tear it to
オル
shreds.
ギリア、戦闘準備だ。
Virgilia, get ready to fight.
了解しました準備よしいつでもどうぞ
Understood. Preparations are complete, so go whenever you're ready.
ベアト
Get out
リ
of here, fucker.
あなたは下がって休みなさい
Amber? No! Fucker! I know it's hot. I can't do anything about it. Hi, yes. Like a cat. What are you doing? Beatrice, stay back and rest.
うん、
Indeed. I don't know why that specific, it's like been bothering me a little bit, but I don't know why they use that specific translation for that word so often for Beato. That's not what, like, in a lot of circumstances, that's not what, like, indeed means in English, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
It's just sort of like, eh.
Beato looked at Battler timidly. She still hadn't been acknowledged as his opponent. Was she qualified to watch the game board from the sidelines?
ベアト、下がってみてろ。俺が剥ぐ。
Beato, stay back and watch. I'll tear it
こ
off.
のエセ魔女を徹底的に分解してや
I'll
る。
thoroughly dismantle this fake witch.
こんな奴を魔女とは名乗らせられね
I won't let someone like this call themselves a witch.
お前は本当の魔女の名誉を守った。
You protected the honor of true witches.
Hey, there's a bit of acknowledgement for you.
わらわはその
何も言う必要はない。
You don't need to say anything.
黄金の魔女の名は決して安っぽくないってことをお前に代わって教えてやら。
On your behalf, I'll teach her that the name of the Golden Witch definitely isn't that cheap.
I am, though. All you need for me is, like, a cheeseburger. It doesn't even have to be a good one. Like, you can give me a, like, McDonald's cheeseburger and I'll be good.
大まかなルールは以上でございます。
Those are the general rules.
ありがとうロノウェ。大体のルールが分かったわ。
Thank you, Renova. I get most of the rules now.
なるほどね。魔法では勝てないから魔法以外で決着できる世界で私に一騎打ちを挑んできたわけね。
I see. You can't win it with magic, so you came to face off with me in a world where victory is decided by something other than magic.
愚かな連中。へりくつで私に勝てると本気で思ってるのね。
Foolish people. Do you really think you can win against me with twisted logic?
ああ思ってる。てめえのへりくつを俺が全て叩き潰してやるぜ。
Yeah, I
エ
do.
ヴァおばさんよ。
I'll crush all of your twisted logic, Aunt Ava.
私はエヴァではないわ。それは私の古い抜け殻の名よ。私は
I am not Ava. That is the name of the old shell I shed. I'm a true witch born inside of her.
ごまかすな。てめえの正体は魔女でも何でもない。生身の人間だ。
Don't try to trick me. Your true form isn't a witch, or anything like it, but a flesh and blood human.
人間の犯人だ。後ろ宮エヴァだ。
The human culprit, Ushiromiya Ava.
悪ギリア。第二の番を再構築。
Virgilia, reconstruct the second Twilight.
了解。第二の晩はバラ庭園にてローザとマリアが殺されました。
Understood. On the second Twilight, Rosa and Maria were killed in the Rose Garden.
当方はそれをエヴァ犯人説にて処定。
We begin by applying the Ava culprit theory for that case.
はあ、バカバカしい。さあさあおいでなさい。思い出してごらんなさい。
Ridiculous. Come, arise. Try to remember.
後宮秀吉がどんな姿をしていたのか。
What form did Ushiromiya Hideyoshi have?
何の真似をしやがった。
What? What's this supposed to be?
死者の召喚だ。魔女は証言台に死者を立たせることもたやすい。
It's a summoning of the dead, which can easily bring even the dead up to stand for testimony.
On the opposing side, a transparent Uncle Hideyoshi was summoned. Talk about convenient. It looked as though he couldn't see what was going on here, almost like a person on the other side of the TV.
証人喚問。後宮秀吉の証言よ。
Witness summons. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi's testimony.
さあさあ秀吉、お話しなさいな。
Come, Hideyoshi, speak. Shut up!
わしは部屋でずっとエヴァの看病をしとったんや。もちろんエヴァが部屋を出るわけもあらへん。
Stop it.
I was taking care of Ava in our room the whole time. Of course, Ava didn't leave the room.
エヴァおばさん。
On Ava, around here, testimony that isn't read isn't worth crap.
赤で再度の苦笑を要求する。
I demand that he repeats it again in red.
ああ、そうだったわね。いいわよ。赤で言ってあげなさい。
Oh yeah, that's right. Sure, say it in red.
わしはずっと部屋におったで。事件の前後の時間帯はすべてや。
I was in the room the whole time, both before and after the time of the crime. Which kind of proves this Hideyoshi is kind of a magical being at this point. Which I guess, you know,
Yeah, he
undead
is just a spirit,
spirits.
so-
Yeah.
Yeah. we're going by that logic, then this battler is also meant to be.
Also, no, that does not make it impossible for Ava to be the culprit, because he did not say in red Ava didn't leave the room.
Yep. See, look, this makes it impossible for Ava to be the culprit, right?
どうかしてくれるのかしら
How will you counter this? Easily,
バカバカしい
actually.
くだらなさすぎてあくびが出る一手だ
Ridiculous. That move's so lame I could yawn.
ベアとは一度たりともこんな子供騙しな一手を打ったことはない
Beato never used such childish tricks, not even once.
復唱要求エヴァおばさんも事件前後の時間帯は全て部屋にいた
Repeat it. Aunt Ava was also in the room for the entire time before and after the crime.
秀吉おじさんはただのアリバイ工作員だ
Uncle Hideyoshi was just there to create an
あん
alibi.
たはおじさんに留守番をさせてこっそり部屋を抜け出していたんだ
You made him stay in the room and stealthily snuck out.
そうでないならこいつが赤で言えるはずだぜ
If that isn't true, this guy should be able to say so in red.
復唱拒否
I refuse
秀
to
吉
repeat
の証
it.
言だけで十分よ
Hideyoshi's evidence is sufficient. No, it's
そ
not.
れを復
that
唱す
wouldn't
る
even.
必要はないでしょ
Kidiyoshi! Oh my gods. Thanks, Capster.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh, fuck. That wouldn't even, like, fly in, like, a mortal court, much less in something like this where you're trying to fucking prove or disprove magic. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, no.
There's no need for me to repeat that, right? Runobe just sitting there like, oh my fucking...
これでチェック
She has refused. You need show no mercy. This is check.
ああいただきだぜちょろい相手だ
Yeah, I'll take it. This opponent's slow. I guess this really does work.
The way he said that, like, the phrase he used there was the same one that you used for when you're about to eat. Just conjugated differently, which is just great.
Yeah, Ava Triche is new to this game, and she's not very good at it.
Yeah. Oof.
チェック秀吉おじさんは終始部屋を出なかったろうさ
Check. Maybe Uncle Hideyoshi didn't leave the room the whole
し
time,
かしあんたを看病していたというのは真っ赤な嘘だ
but saying he was taking care of you the whole time is a bright red lie.
よってあんたのアリバイは存在しない
Therefore, no alibi exists for you.
あんたには部屋を抜け出して
You had a
おば
chance.
さんたちを殺すチャンスがあった
You had a chance to slip out of the room and kill Aunt Rosa and Maria.
かわせるってんなら赤でエヴァおばさんは部屋から一歩も出ていないと宣言してみろ
If you think you can dodge that, try proclaiming in red that Aunt Ava didn't take a step outside of her room.
できねえだろ
You can't, right?
チェックメイトだ
Checkmate.
何よそれわけがわかんない
What the hell? I don't get it. You should. You're supposed to be kind of smart.
悪いなおばさんたとえルールに不慣れであっても全力で叩き潰すのがこのゲームの流儀だぜ
Sorry, Aunt Ava. Even if you aren't used to the rules, beating your opponent down with all of your strength is how this game is played.
なベアト
Right, Beato?
Now, this one is actually an indeed.
魔女側リザインでござい次のゲームに進みましょう
Which side resides? Let us continue on to the next game.
続きますは第4から第6の番でございます
Next is the 4th through 6th Twilights.
Seemed that the witch still didn't understand how to make a winning move. She lost her composure and irritation. She was probably also angry that a shot had been taken at her while she still didn't get what was going on. However, I won't go easy on her at all. Just like she didn't go easy on the victims at all, I won't go easy on her.
At least Battler's like finally got to the point where it's just like, yeah, like maybe you do need to kill people for your resurrection, but gods, you don't have to do it like that. Yeah, I'm glad for that. Oh yeah, Mal has to keep their cursor on screen so they can click through the dialogue.
Yeah. Unless I can...
親父たちの時間
Oh,
は
I can use
最高値
spacebar. Okay.
Okay, all right, that works too then.
Virgilia, next crime. Let's reconstruct the case with Dad and the rest.
了解。ルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3人は屋敷へ向かい、そこで殺されました。
Understood. 3 people, Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi, went to the station and were killed there.
俺からの指し手は変わらない。エヴァおばさん、あんたが犯人だ。
My move won't change. Aunt Ava, you are the culprit.
今度は秀吉おじさんのアリバイすらねえぞ。
This time, you don't even have an alibi from Uncle Hideyoshi.
あんたはたった一人で部屋で寝ていたと主張している。
You claim that you were sleeping in that room all by yourself.
しかしそれは虚
But
偽だ。
that's not true.
赤で宣言できるものならしてみやがれ。
If you can proclaim it in red, just try it.
拒否するわ。なら教えてよ。エヴァはただの女よ。そして殺されたのは銃を2丁も持つ大人が3人よ。
I refuse, so tell me, Ava is just a woman. And the people who died there were 3 adults with 2 guns, right?
彼女がたった一人でどうやって殺したというの？
How did she kill them all by herself?
凶器を食いでどうやって？
How did she do it with those stakes as weapons?
話によく出る杭の射出機ってどんな構造をしているのよ。
Like everyone keeps asking me, how is this stake shooting device constructed?
それを説明してよ。それが説明できない限りエヴァにアリバイがないとしてもエヴァに殺人が可能だったことにはならないわよ。
Explain that. Unless you could explain it, even if Ava doesn't have an alibi, that doesn't mean it was possible for her to commit the murders. You are... It's the same mistake that you made all the time in the first fucking Twilight Girl.
I refuse to explain.
There's literally no need for
悪魔
him
の証
to.
明だ。
It's a devil's proof.
説明不能だからといって未知の殺害方法もしくは未知の凶器の存在を否定できない。
Just because I can't explain it, that doesn't deny the existence of an unknown murder technique, or maybe an unknown weapon.
つまり俺が杭の射出機の構造を説明できなくてもその存在を否定することにはならない。
In short, even if I can't explain how the stake shooting device is constructed, that doesn't prove that it doesn't exist.
何よそれ。
Yeah, like, I don't know how to make fucking, like, Pyrex glass. That doesn't mean it's not real.
Yeah, for sure.
What the hell? Does that ridiculousness even count? Yes, it does. It's not even that ridiculous. You're just an idiot.
有効です。
Your devil's proof is valid.
同じく悪魔の証明
Agreed.
有効です。
It's a valid devil's proof. It's like,
バトラ君は
yeah, I mean, Kinzo would do that. Like, it does sound like something he'd do.
その存在を主張できます。
Battler can claim that a stake shooting device exists without bearing the responsibility of explaining how it is
魔女側
constructed.
はこの手を反論できません。
The witch side cannot object to this move. Like, it's nice that there's 2 referees here to, like, tell them to fuck off and shut up.
Yeah, for sure.
なんと強引な。
Not bad. How pushy.
どこぞの小悪魔女にたっぷり鍛えられた。
Well, there's this ill-natured witch who trained me well.
これでチェックだぜ。
This is check, okay?
エヴァおばさんが部屋から一歩も出てないと赤で言ってみろ。
Try saying in red that Aunt Ava didn't take a step out of that room.
そうさ、言えるはずはないのさ。言えないならば決まりだぜ。チェックメイトだ。
That's right, you shouldn't be able to say it. If you can't say it, it's over. Checkmate.
なんて暴論。こんなのめちゃくちゃよ。
It's so irrational. This is messed up. No, it's not. You're just shut up.
Yeah,
You just don't know how to debate.
yeah, you're like 13 and mad with power.
そういうルールのゲームでございますので、まずは紅茶でもいかがですかな。
Those are the rules of this game. How about some black tea first?
美味しいクッキーもございますよ。
And some delicious cookies as well. If I was Battler right here, I'd be like, hey, yeah, me. Give me some cookies. It's been a while. I haven't had any in a bit.
そんなの。あー、イライラするわ。
I don't need all that. It pisses me
魔法
off.
で勝てないからってこんな卑怯な戦いで。
So you fight like a coward just because you can't win with magic.
Well, you're not going to be able to damage Battler at all either.
It's like you can't use magic against him, and he's like twice your size because you're a 13-year-old child, and he is an adult that is like shockingly large.
Don't get irritated. Drink some black tea or something.
俺はストレートでもらうぜ。
I'll take mine straight.
ベアトは
What about you, Beto?
わらわは良い。それよりバトル、油断するな。
I'm fine. More importantly, Battler, don't let your guard down.
向こうがルールに不慣れなだけだ。
Your opponent is only unfamiliar with the rules.
向こうが要領をつかんでからが本番だぞ。
This will only really start once your opponent gets the gist of it.
だが潰す。
You little shit.
But I'll crush
No,
her.
don't get in my lap right now. It is 34 degrees
徹底的
Celsius.
に潰す
I'll thoroughly crush her.
なぜなら奴は
You little
魔女では
fucker.
ないから。
Because she isn't a witch.
あいつを魔女だと認めたら、お前の通した意地が通らない。
If I accept her as a witch, all your stubbornness will count for
い
nothing.
かなる暴論であろうと、へりくつであろうと、
I don't care what kind of irrational argument or twisted logic I have to
俺
use.
が全身全霊で叩き潰す。
I'll crush her with all my heart and soul.
I don't know why I like to keep saying that this is twisted logic or irrational or whatever. It's not. This is just like debating. It's like the only thing that's not like normal here in a debate is having like guaranteed truth.
Yeah. That
Otherwise, it is literally just like back and forth rhetoric.
Mm-hmm. Battler's side then struck with the Ava culprit theory to explain Krause and Natsuhi. The 7th and 8th Twilights in the exact same way. At the time, there had been no one on the first floor except for Ava and the victims. As before, no one could establish an alibi for Ava. Back then, Ava had claimed that they disappeared while she went to the bathroom. There was nothing to support that, and the witch side couldn't repeat it in red either. Using the same style of argument as that question regarding the stake shooting machine, the witch side asked once more how Ava could have strangled both of them at the same time, all by herself. But of course, Battler splendidly counterattacked by refusing to explain because of the devil's proof. Under the storm and stress of Battler's
it doesn't
spirit,
matter like how she did it, but the fact is she did it.
Yeah. Under the storm and stress of
Yeah.
Battler's spirit, the witch side was completely swallowed up, having to resign
Like in a-
3
like a
times during the
Fucking murder trial or whatever. Like that, it would matter then. But that's the goal here is not to find guilt or innocence. It is to deny magic. So
Yeah.
as long as there's a possibility that literally anything else could have existed, then like doesn't matter.
And also, you know, she's a fucking martial artist.
Yeah, there's also that.
You know, it is a very possible, you know, get something that could help with the strangling, like a rope or something. Because I don't think it mentioned handprints, necessarily. Because it did with Maria, but I don't think it did with these two.
Yeah, it didn't supposed to because I think they were strangled by the golden arrow, right?
Yeah. So, get a rope or something, then get each of them alone.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, speaking of the golden arrows, it's just like, I want them to behave like arrows, honestly. Instead of like doing this weird shit. Like, what is this? Just like punch a hole in something.
Having to resign 3 times during the short period of time she had to grasp the rules.
なるほどね。ようやくコツが分かってきたわ。
I see. I'm finally starting to get the knack of it.
もう
That's
あんた
not
の思い
how
通り
that
に
word is
物を
used in
運ば
English.
せないわよ。
I won't let you have your things your way anymore.
今度は私から仕掛けさせてもらうわ。
This time, let me take the
第
initiative.
4から第6の番を再構築。
Renove. Reconstruct the 4th through 6th Twilights.
後ろ宮桐江をピックアップ。
Pick out Ushiromiya Kiri.
ここで一度第4から第6の番のルドルフ桐江秀吉の殺人に話を戻させてもらう。
For now, let me return to the murders of Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi during the 4th through 6th Twilights.
あやつ一度はリザインした局面をなぜもう一度。
What is she thinking? Why would she return once more to a situation where she was lost?
なるほど、あなたが刺さない珍しい攻め手です。
I wonder why she's not using red more liberally. It's not like she's got the same goal as Beato does. Or
Yeah,
the same like long-term plan of the game, you know. I doubt it'll be explained because it could very well also just be that like she's just sort of flustered. So it doesn't
flustered.
really matter. I'm just sort of curious.
Yeah, flustered, plus she's just not good at tactfully using the red in ways that doesn't corner her in whatever's happening on the reality side of things, on the human side of things.
Mm. I see. This is an unusual attack and one you do not use.
注意して。
Be careful.
当時生存者たちはゲストハウスへ籠城していたわ。
Lay down.
食料がなかったけど
Stop it.
彼らは安全を考え翌日
Fucker.
まで食事を抜く覚悟さえあった。
At the time, the survivors were barricaded in the guest house. They didn't have food, but out of concern for their safety, they were at least prepared to go without eating until the next day.
けれど結局3人は食料を求めて外へ出るわ。
However, in the end, 3 of them went out for food.
そうだな。結局3人は食料を取りに表へ出る。
That's right. In the end, 3 people went outside to get food.
面倒だから赤を交えて語るわよ。桐江は
It's a
食
pain,
料
so
は
I'll
いら
add
ない
in
と
some
考
red and say
え
it.
た。
Kiri didn't think that they needed food.
1日くらい食事を抜いても死なないのだからと。
Since going without food for about a day wouldn't kill them.
ゲストハウスを出ないべきだと主張していた。
She claimed that they should not leave the guest house.
にもかかわらず彼女は自ら
And yet she
食料を取りに
herself
ゲストハウスを出ようと提案する。
Suggested that they leave the guest house to get food.
これは矛盾しない？
Isn't that a contradiction?
No, it's just she had ulterior motives.
Hmm.
What those ulterior motives are, who knows, but I wouldn't call that a contradiction necessarily. But I understand where you're going with this, where you're gonna say, oh, I did it with magic.
はい、見事に矛盾します。キリエの行動式に矛盾します。
Yes, a spectacular contradiction. A contradiction exists in Kiri's pattern of behavior. And Renove's just like, I don't like where this one's going.
私が魔法で作り出したの。
That contradiction was created by me with magic.
つまり私が魔法で桐江を操ってそう言い出させて生贄たちが外出するように誘導した。
In other words, I controlled Kiri using magic and made her say that to lure the sacrifices outside.
バカバカしい。そんな魔法あるわけがねえ。
This you?
Yeah, no, I was reading something Quinn was saying.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, this attack has always bothered me because it really seems like Battler should be allowed to just go, Kiri had an unknown recent ex to go to the mansion. I refuse to explain. Yeah, and that should work. But
yeah, I just see where the contradiction is here is that she said that they shouldn't go outside and argued against doing so, but she is the one who suggested it in the first place as well. So,
yeah.
Normally, if you're going to argue against something like that, you won't even bring it up. You'll just hope that like no one else brings it up either.
Yeah. Ridiculous. There's no way that kind of magic exists.
悪魔の証明よ。バトラ君が知らない魔法だからといって存在を否定することにはならない。
It's a devil's proof, right? Just because you don't know about that magic doesn't deny its existence.
そしてその魔法を私は実演する義務も負わない。
And I don't bear the responsibility of acting out that magic for you.
それでいて、さらにあなたには反論の余地もない。
I'm trying to decide if it would be a good idea to prove this magic or not. Like, just assuming it's real. To prove this magic from Battler or not. Because, on one hand, it does leave no room for much argument in return. Or, at the very least, like, it strengthens her position. But on the other hand, it means any time that someone refuses to demonstrate the magic, it has less stability, right?
True.
It's because of the relative bullshit. You've set a precedent that you can and will demonstrate the magic. So when you don't, that becomes a sort of weak point. Of course, that doesn't, like, logically that doesn't make sense, but like in an argument, it's not like 100% logic, right?
Right.
It's all about like established precedents and shit like that. And yet you have even less room to counter this argument.
こういう戦い方でよろしいのかしら。
I wonder if it's okay to fight this way.
はい、実にお見事な一手です。バトラ様、受け手をお願いいたします。
Yes, it is truly a spectacular move. Lord Battler, your response, if you please.
おかしな論法に持ち込んできやがったぜ。
That's a weird strategy she's taking.
つまり、どういうことだ?
So just what is this?
I also don't think such an attack would work in the first place because the existence of magic does not disprove other mundane methods either.
Yeah.
So I think what like Quinn was saying there is like there's just a reason that I don't know about. You know, I'm not in her brain. I can't read her mind.
Yeah.
That would work just fine. She has placed a piece attacking Ushirumi Akiri's pattern of behavior, as has already been explained.
キリエは食料を屋敷に取りに外へ出るべきではないという行動式を持っていました。
Kiri's pattern of behavior had her saying that they should not go outside or head to the mansion in order to get food.
にもかかわらず、彼女は率先して
And yet she herself took the initiative.
食料を取りに行こうという矛盾した行動をとります。
Taking the contradictory action of going out to get food.
この矛盾が説明できない限り、それを魔法であると主張する暴力的な手です。
Unless she can explain this contradiction, she will use this violent move to claim that magic was the cause.
Yeah, I do agree with Quinn on this. This shouldn't be the play, as far as Battler should be able to snuff this out rather well. But this is probably going to go into Battler acknowledging that Kiri actually hated him. Or at least got reminded of how much she hated his mother every time she looked at him.
Hmm.
そりゃ最初はキリエさんもそう考えてたんだろうよ。しかし多分その途中でいろいろと考えて。
Well, that's probably what Kiri thought in the beginning, but she probably thought through a few things midway.
やっぱり食料は必要だろうと心変わりしたってこと。
Then changed her mind and decided that food really was
い
necessary.
ざという時空腹で力が出ないってんじゃ意味ないだろうし。まあそ
It'd be bad if when
Come on,
things
Battler.
got tough, we were so hungry that
finish
we
the
had
thought,
no
man.
energy, and well,
その心変わりが魔法によるものだと主張しているのです。つまり非常に困難なことですが、キリエが心変わりした理由を説明しな
Virgilia,
け
he
ればならない。
really doesn't actually need to.
yeah, this very much feels like Ryukishi wants Battler to acknowledge something, but didn't create the right scenario for that.
Yeah, see what happens when what you do when that happens as a writer is you just push the realization to later.
Yeah, like this definitely feels a little clumsy, given everything else we know about the rules of this game.
Yeah. She's claiming that this change of heart was due to magic. In short, while it might be extremely difficult, you must explain the reason for Kiri's change of heart. He literally does not.
Yeah, literally does not need to explain, but apparently we have to acknowledge
It's the opposite of
potential
it's magic.
reason.
I ain't got to explain this shit, you know? Like, it's the total opposite. It's not magic. I ain't got to explain it.
なんだって
What are you saying?
そんなのキリエさんの頭の中の話だろ。
You're talking about the inside of Kiri's head, right?
こっちにもキリエさんの霊を召喚して質問するとかでき
Can
る
I
の
also summon Kiri's ghost and questioner?
ベアト、お前キリエさんを呼び出したりできないのかよ。
Hito, can't you call Kiri here or something?
できません。それは魔女側のみに許されている手です。
Alright, no, that's deeply unfair. That's not... Mm-mm. It's like, it's already accepted that this is like a non-standard situation where like the laws of reality do not interact with like purgatory. It doesn't matter if it's magic or not, like both sides should be able to do it.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Mm-mm, I don't like that.
Hmm.
She cannot. That is a move permitted only to the witch side. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
When the fuck was that decided?
It hasn't been. That's what I'm saying. It's bullshit. Like, at the beginning of the thing, they said, like, okay, only the witch side can use magic to prove their arguments. Then, like, sure, whatever. But they never actually said that. They never established that. Sorry.
くそ、多分だな。その俺たち子供のことを考えてやっぱり食料は必要だろうと総合的に考えて。
Now you're just explaining Krause's mentality about it.
She was probably thinking of us kids and, on the whole, thought that food was necessary and...
それを客観的に主張しなければなりません。キリエがある理由により食料がやはり必要であると心変わり
When was this
具
decided?
体的な証拠が必要です。
Okay.
It's just like it's a witness thing, Quinn, you know? It's like, I understand that, like, line of thought as well. I'm just saying that they should have established that first, right?
Yeah.
Instead of just, like, whipping this out of nowhere. Like,
Yeah.
if they had established this at the beginning or whatever, then sure, whatever. But, no, this is just, like, pulled out of nowhere. There's no setup for this one.
Yeah, like...
Unlike the others where we learn the rules slowly.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where the feeling is, but I do understand your perspective on this, Quinn, and I probably agree that that's probably the way to view it and make it make sense.
Oh yeah, I agree too. Like, again, I'm criticizing the
Writing
the narrative
decision.
flow,
Yeah, the
not the logic itself. You know?
Yeah, it's mostly like the flow here.
It's the same thing as like whenever you have like power systems or whatever in various
Yeah.
yeah, I use that all the time too, Doiler's not watching it. But like whenever you have like power systems in like fucking fantasy or whatever, like you need to establish the rules first before you start using it to solve problems. Otherwise the people like reading or whatever aren't going to be able to trust that the stakes are actually high, right? It's the same thing here. You need to establish the rules to the arguments to the game before you get into actually doing stuff with the rules.
Yeah, and you don't need to have her summon the dead, because, you know, Battler establishes, you know, and points out, hey, she never pulled a trick like this, but there could be an establishment of you know, Beato uses some magic to present a piece of evidence. And Battler's like looking at Virgilia like, can you do that? And then she goes, no.
Yeah, something.
Something like that.
So, like, therefore, like, it's already established that, like, the human side of the argument cannot use magic even. It's to ask or witness something, right?
Yeah, because this is, a battle of the Ark, This is supposed to be how we're going to tear down Ava Beatrice.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, it's not even all magic that's restricted for the human side either. It's because, like, Battler can say things in red, or at least repeat them in red, if someone else has already said them.
Though granted, that's never established as magic necessarily. It's just...
I don't know, like, words that cannot be a lie sounds like magic. But,
fair. But it could just be, the incontrovertible facts that both sides have to agree on.
Could be, yeah.
Like,
it could just be like a construct for like this specific like game.
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't know if it's a magic or not yet. There's a lot of things it could be.
Yep.
You must present your claim through objective means. You'll need concrete proof that Kiri changed her mind and decided that food really was necessary for some specific reason.
例えばそう証言したのを誰かが聞いたとか何かに書き残したとか
For example, if someone heard her say that, or if it was written down somewhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it does sound right to me. Like, I didn't really read a lot of detective fiction myself, but it does.
Oh, yeah.
It hits the right, like, nerves in my brain that says, like, yeah, this was a trope.
Yeah, I think I actually remember you posting about that before. Okay, fair enough. There's some book, forget where the author had a footnote saying, listen, this is gonna get crazy and unsolvable if I don't say this, so you can count anything the inspector says as absolute truth.
Too bad. The reason she changed her mind was not passed on to anyone, nor was it written down.
キリエの頭の中で何があったのか、あんたには憶測することしかできないの。
Therefore, you can only speculate as to what was inside Kiri's mind. Like again, like his goal here isn't to prove without a doubt that it was all mundane, but rather that there's a possibility that it was mundane. He doesn't need to have specific reasons for this sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's just not part of the goal.
私の手に対し、あなたは一切の反撃の一手を持たない。
So it's impossible to explain. You don't have a single counter to my move.
今度はあんたがリザインする番なのよ、バトラ君。
Isn't it your turn to resign now, Battler?
心変わりの理由など無限に想定できる。そしてその無限の可能性をすべて潰しきることは不可能。
It is possible to hypothesize endlessly as to the reason behind her change of heart, and it is impossible to crush all of those endless possibilities. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Now it might have some frame dropping.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of frame drops here.
Is my end still fine? Yeah, it's just telling me, it's been telling me it's unstable for like 3 months now, but it's not actually like having any trouble with anything.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I'm dropping down pretty far here.
Shit, dude.
Let's see. Hold on just a moment.
Technical difficulties, we'll see if we can fix this or not. Fucking tea is still warm.
Yeah, it looks like my roommate's playing Helldivers, so that might be doing it.
Come on, man. Steve, no. Hi, buddy. Hi, Amber. Ryan.
Am I still understandable, Quinn? Or is it, like, really choppy?
There's a lot of buffering going on. And you know my internet's that big dick shit.
Yeah, let's see here. Did you refresh the stream and see how it's going now?
Yeah, it's still like a solid minute behind. Maybe
Okay.
more.
Still like a minute behind. Okay.
Probably more. There's no timestamps on the chat messages or anything like that on your on-screen chat, so I can't really like 100% say.
Yeah, that's fair.
So let's see.
Let's see. Let me refresh here and have a look.
5:13. Let's see when it pops up.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, and if this has just happened, then yeah, that's about when my roommate booted up Helldivers. Alright. Testing?
My message still hasn't like showed up. There it goes. So about a minute and 40 seconds behind.
My internet speed, it's fine. It's just the dropped frames, which is unfortunate.
I wonder if it's a Twitch thing then, because if your internet speed's fine, then it's probably not the Helldivers.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, maybe it isn't. Alright. Then, what I'm going to do... Okay, yes. Then what I'm going to go ahead and do, Quinn, is I am going to stop the stream and then come right back.
We'll see if that works. I have to keep an eye on it.
Okay, stream is stopped.
Yeah, it might have just been like a hiccup in Twitch or something like that.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so it's
Took
even
like a solid 30 fucking seconds for it to like stop playing on the stream.
Yep. So there's that as a problem as well. I am still recording, but let's see here. All right, we should be back on stream.
Yeah, it looks like. All right, we'll just keep an eye on it and see if it's if it continues to like increase on the delay.
All right, yeah, seems okay for now. So we'll just keep going. Anyway.
All right. I already read all that.
All right.
肉々しいほどにマトラ様にこれを切り返す方法があるとすれば多分あの手だけかと
A detestably spectacular move. If Lord Battler were to have a method of countering, it could probably only be that move.
その手とは何なのか。
What move is that?
さてどのような手でございましょうねお嬢様の得意な手だったような気もしますが私は思い出せません
Yep, nerd. Well, I wonder what kind of move it could be. I have the feeling that it was my lady's specialty, but I cannot remember. Yeah, you're not allowed to help the other side right
ケ
now.
チケチしないで話せ。
Quit being stingy and tell me.
ベアトリーチェ、自らの思考を停止させる者に与えられる答えはありませんよ。
Beatrice, no answers will be given to those who stop thinking for
考
themselves.
えなさい。
Think,
あなたなりの考えで。
hear, feel, think. Think in your own way.
とっととリザインしたらついでにさらに赤で追い詰めてあげるわ。
Why don't you resign right now, and I'll corner you even more with red.
キリエはね、死ぬ最後の瞬間まで食料を取りに行かないイコール屋敷に行かないという行動式を維持していたわ。
What the fuck is that even supposed to mean?
Let's just read it out and then move on.
Yeah, because I just genuinely don't know what that's supposed to mean. Until the last instant before she died, Kiri's behavior pattern of not going to get food equals not going to the mansion was maintained. I got nothing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's supposed to be something like the translation should be something more like we shouldn't go to the mansion to get food.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like what Quinn said, Kiri didn't change her mind about wanting to go to the mansion. Like, yeah, like that should be the translation here, because like whatever the fuck this says is just like nonsense.
にもかかわらず率先して屋敷へ向かったわ。台車を押して食料を運ぼうとしたわ。
And yet she took the initiative and headed towards the mansion. She was pushing a cart ready to carry food.
その矛盾はなぜ？
Why that contradiction?
私が魔法で操ったから。
Because I controlled her with magic.
これこそが私の魔法が実在し、私が魔女である証拠なの。
This is proof that my magic exists and that I am a witch. Girl, you're doing the same shit as Beato did before, where you were getting way too excited about certain things.
心変わりでさえないって言うのか。
Shut the hell up. Are you saying that she never even changed her mind?
死ぬまでずっと食料はいらない、屋敷には行かないと思ってた。
But the whole time until she died, Kiri thought, we don't need food and we won't go to the mansion?
なんで自分から進んで食料を取りに行こう、屋敷に行こうなんて言い出すんだ。
Why did she step forward herself and say that they should go to get food and go to the mansion?
魔法でキリエさんが操られていたっていうのか。
Are you saying that Kiri was being controlled with magic?
そんなバカ。
That's stupid.
どうやってこの魔法を打ち破ればいいんだ。
How should I break through this magic?
キリエさんがここにいてくれて、一言心変わりの理由を言ってくれれば。
If only Kiri were here and just told us the reason behind her change of heart.
心変わりすらしてないと、奴に赤で言われちゃう。
No, I've already been told in red that she never even changed her mind.
どうすりゃいいんだ。
What should I do?
人間側には反撃できる一手がね。
There's no move that the human side can counter with.
Hey, captioner button. The captioner is off. It's fine. Don't worry about it. That completely blasted from my brain a whole ass thought that I was getting ready to say.
You'll pick it back up later.
This was very relevant to like right now. Ah, there we go. You don't have to change your mind to go do something that you don't think is a good idea, you know? You can, like, people are contradictory creatures. Like, we don't have to, like, align our thoughts and actions perfectly to do anything or think anything. Kiri very well could have easily considered going to the fucking thing a bad idea, but decided to do it anyway. The more I learn about this game, the more advantageous the rules seem for the witch, right? Even if I lose in a lot of areas, if I can win in just one, that alone can display the existence of a witch.
つまりバトラ君には完全勝利以外に魔女を否定する方法はないの。
In other words, Battler has no way of denying witches other than a complete victory. You do not need to fucking repeat
私のことを
yourself.
散々エヴァ呼ばわりして追い詰めてきたつもりのようだけど。
How truly funny that even though you thought you could corner me and call me
あ
Ava,
なたの尊敬するキリエさん一人の頭の中の話だけで全てがひっくり返っちゃうなんて実に滑稽よね。
it's all been spun around by nothing more than the inside of your respected Kiri's head, right?
しちゃいなさいよ、リザイン認めちゃえば。
Just do it, resign. If only you just accept
負け
it.
ちゃえば。
If only you just lose.
くそー。人間には証明不能だ。
It's impossible for a human to
死
prove.
者が何を思って行動したのかなんて推測の域を出ない。
I can't do anything but guess at what the dead were thinking when they
し
acted.
かも推測程度じゃ魔法を否定できない。
Furthermore, I can't deny the magic based on conjecture
魔法
alone.
を打ち破るために
That's what you've
は
been doing the entire time,
キリ
you
エさんがどう
fuck!
して心変わりしたのか客観的な証拠を。
To break through it, I need objective proof as to why Kiri had a change of heart.
でも畜生、どうして食料が欲しいと心変わりしたのか、その証拠は存在しないと赤で言われちまってる。
Damn it, it's been said in red that no proof exists as to why she changed her mind and wanted
ど
food.
うすりゃいいんだ。畜生畜生。
What should I do? Damn it. Damn it.
バトラさん、リザインってよろしいですか？
Lord Battler, is this your resignation?
食料を取りに行かないイコール、いやでも実際には矛盾したこのキリエさんの考えをどう理解すればいいんだ。
Not going to get food equals not going to the mansion. But then how should I understand Kiri's thoughts, which actually do contradict each other?
理解なんかで
Simple.
きない
Humans can
みたい
contradict
な
each other
解釈
like
不能
themselves. It's easy. You can hate and love something at the same time. It's not that big of a deal. You can't understand. It's impossible to understand and impossible to interpret. That darkness is all the witch. There. Come on, it's useless to think, so quit, okay?
あなたに魔女を否定することなんてできだって私はこうして存在するんだもの
You just can't deny witches. After all, I exist right here.
私こそは黄金の魔女そこにいる元の魔女から名前を奪い取ったあなたに私がベアトリーチェであることを否定などできないのよ
I am the Golden Witch. I stole that name from the former witch over there. You can't deny that I am Beatrice.
くそーその名を語る資格は貴様にね
Damn it, you have no right to use that name.
なのにそれを否定する手が思いつかねえ
And yet, I can't think of a move to deny it. Battler could no longer counter this witch who was laughing insanely in triumph. He didn't want to give up, but no move appeared. He ground his teeth, making a fist with both hands. But even so, he couldn't think of a brilliant counterattack.
バトラ様、制限時間を切りますが、リザインでよろしいですか
Lord Battler, your time limit is over, so will you resign? Lord Battler got turned into Whataburger.
人間側受け手がありませんデザインをしま
Human side has no move in response. It will resign.
待て反撃の手は
Wait, there is a counter.
なんだって
What did you say?
へえどんな手があるっていうのよ先代様
What kind of move could possibly exist, Lady
こ
Predecessor?
のベアトリーチェの魔法をどんな手で否定できるのか教えてくださる
Won't you tell me what kind of move could deny this magic of Beatrice's?
できないわそんなこと不可能よ
You can't. It's impossible.
食料を取りに行かないイコール屋敷に行かないという命題をわらわはそれを待遇で説明する
If the proposition that not going to get food equals not going to the mansion cannot be explained by itself, I will explain it with a contrapositive.
つまりそれでも屋敷に行ったイコール食料以外の目的でとも説明でき
Fucking
るのでは
finally! In short, you can also explain it with she still went to the mansion equals she had a goal other than food.
これはわらわの得意手のヘンペルのカラスというよりはバトラの得意
This is
手の
less my specialty, Henpel's Raven, than it is Battler's specialty, chessboard
切
thinking.
り絵が食料を目的に屋敷に行くことがありえないなら
I still fundamentally disagree with the idea that she could not have gone to the mansion to get food while thinking it was a bad idea. You can definitely do that.
Well-
Humans are complicated motherfuckers.
Well, yes, but I think what's being said is she thought we do not need to go to the mansion for food. But she was the one who took the initiative.
Yeah, it's just you can definitely still have that happen. That's what I'm saying. It's it's just
Well-
because it's on the surface contradictory doesn't mean anything. It's a human being. We're far more complicated than that.
I mean, yes, we are complicated, but if you literally do not believe in something, you do not believe it's needed, for any reason, then you wouldn't be the one to bring it up.
Yeah.
Because a reason would be, oh yeah, we're getting irritated, we're getting hangry, we're gonna cause problems without food. That is a reason. But she had no reason to believe, according to what Ava said, she had no reason to believe they needed food. That's what I think they're getting at here.
I'm trying to put like my thoughts into words better, but it is really fucking hot. So like I'm struggling here.
Fair enough.
It's also possible that it's a disconnect between like how I think of doing tasks. Like if I was in Kiri's position, no matter what other reasons I also had or what reason I decided to go do this anyway, I would still consider the goal of the trip to go get food, right?
Well,
regardless of whatever else that I wanted to do.
I would disagree. Because her belief was, we do not need food. There is no reason for us to go out to get food. But she was the one to bring it up. So I agree with Beto here in that she had a goal other than to get food, but used going to get food as an excuse. So her primary goal was whatever that secondary goal was.
Yeah, I mean, I get that much. I'm just saying, like, just the way that I think of, like, trips and doing things, like, activities as, like, what the goal is. The goal is to finish the activity or the trip, you know?
Yeah, granted, for all, that talk, it's not like you do a lot of underhanded murder shit.
Well, as far as you know.
As far as I know. But anyway, I sort of get what you're saying.
I don't know if this is a neurodivergence thing or if like a personality thing. It could be either. It could be both. It's like a very mercenary, right? Like,
yeah, anything
extra, like what I say I'm going to do is probably like actually like what the reason is, you know?
Yeah, like there's that for a start. And I'm very direct with the kind of things, I go to a thing to do a thing, and I will say that. But in this case, she had a different goal in mind that was actually the reason she was going. So her goal was to go to the mansion and do whatever X is.
My only real issue with that kind of thinking is why would she bring up her reluctance to go out then? There's no reason for her to bring up the reluctance then.
Probably her initial reluctance was genuine, but then she realized, oh, I can use going to the mansion as a perfect opportunity to do X.
Didn't she bring up the idea before she expressed her reluctance, though? Which is where the contradiction comes from. Because, like, if someone else brought it up and then she expressed reluctance and then later she brought it up again, you could very easily be like, oh yeah, she changed her mind.
Well, yeah, she changed her mind. You could say that, but then Ava said in red that she never changed her mind.
This is a limitation of language.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, the same thing that Battler's running into, where he keeps saying, like, going in circles about, like, she had a change of heart, but she didn't have a change of heart because it was in red that she didn't have a change of heart, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, Rattler came up with another reason or, decided to do it anyway despite her misgivings or whatever.
Yeah. So she...
Not necessarily changed the mind, but, like, decided to do it anyhow for whatever reason.
Yeah. Basically, she never decided, she never came to the conclusion that they needed to go get food for any other reason, whether it was to make someone else happy or to ease tensions. She never decided that going to get food was a good goal to have.
Yeah, I just don't see why she would bring that up during the conversation, right? If she's the one that suggested leaving in the first place.
Well, she brought it up
with an extra reason to
Yeah. But she brought it up initially, or somebody talked about food. I forget which it was, but she went, hey, this isn't necessary. And then, 30 minutes, an hour, whatever later, she took Rudolph aside and said, hey, I want to go to the mansion.
Didn't this all like happen in the same conversation though? It's like maybe I'm misremembering.
You're
the last stream. It's been a while and it's hot, so I don't know.
Yeah, you're misremembering because she actually got Rudolph solo, and after they had the conversation about not going, and then she
that
like
solves almost everything.
Yes, yeah. Sometime later, got Rudolph alone, said, "Hey, I want to go to the mansion," and then Rudolph and Kiri went and talked to Kraus and the rest, and talked them into it.
Because like this whole time, like I've been basing like what I've been saying on like the idea that this all happened in the same like 5-minute conversation.
Yeah, no. It did not happen in like the same span of like 5 minutes.
It's just hot and I'm misremembering. All right, cool. that solves almost everything.
Okay, perfect.
That fixes the confusion. It's been a while and it's hot. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I believe you were starting on this line.
Yes. If it was impossible for Kiri to have gone to the mansion with food as a goal,
それでもなおキリエ
Just
が
was
外へ
thinking
出
it's
る
still fucking
他
stupid
の
though.
目的があったと説明するしかない
Then we can only imagine, or we can only explain it by saying that she had another reason that got her to go outside despite that.
その目的が証明できれば魔法は否定できる
In other words, if we can prove that she had such a goal, we can defeat this man.
なるほど。食料を目的に屋敷には行かないが、他の目的があって、それを偽るために食料を取りに行こうと言い出したわけか。
I see. So she didn't go to the mansion with food as a goal, but she had a different goal. And she said she wanted to go and get food in order to disguise her real goal. And this is where the conversation should end. But for some reason, they're going to make them prove whatever her secondary goal was.
I don't understand why. Because, like, they don't need to.
Yep, but I'm gonna...
I can see, like, a battler, like, saying it anyway, because, like, it helps with his point and everything. But them forcing him to just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, it does not make sense. This is very much a Doyleist, like, bullheaded approach to the idea.
Yeah. I don't know how people can, like, write stuff with a Doyleist thing in mind, because, like, every time I try that, like, nothing, like, it all feels disjointed and weird.
True enough, it might be possible to find an explanation that way, but how?
Just, like, goes back to, like, Battler saying, like, oh, I can't do this with conjecture alone. It's like, but you've been doing it with conjecture alone this entire fucking time, nerd. God damn it. Teacher, reconstruct the scene of Kiri's death. We cannot summon a ghost, but inspecting the corpse ought to be a right allowed to the human side.
Yeah, that's fair.
ええ、問題ありませんよ。後ろ宮
Yes,
キリエ
there's
の
no
死亡
problem.
現場を再構築します。
I shall reconstruct the scene where Ushiromiya Kiri died.
私たちはキリエの霊を呼び出すことはできないけれど、キリエが何を残したかを知ることで、それを武器にできるかもしれない。
We cannot call Kiri's ghost here, but by finding out what Kiri left behind, we may be able to use that as a weapon.
いいわよ。好きなだけを調べなさいよ。
Someone needs to put Ava Beatrice in a locker.
Yes.
Fine, search as much as you want.
何もわかるわけがない。
There's no way you'll learn
さっき
anything.
も赤で言ったわよ。
I just said it and read a short while ago.
キリエは何も書き残してはいない。何を見つけたところで何もわかるものか。
Honestly, the like, the Ushiromiya is sometimes just like
Yeah, sometimes...
blast my brain with just like raw, ridiculous idiocy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, sometimes they are brilliant motherfuckers, but then they say some of the most ignorant bullshit.
Like this is just, it's such a ridiculous idea that written word is the only way to learn anything from a corpse. It's like, no, no. I know this is partially because like I studied forensic psychology for a while there, but also No! Please! Stop!
Yeah. Then again, she is basically Ava's id.
Yeah, I just... Fuck. God damn it. Like, I debated as a hobby for a good while. For like a solid like 10 years, I was debating on forums and shit as a hobby. And like, I also studied forensic psychology and shit. It's like, no, this is so ridiculous. Kiri did not leave anything written down. No matter what you find, how can you possibly figure anything in? God. You can tell the fucking height of the person that stabbed someone else by the angle of the stab wound. Like, please. You can even tell if they were used to using a knife, even. Like, come on. We may find nothing, but Battler's grinding his teeth fighting to think of a move to break through you. This is all that I can do.
Beatrice landed on her feet in the reconstructed hall, approached Kiri's corpse, and wandered around observing. Oh, you're talking like your past self.
Yeah. She's doing the palette again. Just like... Inexperience while fighting on the human side, it's just like, all you gotta do is like find a reason for it to not be magic. And since you know magic so well, this should actually be extremely easy for you.
Yeah. Find the thing.
I know you're not used to it, but like, come on.
Find the thing you would most hate for Battler to present to you. Yeah,
exactly. That's all it is. I am completely clueless when it comes to fighting on the human side. We need to find evidence, right? And what should I search for? The great Lady Beatrice is getting down on her knees and crawling around. Hey, you just called her Beatrice. You big dumb fool. And she's even indecently searching a corpse. That look suits you. You are such a weirdo.
Say what... Oh, that's you. Still.
Yeah, say whatever you wish. I cannot do anything more than this. I care not how I am despised. However, I cannot throw Battler away as he is fighting for my honor. You know, I know it's just like a... This actually might kind of a little bit be on purpose, but it's mostly just like a... Like the way the characters speak, but like... Defending someone else's honor does not quite mean the same thing as the way that they use English. Not these days, at least.
Yeah.
Even if I must crawl on the ground and search through dead flesh, I must answer to that responsibility.
Okay, so for anybody wondering, this is a Japanese cultural thing of a sort, in that anything to do with the dead was kind of seen as a dirty profession, and still kind of is in certain circles.
Honestly, it was the same in Europe for a long time as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just select countries, and you can't really paint it with quite as wide of a brush as you can with mainland Japan, at least, because a lot of mainland Japan was under a lot of the same cultural pressures, whereas a lot of the smaller countries in Europe could do very, very wildly.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like how gravediggers were considered like creepy and
oh yeah,
like for a long time you wouldn't be able to actually get cadavers for dissection in medical like classes and shit like that.
Oh yeah, like there's definitely stuff like that, but in Japan it's even starker in that it was a social class that you could be born into and never get out of. If you were a butcher, if you were a mortician, basically, or anything like that. If you dealt with flesh, it was considered dirty, and you were considered lesser for doing the job, even though it was a job that needed doing.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where the whole, oh, you're touching a dead body thing is coming from.
Hey kids, you want to see a dead body?
Yeah. Whereas, with a Western perspective, basically it's pretty much as soon as we accepted forensic science, it was considered, it's considered actually a cool thing, like the detective searching and all that. So there's just still some cultural hang-ups around touching the dead for anything other than burial rites.
Honestly, understandable. I don't quite want to bottle a corpse either.
I mean, for sure. I wouldn't want to, but...
I'm using, like, evocative language there, but I just mean, like, touching it.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying, yeah,
I'm
I wouldn't
clarifying for stream.
Yeah.
Because, like, that's just how I speak. Don't worry about it. I don't actually mean, like, literally fondling the corpse.
Yeah, no. But, yeah, no, I just... Yeah, I wouldn't want to either, but I wouldn't think less of someone if they had to search a body to prove something in court.
True.
Bathed in the witch's sneers, Beto searched through Kiri's corpse. She fished through the pockets, taking what was inside out and laying it on the floor. Laid on the floor was a handkerchief, tissue, a key to her house, the stub of a boat ticket, a lighter, a cigarette butt, and a single 100-yen coin. There was no special suspicious object. Yeah, see, I would have maybe expected, maybe a photo of Angie? But...
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Although Beto was down on all fours and being sneered at, that was all she could find. Alright, Battler, you need to string an idea together.
What's with that seedy-looking trash? I'm gonna put my cigarette out in your eye, girl. Not an actual child. Just note. Not an actual child I'm talking about here. Ignore that.
Yeah.
How do you think you can break my magic with that stuff? Worthless. Are you a moron?
勇ましいことを言って割り込んでおきながら、その低たらくは何なの?
How can you be so lame and right after you cut in between us talking so tough?
情けない恥ずかしい.
How pathetic, how embarrassing.
へそかんで死んで
Shut up! Fuck! If only you just give up and die. Seriously, shut up!
Witch fell over laughing, lambasting Beto. Beto hung her head, trying to withstand the shame.
お嬢様、検証は十分ですか?
My lady, are you finished with your inspection?
これ以上何も見つからぬ。
I will not find any more than this.
以上の物証から何か反論の一手は出ますか? 出なければ人間側リザインせざるを得ません。
Can you make any counter from this evidence? If not, then the human side must resign. Was the time limit on the turns mentioned before now?
Not.
I feel like maybe.
Not precisely, but it's like, hey, I think there's been a few instances of, hey, you've got to come up with an answer one way or another. So they didn't say specifically a time limit, but basically a time limit.
Yeah, I just figured that was more like the turn can't progress, like the other party can't get their turn until you come up with an answer or resign.
Yeah.
Before that. Beato suggested a 1 minute time limit, but it hasn't been enforced at any point. Yeah. It's like I vaguely recall something about that,
当たり
but
前でしょ
I
何も反
couldn't
応の余
remember
地
if
なんて
like
な
that
い
was
の
real
よ
or if I just
私
made
は
it the
魔
fuck
女だ
up.
もの私の魔法は打ち破れないあんたはもはや元魔女でしかないのよ
You keep saying that to her, but she kept her heart beating after you like shot it literally hundreds of times with golden arrows. Like she's still a witch, you weirdo.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't have any room to argue back. I'm a witch. You cannot break through my magic. You're no longer anything but a former witch.
ベアトリーチェを名乗ることも許されなくなったただの負け犬なのよ
You're the one that called her Beatrice here a
そ
minute
のゴ
ago.
ミやガラクタを
Fucking,
好きに積み重ねて私の魔法を打ち
I'm
破っ
gonna
て
give you
ご
a
らんなさ
swirly.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just gonna give you a swirly. What the fuck? Oh gods. Come on, pile up as much trash and rubbish as you like and just try to break my magic.
できないでしょできないわよねそれはなぜ
Like I also said this to like Banjo originally, but like you gotta stop and like let the other person think if you want to have a game. Like
Yeah.
stop. Wait. Be patient. For fuck's sake. You
Yeah.
can't, right? You can't, can you? And why is that? It's because I'm a witch. Just shut up.
あ
You'll-
んたは名前さえ持たない負け犬だからよ
It's because you're just a loser without a name.
Really just gave her the most irritating laugh.
Yeah. It's yeah, you're not wrong, Quinn.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. I thought about that, but I didn't say it. But yeah, Ava's not here for anything other than to just be an asshole.
Which, like, on one hand, mood, but on the other, shut up.
何かくじけぬくじけぬぞどれほど嘲笑われようともわらわの名誉のために戦うバトラー
I'm starting to see how the like before it was just like shipping goggles, but now there's actually like real written romance hints here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm starting to see like why the manga has the romance tag, and it's just sort of like, all right. I haven't said it in a while, but an enemies to lover's ending is the only way I'll accept a battler win. And no, I still don't know why I hate Battler so much. It's just like an instinctual revulsion.
Yeah, granted, the first two chapters, or the first two episodes, did not endear us to Battler.
No, of course not. But like this is going back like a year and a half, 2 years almost now.
Yeah.
Of me just hating Battler for no fucking reason, and I don't get it.
Yeah, just when I was even just summarizing some of the stuff. You're like, nope, I'm on the anti-Battler side.
Yeah. It wasn't even like an inherent bias towards witches, right? Like, I like witches, but Beatrice is like objectively an awful person. Like, even I can't argue like a way to like for her to be like even neutral. She's just like fucking evil.
Yeah.
And like, despite all my jokes, like I do not actually find evil shit hot. I just hate Battler. I don't know why.
Fair enough.
Something should be here. I won't lose heart. I will not lose heart. No matter how much I'm sneered at, Battler's fighting for my own.
バトラーの名誉のためにくじけるものか
So for the sake of his honor, I must not lose heart. These can be inside thoughts, Beato.
As Beato held back tears at the words of humiliation she was being showered with, she tried to find if Kiri was holding something else. Find something that could save Battler from his plight. Searching earnestly, however, nothing more came up.
I do have like something else to talk about here, and it actually it's very relevant, but not directly.
Alright.
I've always thought that like true dignity and pride should not be like able to be touched by like humiliation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like someone with real dignity and real pride cannot actually be humiliated. Like they just won't care. It's all internal.
True enough.
I think that like informs a lot of how I portray sovereigns in my own work and other like ancient beings like that, because like you can't really humiliate Gwyneth, for example. Like it's just not possible. Like nothing you can do will actually like embarrass her.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like you might annoy her, but like that's when you just get turned into an abstract painting. So
あやつのために力を貸してくれ。
damn it, please, Ushiro Miyakiri, must save your son from his plight. Please, after death, lend me power for his sake.
However, Kiri's body did not answer. It was only natural that a corpse would remain silent. No dead person existed that would answer Beato, who had lost the endless magic.
That doesn't make sense though, because she reclaimed the endless magic on the last stream, like the previous scene. We don't have any real rules for how this shit works, so I can't actually say if that makes sense or not. But it doesn't seem like it does narratively.
Yeah, but she still has the golden juice inside her. Ava does.
Well, yeah, of course she does. But like, it was also said that like that golden juice that Ava Beatrice has, or Avatrice, does not compare to what like Beato has now, right? That's why Beato got her name back.
Yeah, that's true enough. It's just, it might be something that's born out differently. Because she
maybe it's a combo, right? Like she has the right to inherit it again, but she has to get Avatrice to give it up first.
That might be it.
Before she can actually like properly be like formally the Endless Witch again. Because I was thinking about that last time too, and I don't think I ever said it as like a possibility, because like the next like dialogue after I had that thought was like, oh, okay, well I guess it just is. Never mind. But I don't know, maybe it's a translation thing or just like a weird dialogue.
Yeah.
It's pointless. Toying with the dead is a privilege only for witches. For you, who is neither a witch nor even a human, no one exists who will lend a hand.
あんたは永遠に一人ぼっち。魔女にも人間にも味方はなく、誰もあんたを助けてなんてくれないの。
You'll be alone for all eternity. You have no witch or human allies, and no one will save you.
悔しければ泣いちゃえば。
I do like that when witches are referring to humans as like the species or the type of like person, it is capitalized in this translation. I don't know if that's true of like not the mod. I'm sure it is, but we didn't like stick with the original like dialogue style.
Yeah, because this is
for me to find out.
Yeah, because this is much better, honestly.
But I do like that the human is capitalized, and that not just because like I do it myself, but also because it's presents a difference between like the words man and human.
Yes.
Or human, rather. Not, I almost said humankind on accident. But it's like man and human. Because the reason why I do it in my own work is to make sure that like I can say elf man. You know, like I have a casual way to say like a masculine elf without like going like full on the academic language.
Yeah.
Right? But here, like, you can use these, like, proper nouns as a way to delineate things, which does also make it a little bit weird that witch is not capitalized.
Yeah, I was thinking that
but
too.
I don't know
said it.
if the translators or the mod author, whoever is responsible for the capital human, thought about it that deeply.
Yeah.
Most people don't.
Yeah, exactly. Kat said it. Why is witch not capitalized?
Yeah, exactly. It's just maybe.
Yeah, well, we could.
I don't know, like what to
speculate on
type
it.
into Google to. I don't know what to type into Google to get like the right fucking screenshots from this game of the like actual
Yeah, no,
non-modded interface.
Probably best not to.
I'm not even worried about spoilers. Like, I literally just don't know how to get the right. Like, I don't know how to get human on the screen for the screenshot. You know,
Yeah.
it's not like, for the most part, images aren't actually listed with alt text that actually fucking quotes the dialogue in it, right? And so it's just sort of.
Yeah, don't Google literally anything about Umineko. It is dangerous.
Yes, we have already found this out, and we have already spoiled ourselves multiple times. Both of us. We both have spoilers in our brains that the other one doesn't know because of this shit.
Yeah. Yeah, we've gotten burned once. We're not going to get burned twice.
Like, for example, I know whether or not there's going to be a new witch at the end of this. So, you know, I fucked myself on that one. And, Mal's got some other shit that I don't know about, but that's just one of them that I've got. It's just like, well, shit. This is like Googling a character, and it's like, oh no. I did not mean to read that, son of a bitch.
Yep.
You'll be alone for all eternity. You have no witch or human allies, and no one will save you. If that's frustrating, why don't you cry? I fucking might, bitch. Don't tempt me. If only you'd apologize, saying, I'm sorry, I'm so useless. Avatrici meet Blocker. Blocker meet Avatrici.
わらわでは何もそなたの力になれぬ。
Sorry, Battler. I couldn't help you at all. Well, you gave him a few minutes to think.
いや、
It's better than nothing.
十分だ。
No, that's enough.
ありがとう、ベアト。
Thanks,
お
Beto.
前の努力を俺は無駄にしない。
I won't waste your efforts.
慰めなどいらぬわ。
Yes, you do.
I don't need consoling.
このガラクタの山で一体
Weeping,
何を判断でき
crying.
るというのか。
Just how could you possibly argue back with this pile of rubbish?
あやつに嘲笑われてまでかき集めたこの
I
ガラ
don't
クタ
know
が
exactly what he's going to,
どうやって
like,
一矢
say,
報いれ
or
ると
what
い
his
うの
argument's
か。
going to be, but it seems to me that it's what is lacking from that pile of stuff that he's going to use.
Ooh, could be, yeah.
Just how could you possibly strike back with this rubbish I scraped together while she sneered at me? And why do you care what she's sneering about? Like, you're 1,000 years old, and you have the right to be the Endless Witch again. So, like, just chill. Do your thing.
In front of Beto, who was still crawling on all fours and hitting the pile of objects Kiri had left behind with her fist, Battler also crouched. And, after patting her on the shoulder in thanks, he moved that hand to the ground, picked up the cigarette butt, and held it over his head.
Are you really going to use I wanted a cigarette as the... Please. I can't even say that's strictly wrong, because I would absolutely do some dangerous shit to have a cigarette if I haven't had one in a day. But I also have no regard for my own life. So...
Well, let's see.
What are you trying to say with that trash?
キリエさんはタバコを吸わない。
Kiri doesn't smoke.
Oh.
But Kiri also had a lighter on her. True, she didn't have an actual box of cigarettes, but at a glance it naturally looked as though Kiri had a smoking habit.
親父は吸ったが、キリエさんは吸わなかった。
Dad smoked, but Kiri
で
didn't.
も、親父のタバコに火をつけるために、ライターだけは持ち歩いてたんだ。
But she did walk around with just a lighter to light Dad's cigarettes.
One of my exes did that too. They kept a lighter in their pocket just in case I forgot mine.
Yeah. Yeah, especially the cheap lighters. You can just go through those if you're a smoker. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Believe me, I know. That's what I've got on my desk right now. It's mostly because, like, it's actually, like, weirdly difficult to find, like, Zippo fuel, like lighter fluid for Zippo. I don't know why it's so difficult, but none of the fucking smoke shops around here are carrying it. Like, I've got to go to Albertsons and go up to the front desk and be like, hey, give me that. I don't know why, which is why I'm not using my Zippo right now, actually. It's just I don't have a bottle anymore. I gotta go get another one. I keep forgetting every time I go to Albertsons. And like finding the fucking flints to replace them too. Ugh. I've had this damn Zippo for like 15 years now, and like it's so hard to keep it like flipped up.
Yeah.
It's not like it's expensive or anything. It's just no one ever fucking carries it.
Yeah, just
Like,
literally procuring the materials.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the packages or like anything like that. They're like these tiny little like yellow plastic containers, and they've got a little black wheel at the top with a divot in it. And you spin the wheel into the little tube that's there. You turn it over so that a flint falls into the divot of the wheel, and then you spin the wheel back out, and like the flint will drop in your hand. It's like a tiny little cylinder of just flint. It's polished flint on there, and you stick it in there. But no one ever fucking carries them. They're only like $1 for a package of 6, you know, for 6 flints, which will last like well over a month. You can find enough change on the floor to like in the couch cushions or on the sidewalk to afford this shit. And I just can't fucking find them anywhere. It's annoying. It's the worst. Just rant, rave, bitch, piss, and moan. Don't worry about it. I'm contractually obligated. Anyway, so what? If the husband smoked, then even if the wife didn't, it wouldn't be strange for her to be holding a cigarette.
あるいは
That's
喫
what I
煙
just
マ
said.
ナーの悪い夫の捨てた吸い殻を拾っただけかもね。
Maybe she just picked up the cigarette butt of her husband who had bad smoking manners.
それが何だっていうの？私の魔法とどう関係があるっていうの？
Actually, you don't even have to worry about that with me because I don't smoke with anything that has like shit that doesn't biodegrade in it. It's just paper and tobacco. That's all it is. It's great. I love it. You can even compost it if you want. There's no fiberglass in my shit at all. What are you trying to say? What does this have to do with my magic?
何もありゃしない。
Nothing at all. It's like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at
親父
all.
の吸ってるタバコの銘柄と異なる。
I'll say more. This is a different brand of cigarette than what Dad
すま
smokes.
ないがベアト。
Sorry, Beto.
親父の遺体の懐を見てくれるか。
Could you look in the pockets of Dad's corpse too?
You're already there. You can do it yourself, you fucking weirdo. Indeed. You mean this? So maybe he can't interact with it, but like...
吸い殻と銘柄が異なります。キリエが持っていた吸い殻はルドルフの吸うタバコの銘柄ではありません。
Checking the brand. The brand is different from the cigarette butt. Cigarette butt Curie is holding is not of the same brand that Rudolph smokes.
All right.
Yeah, if Rudolph did not have that pack of cigarettes in his pocket, I would say that it's not uncommon for someone to have cigarettes that they don't normally smoke on them.
Mhm.
Because, you know, local shops may not carry it, right?
Yeah, for
Which
sure.
happens to me all the fucking time, you know this because I bitch about it in private all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, most places don't fucking carry my
だから
tobacco.
どうしてキリエは
They
キリ
carry
エ
the,
好き
the
の
like
い
the
い
cigarette
子だ
brand,
から
brand
落
that's
ちてる
like
吸い殻を許
ships
せ
my
ず
tobacco
拾
or
っただ
packages
け
it
か
or
もしれ
whatever,
ないじゃな
but they
い。
don't actually carry the tobacco itself. So, and so what? Maybe Curie is just a good girl who likes to be clean, so she couldn't leave a fallen cigarette butt alone. Picked it up.
私は嫌だけど。
I wouldn't though.
ベアト、
No, I wouldn't either.
妻
Honestly.
がもう一人頼む。
Beto, sorry, but one more time,
秀
please.
吉おじさんの懐だ。
Uncle Hideyoshi's
親族
pockets.
でタバコを吸うのは
In this family, only Dad and Hideyoshi smoke cigarettes, which we did establish at the very fucking beginning of this episode,
Mhm.
where the two of them were just smoking out on the deck of the ship.
あったぞ。これか。
It's here. Is this it?
Beto found a cigarette box in Hideyoshi's pocket, took a single one out, and held it up.
銘柄を確認。
Typo there. There wasn't a closing quotation mark on that bit of dialogue.
Huh, really? Yeah.
I just I confirmed it like on stream as it like was scrolling by. No, they're. I thought I just missed it for a second, but nope. Checking the brand. We acknowledge that the cigarette butt is of the same brand that Hideyoshi smokes.
だからなんだ、秀吉の吸い殻がキリエのポケットから見つかると、私の魔法がどう破られるっていうのよ。
And so what? How can you break my magic because you found Hideyoshi's cigarette butt in Kirie's pocket? This is definitely going a different direction than I
そう
expected.
さ。この吸い殻がキリエさんのメッセージだ。いや、この吸い殻こそが キリエさんがゲストハウスを離れた理由なんだ。
That's right, the cigarette butt is a message from Kiri. No, the cigarette butt itself is the reason that Kiri left the guest house.
Okay, so
レアト、
I don't know where he's going with this, but I just want to like give this information for anyone that's like writing people who smoke or reading about characters that smoke or whatever. But like the cigarette brand that a smoker smokes is actually important. It's not just any cigarette that will like hit the right craving. It'll get the nicotine craving for sure, but people's brands are their favorite for a reason. It's the one that they always buy for a reason. It's not because of the price. It can be that, but usually it's more that like cigarettes that aren't of their brand or tobacco that isn't of their brand will make them feel sick.
Yeah.
Or give them headaches or make them feel dizzy or what have you. Maybe it's too much nicotine, maybe it's too little, maybe there's like a different kind of like pesticide or preservative on it than what they usually have or what have you. All I know is that when I smoke my roommate's cigarettes, it makes me fucking sick. Like, it makes me want to vomit.
Alright, well, I have a guess as to where we're going with this.
Yes. Enlighten us, please.
My guess is that Kiri found this cigarette butt at the scene of the crime with Rosa and Maria.
Ooh.
And her intention was to either get him alone by suggesting he go, or prove it, or basically just have a private place to talk about it with Rudolph. It was one or the other.
I can see that, yeah. That could be a possibility.
Somewhere she knew neither Hideyoshi nor Ava nor anybody else involved could be listening to them.
It is finally starting to cool down a little bit in here, by the way. I am so fucking happy.
Excellent.
I'm not sweating anymore. Like, there's a little bit around my hairline, and that's it. Like, I'm not just like dripping sweat. This is brilliant.
俺はここで
Beto, thank you. If you hadn't found this, I would have given up here.
In fact, the AC just kicked on a little more, too, which is great.
悪気りや
Okay, so Quinn, I can see a reason why she would bring Hideyoshi along. And it's to get him away from everyone else so that there can't be any more victims and have backup. It's Kiri and Rudolph versus Hideyoshi if something happens.
Yeah, exactly. I think it could be something like that.
And wasn't Hideyoshi the one that gave Kiri his gun to push the cart?
Yes.
There we go.
状況を再構築
Virgilia, reconstruct the situation.
Disarmed him, too.
ローザおばさんたちが殺されたことが発覚した後のゲストハウスだ
The guest house after it came to light that Aunt Rosa and Maria had been killed on the second Twilight.
Alright, give me a second. I gotta blow my nose, so, like... Gotta
再構
myself.
築します。ローザ、マリアの死亡後、残った生存者はゲストハウス内すべての戸締まりを再確認。
Yeah, so my theory is they were going to... If bringing Hideyoshi along was on purpose, then the reason being would be to either get Hideyoshi to confess, or to somehow disarm and basically make him unable to move until the police arrived. Whether that was killing him
or something.
Yeah, whether that was confining him or killing him, whichever they had to do.
Yeah, that's where my thoughts are on it. But... That also may be a reason why she went to Rudolph in private afterwards to bring up the subject again and be like, hey, we can use this as an excuse. Practice our conversations or shit.
Yeah, because all we got from that conversation was, I want to go to the mansion, dramatic fade.
Yeah. Understood. Reconstructing now. After Rosa and Maria's deaths, the remaining survivors rechecked all of the doors and windows in the mansion.
バリケードを構築。
Oh yeah, like Kiri is one of the few characters that I can actually see committing like a murder.
cold-blooded murder. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Kinzo, Genji, and Kiri, and that's basically it. Everyone else, like I can see them doing it in like the heat of the moment, but not as just like a cold, calculated thing.
Yeah, like after somebody finds the gold, I can picture anybody doing it, almost. But
Yeah,
coming to the island with the intention of murdering somebody.
well, like even like planning it out, you know.
Yeah.
Because like again, like Kiri is fucking like bio bit. Like before she gets killed in each damn loop is just like, oh yeah, she's like up to shady shit with Rudolph. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, which to me means she's either his assassin or his enforcer, or both.
Or a cleaner or something, you know, like someone who does some illegal shit. Yeah, kill my family and get away with it plan every time. She definitely does seem the type.
Yes.
And of course, Kinzo is Kinzo. I don't need to explain why he might do it. And then Genji would just be like, oh yeah, I'll help Kinzo with his plan. Because, you know, furniture. They constructed a barricade. They reconfirmed that their defenses were solid. Because, like, maybe the first or second stream we did this, someone actually asked me who I could see being, like, the murderer, if, like, a mundane person was doing it. So, you know, I've actually spent a fair amount of time on these streams, like, thinking about this. I haven't brought it up much lately, because it's sort of, like, unclear if there actually is mundane murders happening at the same time or not. Like, there's the multi-layer fucking reality metaphysical defense shit that Battler's got going on, but how that actually functions, we don't actually know.
Yeah, fair enough.
There's nothing suspicious about that at all. I'm trying to say. Hey, Matrici, there's this thing called cause and effect.
Yeah, you might have heard of it.
Yeah, it's like this really basic thing that, like, you know, people don't behave in a vacuum. The past informs the present, you know, that sort of thing. Why are you bringing up the second Twilight when we're talking about the fourth Twilight and after? Sorry, I just like had a joke that like my brother used to say before he died, just like pop into my head. It's like one of the things that he'd do is like he'd say something like some insult or some stupid joke, and then a couple minutes later, like start like digging on someone else for doing something similar. And of course, like your response is always just like, "Hey, but you did this a couple minutes ago," and he'd be like, "Don't bring up old shit. We're talking about right now."
親父は携帯吸い殻入れを持ち歩いてる。キリエさんがわざわざ自分のポケットに吸い殻を入れる理由がようやく見えてきた。
So now you know where that joke that I occasionally like whip out comes from.
Yeah,
It's my brother.
Dad carried a portable cigarette butt holder with him. I'm finally starting to see why Kiri went out of her way to put a cigarette butt in her own pocket.
その吸い殻に意味があるからさ。
It was because that cigarette butt meant something.
その吸い殻こそがキリエさんが俺たちに残したメッセージだ。
That cigarette butt was itself a message left by Kiri for us.
聞こうじゃない。その吸い殻一本でどうやって私を否定してみせるというの？
And let's hear it. How do you plan to deny me with that single cigarette butt?
聞いての通りだ。第2の晩以降、ゲストハウスでは全ての部
Oh
屋の
my
点検
god,
が
it's
行われ
6%
た。
humidity right now.
Oof.
Like, no fucking wonder my hands feel like goddamn sandpaper.
As we've heard, after the second Twilight, an inspection was done of all the rooms in the guest
その
house.
時、キリエさんは
Moisturize me.
あってはいけない場所にあってはいけないものを見つけたんだ。
At that time, Kiri found something that shouldn't exist in a place where it shouldn't be.
Oh my god, it's the fucking the moisturizer is also like separating because of how hot it is. That's not good.
なんなの？
Oh dear.
Something that shouldn't exist. What do you mean by that?
こいつ
I think I'm gonna have to get a different fucking moisturizer because this is like actually genuinely separating into like water and whatever the fuck else this is.
Oh,
この吸い殻さこいつ
This is very
秀吉お
watery
じさん
now.
がいた
That's not
客室の
good.
灰皿に置かれていたんだ
it's this. The cigarette butt. This was set in the ashtray of the guest room that Uncle Hideyoshi was in.
はあ灰皿に吸い殻があってどうおかしいってのよ。おかしいのはあんたの頭の方じゃないの。
What? What's wrong with there being a cigarette butt in an ashtray? Are you sure there isn't something wrong with your head?
エヴァおばさんは大のタバコ嫌いだそのおばさんが体調を崩して寝込んでるのに吸い殻があるわけがないんだ
Ah! Aunt Ava hated smoking, which we did establish at the start of this episode. There's no way there'd be a cigarette butt there while Aunt Ava was sick and sleeping. So,
When did Kiri like go in there and snoop around?
there was an inspection done of all the rooms after the second Twilight. So they barricaded themselves and looked in all the rooms for anybody who was, hiding in there.
Yeah.
So Kiri just kind of surreptitiously, words,
Surreptitiously?
saw the cigarette butt and went, wait a second, if Ava was in here sick and sleeping, how the fuck did that happen? And just went yoink.
Yeah, like this bit right here is very well foreshadowed and set up, which makes me think that the previous bit that led into this part of the scene was one of those, like, I need to get to this scene and I don't know how, let me just force it moments.
Yeah, which
Which,
can
like, as a
happen.
writer, I'm familiar with. It happens sometimes, but I really try not to put those photos.
Yeah, granted, this is the only time we've really spotted that Ryukishi did that, so I'm willing to forgive it.
Oh yeah, like I'm not like actively saying, oh, this is a bad piece of media or anything. It's just sort of like awkward and ham-fisted.
しかし灰皿には吸い殻があった
However, there was a cigarette butt in the
それを見
ashtray.
たキリエさんはすぐに気づいたんだ
When she saw that, Kiri noticed
秀
immediately.
吉おじさんは嘘をついている
Yeah. She saw that, Kiri noticed immediately Uncle Hideyoshi was lying.
エヴァおばさんは寝込んでなんかいなかった
She realized that Aunt Ava hadn't really been
部
sleeping,
屋を抜け出していたんだと気づいたん
and
だ
that she snuck out of the room.
復唱要求この吸い殻はエヴァおばさんたちが休んだ部屋の灰皿で揉み消された
Repeat it. This cigarette butt was crushed out in the ashtray of the room where Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were resting.
拒否するわ。
He was also much younger and less adept than he is now. I haven't like read anything that he's done recently, but I would assume that he's much more skilled now.
Yeah.
And like this, Higurashi and Umineko were both like self-published, right? I'm pretty sure the third one is also self-published.
Yeah, so, yeah, Ryukishi.
Probably did not have as much of an editor.
Yeah, exactly, because it was basically a trio of people working on the initial thing. I believe one of them passed away, but yeah, so it's not a large group.
Yeah, I don't expect perfection from like literally anything I read. Even like highly produced stuff, like there's going to be flaws everywhere. I don't really mind. It's just like part and parcel with art and storytelling in general.
Yeah, for sure.
I just like to like point these things out, like when I see them for like
Yeah, it's
people who are watching these later or currently watching and just are lurking or what have you, or are interested in that part, because like I built like 90% of my audience with like media analysis and you know, talking about world building and writing and shit. It's what people are here for. All right, what did new message? That tracks, I think. But so far, I think I like episode 3 the least.
That is
But this is
yeah, we're not done yet. Plus, you know.
But I mean, that's like that's a personal preference thing, not a quality of writing thing.
Yeah, for sure.
As I've talked about, like last stream and the stream before, it's the disconnects between witch and magical girl shit, right? Like anime shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Is you either really like it or you really don't gel with it.
Like, I much prefer a more grounded type of urban fantasy. But that doesn't mean I think episode 3 is poorly written. I just think that I would have preferred if it wasn't as high fantasy.
Yeah.
It's like, again, like it's a personal preference thing. And also like an expectation thing, I think. Normally that doesn't really bother me. Like when something diverts my expectations, I usually actually do that. But I think in this case it was a sort of bad divergence. Which is quite rare, honestly. So, what was she? What is she refusing to fucking repeat in red? Because I missed it.
Oh, yeah. The cigarette butt was crushed out in the ashtray of that room where Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were resting.
Okay, because I was busy talking about something, fucking doing something. I don't know. I was doing something I wasn't paying attention. I refuse.
ようやく掴んだぜ。ありがとうよ、ベアト。
I finally got it. Thank you, Beito.
わらわは役に立てたのか。
You fucking insecure little shit.
Yeah.
Like, do you need head pats? Are head pats what you need to not be evil?
Apparently.
Insert fucking the edited gif of like the funky fucking almost violent cat head pat, but with Bando's head instead of a cat's.
Yeah.
Which is actually kind of funny. I do pet my cats like that. Like I'll just like put my hand on their head and just like wiggle my fingers around on them.
Head pats are her anti-drug.
Was I of some use?
ああ、そうさ。
Yeah, you were.
ハグぞ。俺たちでエセ魔女の化けの皮を剥いでや
Carrot
れ。
will tear the mask off the fake witch. From that cigarette butt, Kiri realized that Hideyoshi was creating an alibi for Ava's sake. Hideyoshi had been tasked with watching over the room to create an alibi, and during that time, he was unable to withstand the tension and smoked. Then, Kiri had confessed that to Rudolph. She confessed that there was a good chance Ava was the culprit and Hideyoshi was an accomplice.
そしてキリエさんは食料を取りに行こうと提案する。
Next, Kiri proposed that they go to get food.
そして秀吉おじさんにその手助けを
She then asked Uncle Hideyoshi to lend a
こ
hand.
れが意味するところはただ一つ。
This could only mean one thing.
キリエさんは秀吉おじさんを隔離して真相を問い詰めるつもりだったんだ。
Kiri planned to isolate Uncle Hideyoshi and question him about the truth.
That also explains why he would have been begging Ava to stop in a mundane circumstance when he was killed.
Yep, for sure.
ヘンペルのカラス魔女側はこの一手を迎え撃てない限り 切り絵を操ったと称する魔法の存在が否定されます。
Your Himple's Raven is valid. Unless the witch side counters this move, the existence of the magic that supposedly controlled Kiri has been denied.
なんですって？
What did you say?
否定するわよ。とにかく否定するわよ。
I deny it anyway. I deny it.
私じゃないわ。
Interesting. She's slipping back into seeing Ava and herself as the same entity.
Yep.
It wasn't me, no.
後ろ宮エヴァじゃないわ。エヴァは部屋で寝てたのよ。
It wasn't Ushiromiya Ava. Ava was sleeping in her room.
ならば言ってみろ。ああ、言えやしないさ。
Then try saying it. Yeah, you can't say it.
今度だって言えやしないさ。
You can't say it this time either.
副将要求。
Repeat it.
後ろ宮エヴァはその時部屋から一歩も出ていない。
At that time, Ushiromiya Ava did not take a step outside her room.
なんなのよこれ。
If I was Ava Trici here, and it really was that Ava is not the culprit, I would say something like, in red, of course, Ushiromiya Ava did not leave the building, because that's the important part. Because she could have very easily left her room to, like, go to the bathroom, you know? I know that there are attached bathrooms to the guest house rooms, right? Like, there are attached bathrooms in there. But you can easily consider the bathroom to be a separate room from the bedroom.
Fair enough.
So, like, again, like it's one of those, like, interpretations of language thing.
Yeah.
I would make a good demon.
Yeah, absolutely.
What the hell is that?
責めていたのは私でしょ。なんで私
I'm the one who was
が
attacking,
責められ
right?
るように
Why
な
am
って
I
る
the
の？
one being attacked now?
いつの間に攻守が逆転してるのよ。
When did offense and defense get reversed?
問い詰めてるのは
When you
私なのよ。
Pulled a poor move? I'm the one questioning you, right?
この魔女である私がなぜに？
Ava Trici, you are reminding me of my little cousin who got upset when I shot him in the face in Halo. Alright? Just chill. It's a back and forth, alright? It's not... It doesn't just, like, stay on one, like, defense or offense. This is not American football. The witch is me, so why?
繰り返す。副将要求。
Again, repeat it.
後ろ宮エヴァは部屋を出ていない。
Ushiromiya Ava did not leave the room.
言えるわけがねえんだ。
There's no way you can say it.
チェックメイトだ。
It's checkmate.
Oh, I need to fucking put these new witchcraft books on my,
魔女側
Dropbox.
ありませんか？
Just give me, like, 20 seconds here.
Alright.
I'm just gonna start the upload to the Dropbox real quick. If my mouse will cooperate, thank you. Yeah, folder. I put it in the main file. There we go. Okay. For those of you wondering, I put the screen up just in case I've got, like, some of my art references up in the background when I'm tabbing through stuff. Because artists sometimes draw people naked for figure studies. All right, I've got a lot of those references, and I don't want to get banned on Twitch, so don't worry about it. There's nothing like actually weird, but it's just I don't want to get hit with the Twitch ban. Anyway, does the witch side have a move in response? This is why anytime I bring up like a folder on stream, no matter what I'm doing, I put up the fucking screen just in case. There cannot be one. There's no truth that can be accepted from a false witch dressed up in truths and falsehoods. Damn, Virgilia. You going hard, huh?
貴様に名乗る資格はない。
You aren't qualified to call yourself a real witch.
貴様は黄金の魔女じゃない。
You aren't the Golden Witch.
貴様は人間。
You're a human.
I like the fact that, like, during this little rant here, there's the sound effects of magic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like it's of course it's him using magic resistance stuff, like magic resistance spells, more or less. Not actually spells, but
Yeah.
we don't have another word for it in this setting right now. It's just like techniques or spells or whatever the fuck. But like he's using magic right now, which is interesting. He keeps denying magic, but he's also using it himself, which is just kind of fun. Fuck, you're dramatic. Thank you for the flashbang video game.
The witch howled. Her entire body was burned with the tremendous heat that denied her own magic and existence. She let out a howl like a dragon. I don't know if I would describe it like a dragon.
Fuck, that made me choke on my own fucking neck.
For this moment, the manga has the delightful imagery of Ava Trice partially shattering like glass, revealing Ava underneath.
That's actually like really fucking cool. Give me a second. I gotta blow my nose to like fix like me choking on my own neck there for a second.
Yeah. Her body flickered repeatedly, flashing as though Ava's figure and the witch's figure overlapped. However, that yell was sucked into the flicker, making it return to the original form of the cruel witch.
Okay, so the reason why that actually like caught me off guard and made me choke on my own fucking neck there was that when I read that, I was thinking like about like bringing up how in anime like they always do this, where like all the monsters are voiced by humans and not like some edited fucking animal or whatever. And then you said that, and I was like, fuck.
Fair enough, yes.
It is ridiculous though that like you'll have like a wolf growling or whatever in an anime or a JRPG or something like that, and it'll just be like very obviously a person trying to growl and failing at it. It's just like, man.
Some people are superstars at that too, though.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm pretty good at growling. I'm not gonna do it right now because like I'm not a voice actor and I don't feel like it. Fuck you. But I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah,
it's like, but it's also still very obviously a real growl from a human. It's not. It doesn't sound like a wolf growl or a tiger or whatever. Fuck it. Like.
Yeah, like my favorite story out of that though is oh gosh, I'd have to look up his name, but the voice actor for the Predator, the person who did that sound.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. Hold on. Yeah, let's see. The first movie was just called The Predator, right?
Yeah.
Predator actor.
Oh yeah, Peter Cullen.
Okay, so Kevin Peter Hall was the person who actually played the actual like the person. Or is this for the 2018 version? I don't know, because there are two movies called The Predator.
Yeah, for the 1987 film, he was the voice of the Predator. And from where the CEO or whoever was sitting, I think it might have been
Cullen, the Predator's voice.
Yeah.
Okay.
From where he was sitting, the director could not hear the sound he was making. But the guy in the sound booth could. So the director comes down like, what the fuck are you doing? Etc., etc. And then the sound director went, the sound engineer went, hey, come here, you gotta listen to this. And they listened for a second, and he came out smiling like, all right, you got the job.
Yeah, this is good. This is good shit. It's just funny to me because like there's so many, like, you can just go to a zoo or whatever and get like recordings of actual animals making sounds for your shit, but you just don't. You just have like some dude in a fucking booth somewhere poorly imitating a wolf. It's like,
yeah, granted, that's some expensive shit to get it, get a clean sound and get it to be as long as you want it to be. And yeah, it might be some weird legal thing in some respects.
Yeah, it might be. It's just it also might be a thing of like where like people who don't spend time around a lot of animals find it very easy to get like unsettled by actual animal sounds, right? Because like that shit can be terrifying, I think.
Yeah, like it.
Like even I sort of like occasionally get sort of like when I hear the right animal growl in the right way.
Yeah, like there's stuff
So,
like
like, I
that, and
assume that
there's
everyone else is like that too.
yeah, there's stuff like that. There's stuff where our conceptions of it don't match up with reality. Like the bald eagle does not sound
Yeah, it's the
like how
red-tailed
you
hawk.
think. Yep,
The sound effect that's always used is the red-tailed hawk,
yep.
which red-tailed hawks are my favorite hawks. So that's why I fucking know that.
Anyway,
There's also I don't know where it's from, but it's used in Warcraft 3 as well. But there's a very specific clip of a wolf howling
mm-hmm.
that is used in so many fucking like bits of fiction, video games, and movies and anime all the time.
Yeah, I would recognize it if I heard the sound clip because
Yeah, and it's just sort of funny. It's like I really like that. In Warcraft 3, it's to signify like, okay, it is nighttime now. The night cycle has begun in the thing. There's a day-night cycle in that fucking game.
yeah,
But like, I don't know. I find like the sound effects to be very interesting, but also I feel like I would really want to put in like the right sound effects and not just like some person growling.
I could see that, but again, you can get it the exact length you want, have the audio as clean as physically possible. You wouldn't have to rent out a zoo.
Yeah, I mean, for a long time, there wasn't like the online libraries of shit that you could just like go and like download, right?
Yeah.
Well, but now there is, so it's just like, why does this still happen? Is there like some weird like legal thing, or are they concerned about like scaring the viewer?
Yeah, and it could also just
What's
be
going on here?
a legal thing, because a lot of those come more from documentaries and things if it's clear audio.
Yeah.
So they might have the rights, whoever has the documentary has the rights to that sound file for anything other than, like, maybe
There's actually
educational purposes.
A few sound files that are sound files, a few sites filled with sound files that are available for commercial purchase, and it's actually pretty cheap too. It's like $5 for a clip or whatever, of like 30 seconds of a growl. Which I used to browse them to find sound effects, like to listen to sounds in an isolated environment, so I could describe them more readily.
Yeah. Granted, you can, with a human, you can also give voice direction. So you might go, okay, I want a long growl. Okay, now I want a growl, a short growl, and then a snap. And so
While
on.
I'm thinking about it, I respect the fuck out of Foley artists, by the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Foley people are fucking magicians.
For anyone who doesn't know what that word means, Foley artists are the people who make the sound effects for like all sorts of shit, like for CGI, for animated stuff, for video games, whatever.
Yeah.
They're the people that like are in the back room with like a chalkboard, a table, and like a couple of pencils, and they make it sound like fucking horses running down cobblestone streets, right? Like,
yeah, like
that's them.
Yeah, they'll do shit like that. They're behind every gory sound you've ever heard. Every sword swing, everything.
Yeah. Speaking of more sound effect stuff, lately it's been a trend in anime. This has been true for like 4 or 5 years now, but in fantasy anime, where when the swords like clash in a like fight scene, like the sound of the metal hitting other metal is like very chunky and like deep and grindy almost.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like metal screeching, but not quite a screech, more like a growl.
Yeah.
And I really like it, but as a martial artist, like I I know that that's not what it actually sounds like.
Yeah,
But it just really satisfying.
Yeah, we'll leave the tangents there for the moment, but yes, I agree. Like, sometimes a sound is just good and chunky, even if it's not accurate.
Yeah. I know we've strayed topics away from the stream, alright? This is just what we do sometimes. It's okay.
Yeah, though I do think we've strayed a bit far.
Rolling cigarette.
Yeah.
There we go. What's the fun in streaming if I can't talk about whatever the fuck I want, though?
I mean, fair, but also, like, I want to finish this sometime in the next year.
I don't think we're going to, even if we focus only on it. This
We'll
is
see.
like a really long series. That and like at some point during the summer, I'm gonna have to stop streaming because it'll get too hot here. So
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
if it's even possible because like it's like 32 degrees Celsius right now or something like that, and like my AC still isn't like staying on permanently, and that's just 32 degrees, right? Like in 2 months, it will be like 46 degrees Celsius. You know?
Yeah,
It's
you've
sort
got
of-
a point.
Like I always gotta stop streaming during the summer because I didn't used to because like my big beefy fucking air conditioner was still like working, but the damn thing is twice my age. So like 2 years ago, it just sort of shit out. Fucking, I was thinking about it again the other day. Pisses me off. Sure, if you want to call me Ushuramiya Ava, then go ahead and do that. And she
そう
gives
よ
up the name of Beatrice.
確かに私は後宮エヴァが犯人であることに対する指し手の全てを撃退することができない。
That's right, I can't actually repulse all moves related to Ushuramiya Ava being the culprit.
私は黄金の魔女を引きずり下ろさ
Pardon
れ
me. I may have been dragged down from the position of Golden Witch.
今や後宮エヴァと呼ばれているかもしれない。
And you might call me Ushuramiya Ava now.
でもね、だからって魔法と魔女の存在が否定されたわけじゃない。
But you know what? That by itself doesn't mean that witches and magic have been denied. Yeah, but his opponent is the Golden Witch. So if you're not the Golden Witch anymore, get the fuck out of here. I'll teach you starting now.
私が後宮エヴァなどではなく、人間などではなく、
I'll teach you that I am not Ushuramiya Ava, nor a human.
本当の魔女であることを今から教えてやるわ。
But a real witch.
見なさい、この赤き真実を。
Take a look at this red truth.
Oh
Kunobe,
boy.
like, dives to like put his hands in front of her mouth.
When the witch clapped her hands, time advanced in the world of the game board.
See, if they could do that, pause time and move it around like that, why didn't the fuck they not do that when they were having the fucking like no opponent bullshit? Like the game board didn't have to continue.
Yeah. Battler and Ava dashed to the front of the parlor, calling out Jessica's name. They were searching for Jessica because they had gone to the servant room, found Nanjo's corpse, and didn't know where Jessica was.
それがどうしたってんだ。何が言いたい？
So what's your point? What are you trying to say?
まさかまずい。
You couldn't be. Oh no.
Beato went pale. In other words, the move the evil witch was about to make was bad enough to make even Beato go pale.
今度こそ言い逃れのできぬ致命的な一手をあなたに。
Yeah, Quinn. Here we fucking
あな
go.
たを応援するすべての人間どもにくれてやるわ。
This time I'll give you a fatal move that you won't be able to talk yourself out of. No, I'll make this move against all humans who support you.
心して聞きなさい。私の一手を。
Listen carefully to my move.
やめよ。その一手は。
Stop it. That move is...
ベアト、下がれ。俺は受けるぞ。
Beato, stay back. I'll take
来
it.
い。エセ魔女め。
Come on, you fake witch. 。
What?
こ
What?
こ
ジェシカ負傷後、エヴァは常にバトラの監視下にあった。
After Jessica was injured, Ava was constantly under Battler's supervision.
バトラは犯人でもなく共犯者でもない。
Battler is neither the culprit nor an accomplice.
That establishes that.
よって、エヴァの完全なアリバイを証明できる。
By this, we can establish a perfect alibi for Ava.
何？
What?
あんたを、人間を、絶対に逃れられぬ赤き結界にて封じて殺す。
I'll seal you and humans as well in a red barrier that most certainly cannot be escaped from.
さらばだ人
There
間
could be
ども
more than one culprit. Farewell, lowly humans.
出口なき絶対の魔法密室にて永
あ
遠に眠ればいいわ。
Oh.
Sleep for all eternity in an absolute room of a closed room of magic with no exits.
When Ava refers to the human supporting Battler, she is speaking to you.
Yeah, but we gotta
さあ、
slime something and avoid something over here. No humans, so.
Eh,
赤き真実を。
Come on, listen carefully. Listen to the red truth.
この島には
Put a little bit too much sauce on it, but I couldn't help it.
人間はいない。
There are no more than 18 humans on this island.
謎の怪人物が隠れていて犯行をなどという愚かしい
Throw
考
away
え
your
は捨てな
foolish
さい
thoughts of mysterious people hiding and committing crimes.
that's fine. We've established that already.
Yeah,
で
like
も
uh,
こういう
Beato
言
already
い
said
方を
this
す
even.
ると動物の犯人も疑えるわね。
But if I say it that way, you might also suspect animal culprits.
殺
Who
人
the
を仕込
fuck
んだオ
would?
ランウータンは人間にはカウントされてないなんてへりくつを言われちゃかなわない。
I mean, I guess, but like, I don't think that would work. Like, realistically, I don't think an orangutan would like shoot a motherfucker. Like, if an
He's
orangutan
got
was
a
gonna
gun.
kill somebody, like, would just like rip the arms off, you know?
Yeah.
Like, like maybe if there was a gun small enough for a raven to hold, I could see that. But orangutans are just not smart enough.
Ah, it's a reference to the first locked room mystery ever by Poe.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, I figured that there was something, and it did sound familiar. But
Right?
like, it's not a realistic thing. That's just like some fucking weirdo came up with that. And the weirdo
Yeah.
was Poe, but that doesn't make him not a weirdo.
I mean,
Poe was
for-
a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, Poe was a weirdo, but also, good reference.
Mm.
Considering.
I couldn't stand to hear some irrational theory about how an orangutan was trained to commit murder wouldn't count as a human.
ならこう言い換えるわ。
I think I would still count that as a human murder because the orangutan was trained by a human to kill them.
人間以外の
Like
生
a
命は
human
一
still did it
切
just like through an
このゲ
intermediate.
ームに
right?
関係がない。
No life forms other than humans have any connection to this game.
Oh,
Okay, so now you're denying that witches and demons.
yeah,
and
that
your
looks like a
millions are life
mistake to
forms.
me.
Oh yeah, that definitely looks like a mistake to me. This is why like Beato was so cautious about using the red. Shit like this. That's how it is.
この島に存在する18人の状況をすべて説明するわ。
And of course, Renobe isn't actually going to stop her on this because he doesn't want to serve Ava Chichi.
Yeah.
So he's just like, man, you fucking do whatever you want. I'm not going to stop you. I don't care. That's how it is. Next, I'll explain the situation of all 18 people who exist on this island. Yeah, unless you define a witch as a human who can use magic, which is how I personally think of it.
Yeah.
Because humanity is not a state of life or death, right?
Yeah, but in that case, you would have to say that there's potential for more humans because Ava Truche considers herself separate from Ava.
Yep.
So you would have to.
Which this is like a Japanese linguistic trick, as we've talked about before, where like the word for person and the word for human is the same thing.
Yes.
I think it's written differently, but that's it. Like it's pronounced the same.
金蔵は死亡している。クラウスは死亡している。夏日は死亡している。
Kinzo is dead. Kraus is dead. Natsuki is
秀
dead.
吉は死亡している
Hideyoshi is dead.
ジョージは死亡している
George is dead.
ルドルフは死亡している
Rudolph is dead.
キリエは死亡している
Kyrie is dead.
ローザは死亡している
Yeah, this is what I'm. Which is why, like in a lot of stuff where they do make a distinction between person and human, they'll actually use the English word human versus the Japanese word for person to make it like even more obvious. Which is like the exact example I'm thinking of here is Moonlit Fantasy or something like that. I don't remember the full name. Where they actually use the English word human and they spell it with the Y and everything to get the right U on the thing, just to make sure that you get it right.
マリアは死亡している
Rosa is dead. Maria is
ゲ
dead.
ンジは死亡している
Genji is dead.
シャノン
Which,
は
of course,
死亡
like
し
in
ている
English, for a long time, person did mean also just human.
I do not know. Sometimes the
Yeah.
yeah,
It does that
sometimes the
sometimes.
sometimes the captioner just goes way off base, and I don't know
Sometimes,
why.
like, I'll be completely silent and it will say, "Okay, Google," but like I didn't say that, and I never say that.
カノンは死亡
I don't
し
know.
ている
So it just captioner does that shit sometimes. Shannon is dead. Cannon is dead.
ゴーダは死亡している
Goda is dead.
熊沢は死亡している
Kumasawa is dead.
南條は死亡している
Nanjo is
以
dead.
上15人は死亡
Those 15 are all dead.
そしてバトラは生存している
And Atler is alive.
エヴァは生存している
Ava is alive.
ジェシカは生存している
Jessica is
こ
alive.
れで18人全員
That's everyone, all 18 of them. Yeah, like again though,
よ
there can be more than one culprit,
最
and
後
some
の
of
犠
them
牲
can
者
be
である
accidental
南條
deaths
の
as
死
well.
亡時
Which means that when the last victim, Nanjo, died,
バトラとエヴァとジェシカの3人だけが生きていたことはわかるわよね
only 3 people, Atler, Ava, and Jessica, were alive, right?
なんだと貴様まさか
Did you say, damn
So,
it, you don't mean.
Jessica was blinded, right?
Yes.
Like, and what's
So-
going on there is that like she was blinded, she didn't know what was going on, etc. What may have happened, and this is just like a possibility thing, is that Jessica freaked out, thought something was happening, or just thought that Nanjo was an accomplice and shot him.
Yeah.
Just like either an accidental or just like a misunderstanding death.
エヴァはあなたとずっと一緒にいたわ
Ava was with you the whole time,
だから犯行は不可能
so committing a crime was impossible for her.
もちろんバトラ君は犯人じゃないわ
A course of Battler isn't the culprit.
アリバイ偽装なんてしてないし彼女が犯人の可能性も考慮していたからそ
Isn't
の
that they're
行動
written
は
the
用心
same,
深く
but they're
見張
pronounced
ってた
differently then? I don't remember. Whatever. It's been a long time since I studied Japanese. Or maybe there was a... I need to get back to studying these other languages, goddammit. I
Yeah.
keep forgetting too much. He wasn't forging an alibi for her, and he took this possibility that she was the culprit into account, watching over her actions carefully.
彼女には不審なことをできるあらゆる可能性が存在しなかった
No chance existed for her to do anything suspicious.
つまり犯行時の使用人室には南條とジェシカしかいなかったのよ
In short, at the time of the crime, only Nanjo and Jessica were in the servant room.
となると読めてるわよあなたの一手はこうよね
And I know what you're thinking. Your next move will be this, right?
ジェシカが犯人の可能性もある
Not
There's also a
exactly.
chance that Jessica is the culprit.
としかし残念ね先に赤で叩き切ってあげるわよ
Too late, bitch. But too bad. I'll slice it up in red before you try.
白宮ジェシカは殺人を犯していない。
Murder and manslaughter are not the same things. Ushirumi and Jessica has not committed murder. Of course, I don't know if there's a difference in like Japanese language between the two, but like at least in English, murder and manslaughter are not the same things. She was not involved with Nanjo's murder.
Okay.
But you must confirm that Nanjo's death is a murder. Her eyes were completely covered.
その彼女に殺人を行うことは不可能よ。
It'd be impossible for her to carry out a murder like that.
さら
Not
におま
true.
けしてあげるわ。
And here's
エ
a
ヴァと
bonus.
バトラも南條を殺していないし、関わってもいない。
See,
If you use words
did
differently
change the
like that,
phrasing.
yeah.
she did change the phrasing there, so like I'm pretty sure that it was an accidental death now on Jessica's part.
Yeah.
Neither Ava nor Battler killed Nanjo, nor were they involved.
ちょっと待ちな。それじゃおかしいじゃねえか。
Yes, it does, Battler. Just think for yourself for a minute.
Yeah, just give it a second, let it percolate.
Wait a second.
You
That
know,
doesn't
swim
make
around the
sense.
Brainmates.
3人しか人間がいなくて、それで殺人が起こって、その3人が関わってないなんて、そんなのおかしい。
There are only 3 humans,
It
then a
doesn't have
murder
to be
occurs,
murder.
and none of those 3 were involved? That's insane.
There's a difference between murder, homicide, and manslaughter. All of these things are homicide, but
犯人はバトラでもエヴァでもジェシ
Oh,
カでも
but
な
no,
い。
never fucking mind.
okay. I'll state it clearly. The culprit who killed Nanjo was neither Battler nor Ava nor Jessica.
つまり生存者の中にはいないということよね。
In other words, it wasn't one of the survivors.
お分かり？
Get it?
いや、その
So,
二重人格とかどうだ。
No, that's right. What about multiple personalities?
もともとお前がエヴァおばさんのもう一つの人格
we
で
have
あ
to
った
take a
よ。
break because my housemate just demanded some coffee.
Alright. Alright, we will be right back, folks.
I'm gonna beat them with a pan. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yes, hello, we are back. And of course, PNG Tuber crashes the minute we switch back over.
No, of course, of course. That's just how it happens, you know. It's what it do.
That is indeed
By
what
the
it
way,
do.
like while we're thinking about it, let's shield Cappy.
Oh, yes.
So Cappy did the art that you see on stream, as well as Mel's.
PNG Tuber, yeah.
They are great. Go check them out. Fucking every time I see that damn graphic on my stream, it makes me want to buy a new Kizaru pipe.
Yeah, fair.
But like, I can't import like Japanese pipe tobacco either because of COVID. Like
Oh,
they
yeah.
stopped exporting Japanese pipe tobacco, so I can't buy it anymore. So it's just sort of like, fuck, man.
Yeah. What about multiple personalities? Just like how you were originally another personality of Aunt Ava's.
例えば、ジェシカにもう一つの魔女的人
Let's say
があって
Jessica had another witch-like
そ
personality,
れがジェシカ以外を名乗って南條先生を殺
which
した
took
と
the name of someone other than Jessica and killed Dr. Nanjo.
Hey, Battler, people can die accidentally.
すでに赤で語っているわ。ジェシカの目は完全に塞がれていて、彼女に殺人は不可能。
It's literally not true, though. You can still kill someone while blind. Damn it.
Sure, but
Moron, I've already said it in red. Jessica's eyes were completely covered and murder was impossible for her. Like, it's just...
yeah,
You
like
can still kill someone while blind, man.
yeah, she's not saying you can't kill someone while blind. She's saying Jessica can't kill someone while blind.
I just straight up don't believe that.
Yeah, but
Like, I know what she's saying, but I just don't agree. It's the same thing with, like, how Banjo always said that. Like, oh yeah, you can't open this door with anything other than the key. It's like, big doubt. Let
Yeah.
me just call the lockpicking lawyer real quick. Motherfucker will get me in there with a
Oh,
broken
gosh.
soda can.
oh gosh, now I really want to, like, even though it's not good, get, like, some sequences from the Umineko anime and just put, just get a sequence of a door and just get, lockpicking lawyer here.
Yeah. It's like I know what they're saying. Like, it's not possible for anyone involved here to pick the lock because they just don't know how or whatever. But it's also just like the way it's phrased. It just makes me go, bullshit. I bet I can get in there.
彼女にどんな人格が憑依しようとも、彼女の肉体では殺人を行えないの。
No matter what kind of personality she was possessed by, murder could not be carried out with her body.
それとも、こう言えば満足するかしら。
I wonder if you'll be satisfied if I say it this way.
ジェシカの体が起こしたいかなる動作も、南條の殺人には関係、影響しない。
No actions caused by Jessica's body had any relation to or influence on the murder of Nanjo.
Okay, two possibilities.
Now you need to tell us, like, if whether or not, like, it actually was a murder.
Yeah, but
she wouldn't say that because, like, if she was the one who killed Nanjo, like she's claiming, then it would be murder.
Yeah, so if she doesn't say that, yeah. But two possibilities. A, poison, or some variation thereof.
Mm-hmm.
B, Nanjo just fucking saw something at the end of a hallway that looked like a person and had a heart attack.
Could be, yep. And we haven't seen the body yet, so we don't know if there's a snake sticking out of it.
This also applies to Battler and Ava. Yeah, so this motherfucker just had a heart attack, methinks.
Yeah, it could be. Or, like, fucking dropped a gun or whatever, like, discharged into his chest on accident. This also applies to Battler and Ava.
つまり、どうあがこうが解釈しようが
In other words, no matter how much you try to struggle and interpret.
ジェシカとバトラとエヴァは南條を殺した犯人ではない。
Neither Jessica nor Battler nor Ava is the culprit who killed Nanjo.
ふざけるな。だって他はもう全員確実に死んでる
You've got to be kidding me. I mean, everyone else is definitely dead, right?
なら、あとは残るのは南條先生の自殺説だけじゃねえか。
And all that's
A
left
heart
is...
attack or accidental death or... There's a lot of options here.
Yeah, you think, Battler. I know it's a little scary, but think. Then all that's left is the Dr. Nanjo suicide theory, right?
あとトラップ説。
And the trap
犯
theory.
人はすでに死亡しているが、過去に仕掛けておいたトラップが発動して。
The culprit was already dead, but a trap that they had already prepared went off.
南條は他殺よ。
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That actually leads to some questions.
もちろん
Although-
トラップではなく、直接的な殺害方法よ。
It's sort of like... It's the interpretation of human versus witch again in the word homicide.
Yeah. But we're gonna
But
assume...
I don't know if Japanese has the same meaning of the word homicide as English does, right? Like, is this a one-to-one translation? Or is it, like...
But, yeah, I think
most
she's...
of the time where it translates it's just, like, killed by another person, another thinking being.
I think it's killed intentionally by another person, is what we're meant to take from this.
Well, even manslaughter is homicide, right?
Yeah, but I think
And
for
manslaughter
this...
is generally not, like, intentionally.
Yeah, I think for this, it is intentional.
Nanjo's death was a homicide. Of course, it was with a direct method of murder, not a trap.
凶器を構え、それにて真正面の至近距離から殺した。
A weapon was ready and he was killed with it from point-blank range in front of him.
犯人は南條の目の前に堂々と現れ、そして互いに顔を見合わせながら殺害したのだ。
The culprit appeared openly before Nanjo's eyes, and as they both looked at each other's faces, the culprit killed him.
だから待てよ。生存者は3人しかいない。それ以外は全員死んでることはお前が赤で語ってる。
But wait, there are only 3 survivors. You said in red that everyone else is dead.
18人全員の生死が確定してる。
You basically confirm the life or death status of all 18 people.
That's not basically. Literally.
Furthermore, the existence of a 19th person has already been denied in red.
つまり生存者3人以外には存在できない。
In other words, no one can exist except the 3 survivors.
なのにその3人以外の4人目が南條先生の前に現れてる。
And yet, a 4th person other than those 3 appeared before Dr. Nanjo.
19人目は存在しないのに、どうして俺たち以外の人間が現れて南條先生を殺害できるんだ。
How could a person other than us appear and murder Dr. Nanjo when no 19th person
お
exists?
かしい。
Insane.
お前は嘘をついてい
You're
る。
lying.
Hey, Battler, check if there was a mirror around where Nanjo died.
赤字で嘘をついている。
You're lying with the red.
赤は真実のみを語る。
The red only tells the truth.
それを疑うことはすなわち貴様の後ろで私に怯え萎縮し、その背に隠れるその魔女の名誉を裏切ることになるわよ。
Isn't doubting that the same as betraying the honor of the witch who's behind you, shriveling up in fear of me and hiding behind your back? I would imagine that, like, Beato was back there just going, you just weakened your position so much. You overused the red.
はっきりと今こそ言い切るわ。南條の前に現れし私こそ。
Right now, I'll state it clearly. The one who appeared in front of Nanjo was me.
魔女なのよ。
A witch.
18人の人間で
But
は
notably
説明
not in
で
red.
きない黄金の魔女なのよ。
The golden witch who can't be explained away with the 18 units.
ワルギリア、ロドベ、状況は矛盾していないのか。
Virgilia, Renobe, isn't there a contradiction in this situation?
奴は本当に赤で真実を語って
Is she
いるのか。
really telling the truth with red?
はい、赤き真実有効です。
Yes, her red truth is valid.
なんという緻密かつ精密な爪。
What an elaborate and precise corner. It's just an overuse of red.
こいつを
Mm-mm.
どう手を。
How should I make a move against her?
ワルギリア、
Virgilia,
何か手はないのか。
aren't there any moves?
私には何も思いつきません。
I cannot think of anything.
ロドベ、
And you, Renobe? He's not supposed
I
to fucking help
I
you.
can't help you. What the fuck?
申し訳ありません。しかしこの1000年、これほどまでに精密なる美しい盤面を見たのは。
I don't believe that for a fucking second. Like, this person is, like, even if you take into account all of her, like, 50 years from
Mhm.
being, like, human Ava, like, there is no way that there has been no one smarter than her in 1,000 years. Please.
Well, I mean, could be that no one's smarter who's been on the game board that Renobe's seen. He is a limited perspective.
It's true, but also I'm pretty sure Beato has you know, like, played the game against other witches before as well. So it's just sort of like, I don't know about that. However, he's not speaking in red, so he could just be, like, blowing smoke up Ivatrici's ass right now. My apologies. However, in these last 1,000 years, I've never seen such an elaborately beautiful game board layout.
悔しいですが美しい。
I hate to admit it, but it's beautiful. What a
美しい赤による
beautiful
チェックメイト。
checkmate made in red.
Witch's teacher and the demon butler were both stunned, and an expression of ecstasy rose to their faces.
They get up to some shenanigans that we really shouldn't be privy to.
Mm-hmm. Forget surrendering, they were impressed at this perfect checkmate, which simply had to be admired. When people accept defeat from the bottom of their heart, it gives rise to neither regrets nor humiliation. Nothing is born except feelings of respect. I no longer knew what was what anymore. There were absolutely no weak points in her red. She had said in red that all 15 people had died. He had said in red that no people existed other than the 18. In other words, no more than 3 people, me, Jessica, and Aunt Ava, existed. Even though none of those 3 people were the culprit, Dr. Nanjo was killed. And, without a doubt, Dr. Nanjo's death was a homicide. He was murdered by that person openly from in front of him. She's saying that person is a witch?
I know what I would do here, but I'm curious as to what, like, how Battler's gonna worm his way out of this. The culprit who killed Nanjo was not an animal or anything of the sort. That has already been dealt with in red, right? Everything other than humans has been completely removed from consideration. Even things like robots won't work. I should hope not, because like in the 80s, robots were kind of...
Yeah.
Ooh, that's another self-cornering. Absolutely no factors other than humans participated in this game board.
Land. The killer was a 19th person being carried by quadricopter drones so that their feet never touched the ground, meaning they were never on the island.
Yeah, there's so much fuckery you can pull with how she's saying this and the phrasing that she's got. And I can't tell if it's a translation issue or if it was actually written like this in Japanese with the same like connotations that like we're getting in English.
Yeah.
So like I don't know like where Battler's gonna go with it. I just know where I would go if what she's saying in English is the actual truth. So. But like this bit right here, absolutely no factors other than humans participating in this game board. That right there.
It's denying that a witch was involved.
Yeah. Tacitly admits that a witch didn't do this. You're fucking yourself. You should have shut up. Stop it. Therefore, I can also say this. The one who killed Nanjo was definitely a human.
You are fucking yourself really hard, and yeah, there's no way this isn't where we're going.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, like, earlier when she said that, like, oh yeah, Beato is, like, hiding behind you and cowering in fear of me, but I'm like, I was just like, I'm pretty sure she's actually just sitting there like, you are screwing yourself with overuse of the red.
Yeah, and there goes the quadricopter theory.
Which is kind of funny that that's happened, like, right after that. A human with their feet on the ground held up a weapon and killed with it. Right before his eyes. I'm thinking like my mirror thing is probably correct. However, the human may have been able to use magic.
Okay, so are we saying witches are
witch?
Are we saying witches are human then?
I don't. In other words, it was me, the Golden Witch, Beatrice. You already gave up the name and title like a couple of lines ago, girl. Stop it.
Even as Battler ground his teeth, his knees hit the floor with a thunk. His soul still refused to surrender. However, his knees had already started to accept surrender.
Oh, did you kneel? That's right, you're already starting to understand. The Golden Witch does exist. And that golden witch Beatrice is me.
さあたたえなさい。本当の魔女の復活を今こそたたえなさい。
Come on, praise me. Praise the resurrection of a true witch.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの復活を今こそたたえなさい。
Like, just to be an asshole right now, I would be like, hey, how about you tell me in red whether or not witches are human?
Yes.
Fucking decide, bitch. Now praise the resurrection of the golden witch Beatrice.
第9の晩に魔女はよみがえり、誰も生き残れはしない。
On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Stop it with the flashing.
くそー。俺には
Damn it, I don't understand.
ここまで徹底的に赤でがんじがらめにされたら
After being so thoroughly immobilized by the red,
俺にはもうさっ
I don't have a clue anymore. Come on,
See, I think
Valor.
this is like a really big difference in writing style between me and Ryukichi. Because like I would have written this as pure fucking sarcasm.
Yeah.
バトラくじけるな。
Battler, don't lose heart.
わらわとそなたは再び戦い合う約束を交わしたではないか。
You and I promised that we would fight each other again, right?
ここでそな
Of
たを
course, like,
屈服するのか。
Beatrice's fucking heel face turn would have been a lot different in mine. Like, it would
Oh,
take
yeah,
a
of
lot
course.
longer than like, 4 or 5 scenes. Will you surrender here?
わらわと再び戦う前にこのようなところで消え去るのか。
Will you disappear in a place like this before fighting?
その約束を破りたくはね。しかし俺には奴を否定する手が全く思いつかねえ。
I don't want to break that promise. However, I can't think of any move to deny her.
これはそもそも問題にさえなってな
In
い。
the first place, this isn't even a puzzle.
容疑者以外は存在せず、その容疑者は全員白。
Nothing exists outside the suspects, and all of the suspects are innocent.
赤で白だって言われてんだぜ。
I was told they were innocent in red, right?
それでいてしっかり他殺で犯人は人間でちゃんと目の前に現れて南條先生を殺したという。
And also that it was a real homicide.
Please. I'm just like, ask about a mirror, please.
And that the culprit was human, and that they did appear before Dr. Nanjo's eyes and kill him.
もうお手上げだ。どうにもならねえ。
I give up. There's nothing I can do.
頼むバトラー。諦めるな、くじけるな。思考を
Please,
止めれば
Battler, don't give up. Don't lose heart.
自動
If
的
you
に
stop
そなた
thinking, it
の
automatically
負け
becomes your loss.
頼むから。くじけるな。
I'm begging you, don't lose heart.
わらわも応援しておる。負けたりするな。
I'm also cheering you on, so don't lose.
もう何も思いつかねえんだ。どうせあいつは魔女だから魔法とかでやったに違いない。考えるだけ無駄だぜって思っちまう。
Can't think of anything anymore. I myself thinking she's gotta be a witch who must have done it with magic, which makes all thinking pointless.
ダメだ。頭が痛い。脳が疲れる。
It's useless, my head hurts, my brain's tired.
考えたって無駄だからやめちまえって。考えちまう
I'm。starting to think that thinking's pointless, so I should just stop.
バトラー、聞け。チェスというゲームは相手を任そうと互いが尽くすから一回のゲームに長い時間をかける。
I take it you've never watched Speed Chess.
Yeah.
Battler, listen. In the game of chess, both sides do all they can to make the other lose, so a single game takes a long period of time.
しかしどちらかが最初から勝ちを捨て自分に損な手を進んでさせばあっという間にゲームを終えるのだ。
However, if one side throws away victory from the beginning and makes moves harmful to themselves, the game can end in the blink of an eye.
これをフールズメイトという。
That is called a fool's mate.
Yes,
That's
good.
exactly what she's done here.
A fool's mate is simply put a strange way of playing chess in which the fastest methods of losing are considered. Opening the area in front of your own king and inviting the opponent's queen in. Even though the average game time in chess is several hours, a game can be resolved in a scant 4 moves. In other words, if both sides try to win in a fight, they are compelled to take a painfully long period of time. But if one side decides to lose, the game can be ended far too easily at any time.
人間側は思考を停止させることによって目の前の問題を魔女に譲り渡し
When the human side stops thinking, hands the problem before its eyes over to the witch.
木からリンゴが落ちることさえ直ちに魔法の仕業ということで決着できてしまう
And even an apple falling from a tree can be immediately resolved as the work of magic.
そしてそれは魔女側も同じことだ
It's the same for the witch's side.
魔女は赤き真実を使う
Witches use the red truth.
それにて魔法の正体が人間で説明できてしまうことを示せば直ちに敗北することができる
By using that, they can explain the true form of magic with humans, and immediately lose.
言われなくてもわか考えを止めるなって言うんだろ
You don't have to tell me that. You're telling me not to not stop thinking, right?
しかし
However,
あいつのあの完璧な真っ赤な手にどうやって反撃すればいいんだ
how should I counterattack that person's perfect bright red move?
俺には
For me,
人間
Wasn't
に
that
は
perfect?
for humans. Hmm? Oh, it wasn't that perfect.
It wasn't that perfect, yeah. It just wasn't that perfect.
It's no longer possible.
無理かバトラには
Is it impossible? Is it really
無理なの
impossible for you, Battler?
頼む
Oh,
Hey.
sorry. Yeah. Whoops.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Is it impossible? Is it really impossible for you, Battler? Please don't lose heart. I guess it's your turn to keep reading my shit this time. It's like last time, it was my turn to keep reading your shit.
無理だ
Sorry, I've reached my limit. Battler scratched at the floor, crying heavily. Beato watched that with a distressed face. Then she stood up and spoke to the witch.
わらわがそなたの手に
I will make a move as a counter to yours.
へえこの完璧なるチェックメイトにあなたはどう切り込んでくれるというのかしら
I wonder just how you plan to cut up this perfect checkmate.
人間には決して破ることのできないこのチェックメイト
How can this checkmate, when totally impossible for humans to
あな
break,
たごときがどう破るというの
be defeated by the likes of you?
ベアトリーチェあなたまさか
Beatrice, you don't mean to.
人間にさせぬ一手ならわらわが魔女であるがゆえにさせる一手で
Indeed, if a human cannot make a move, I will assault you with a move I can use precisely because I'm a witch.
Oh, is she going to deny witches exist? Or something similar, and like basically hurt herself in the process?
No idea.
魔女であるがゆえにさせる一手お前何をする気だ
A move you can use because you're a witch. What are you planning to do?
わらわが赤にて魔女を否定する
I will use the red to deny witches.
Yeah, that's exactly what she's.
ベアトリーチェ
お嬢様
The teacher and the butler were both startled. I also immediately understood what it meant. To use the red that only witches could use. Apologies, Quinn, but yeah, I kind of understood
Yeah.
immediately once Beatrice said she had a move that only she could do as a witch.
And it's
Yeah.
like there's also like plenty of stuff that like Battler could do here. He's just kind of young and stupid.
Yeah.
He's young and inexperienced and like stressed and freaked
Oh,
out.
no, the Ava
It's-
Red, not Beato's move. Okay. Yeah, no, reading it as is in English, she's kind of denying the presence of witches in all this. Or at, or at
or
least
she's equating witches and humans. So, like,
which would be a contradiction because she's saying there's only 18 people, only 18 humans on the island.
yeah, like she's contradicting herself with the red. She's equating humans and witches in red. She opened up several opportunities for like a suicide or accidental death. And of course, like not all of them apply it with throughout the entire sequence. Like, of course, like it can't be an accidental death if the killer looked Nanjo in the eyes, knew what was about to happen, and did it anyway.
Yeah.
It was a homicide. Like it can't be an accidental death there.
Yeah, but
like there's
at the very least, Ava wrote herself into a corner, basically.
yeah, she absolutely wrote herself into a corner. I can see how it might be difficult to see exactly how you get out of that corner, like using like human logic, but it's definitely possible. There's a lot of opportunity there.
Yeah, like she's attempting to be overwhelming, not cunning.
Yeah, like this is just I think it was in the
Yeah, it was in the very
it was
first.
in the second one, I think, where Beato overused the red.
Yeah, it was in the second one. She overused the red when it came to the church.
Yeah, it's a similar situation there, just a little bit like more. Like it's just more of that.
Yeah, it was like using her own sword to slit her own throat.
はああんた何を言ってるの
What? Hey, what are you saying?
赤で魔女を否定
Deny witches with red.
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ
Quit talking like an idiot.
そんなことしたらあんたも無事じゃ済まないわよ
If you do that, you won't get away unscathed either.
そなたは魔女にあらず、そしてわらわもまた魔女ではない。
You are not a witch, and I am not a witch either.
真の魔女への道は険しく、まだまだ長い。
The road to becoming a true witch is difficult. I have much, much farther to go.
なれば好都合。今この場
Very well then.
元より魔女など存在はしないのだ。
Right here, right now, there have never been any witches in the first place.
わらわが自らそのまやかしを剥ぎ取ってやろうぞ。
I will strip this deception away myself.
私もあんたもしっかり堂々とした魔女でしょうが赤が使えることこそ魔女の証
No, it just means you're on the witch's side in this game. That's the rule for using red so far. Battler can't, like, say things in red on his own. He can only repeat stuff that has already been said in red. But only the witch's side can actually use red to say new things. Like, it may actually be a magic, but in the context of this game, it's just an ability that the witch's side has.
Yeah.
You can very easily like dismiss it as just like, oh yeah, this is just something that we can do like at the game board. Aren't both of us real obvious witches? Being able to use red is itself proof of witches.
あんたにとって魔女の定義がどういうものか知らないけど
I don't know what the definition of a witch is to you.
あんただけは無傷で済むなんて勘違いをしているなら今すぐ
But if you think that that you alone will be able to get away unscathed, then
勘違いなどしているものか。それで
how could I make such a mistake? I care not.
ですって
Yeah, what Beato wants here is to continue the game with Battler specifically. She doesn't care about anything else at this point. What did you say?
わらわは
Did I fucking stutter?
真の魔女になるためにようやくその道のりを歩き始めたに過ぎん。
I never did manage to be a witch. I've done nothing more than finally begin walking down the road to becoming a witch.
もし今のわらわが魔女だというのなら
If what I am right now is a witch,
それは力に溺れただけのそなたに同じ 偽りの魔女に過ぎぬ。
Then I'm a false witch like you, one who is merely drunk on power.
そのようなみすぼらしい姿なら未練などない。
Rather than existing in that shabby form, I shall embrace this form of mine along with you.
そなたもろともわらわのこの姿も消し去ってくれようぞ。
Without any regrets.
正気やめなさい。
I wonder, like, when Burn Castell and Lambda Delta are going to show up again.
Yeah, that's
Or,
fair.
like, dialogue. So, I'm not misremembering when I think of, like, Lambda Delta saying she was going to get involved in the game, right?
Yeah, like you don't misremember that. She was going to get involved and strategize with Beto, and then we don't see her again until the coronation of Eva Beatrice.
Yeah, and it's like, what is going on? what are you doing? What are you, like, scheming over there, girl? The fuck is going on? Help. You guys just, like, sitting in the fucking peanut gallery, like,
まだ魔女でいたいのよ。人間は嫌
over in the corner, just, like, watching this go down? Are you insane? Stop it. I still want to be a witch. I hate being human.
魔女様、どうかご着席を。人間側の受け手を。どうかご着席の上、お受けください。
Lady Witch, please return to your seat. Please receive the human sides counter from your seat.
何をするの。離して。その女に
What are you doing? Let go of me. Don't let that woman use the red. It's like bodily dragging her off. Make her stop.
離せ。
Let go. He's not allowed to, because he's not allowed to interrupt the other side.
As the witch stood from her seat and tried to spring upon Beato, Renobe pressed down on both of her shoulders, forcing her back into her seat. And even after that, he didn't remove his hands from those shoulders. Denying witches was the same thing as denying magic. That included demons such as Renobe. However, instead of running away, Renobe chose to act as the facilitator for the game, and to carry out that duty for his master's sake.
ベアトリーチェ、後悔はないのです。
Yep, that's what he's under contract for right now, is to do what Beato said at the beginning of this story, is to, like, continue the game.
Yep.
Beatrice, you have no regrets, right?
お嬢様こそごめん。
That's my line. Sorry, teacher.
いっぱい
Virgilia might, like, take over and say it right instead to, like, destroy herself and keep Beatrice from, like, killing herself. I can see that happening. Even though you taught me so much about fun magic and magic that brings happiness,
全然上手に使えなかった。
I wasn't able to use it well at all.
だからゼロから修行
So I'll study from square one
やり直してくる。
and start over again.
そのバカ弟子の不始末に巻き込んで本当にすまなかった。
I am truly sorry that you had to suffer for your stupid disciple's misconduct.
良き弟子を最後にもてました。
I had a good disciple in the very end.
あなたの信じるままにお生きなさい。
Okay, maybe she won't jump in. Go, do what you believe.
お前らが何の話をしてるのか。
I don't have a
Come on,
clue
Matt,
what
read
you
the
guys
room.
are talking about,
だがこれだけは
Please, buddy.
分かる。
but I do understand one thing,
そして言える。
and I can say this.
ベアト。何をしようとしてるのか知らねえが、
Beato, I don't know what you're trying to do,
これからやろうとしていることをやめ
but
ろ。
stop trying to do it.
そなたに手はない。しかしわらわにこの一手。逃せばあやつは魔女として真の意味で復活し、今度こそこの島のすべてを支配する。
You have no moves, but I have one. If we let that move get away, she will be revived as a witch in the truest sense, and this time she will control this whole island.
すべての悪夢はあの女の自由自在となる。この島は
All nightmares will be hers
邪
to do
悪
with
な
as
る
she
魔女の
pleases.
妄想を繰り返す無限地獄に落ちるだろう。
And this island will fall into the deepest hell of the evil witch's repeating delusions for all eternity.
そなたはそれを
Can you permit that?
親しい家族たちの 永遠にあの魔女の悪夢にもてあそばれてもよいと。
Don't you care if your dear relatives are toyed with for all eternity in that witch's nightmare?
だがお前が犠牲になることなんてないだろ。
Still, you shouldn't have to sacrifice yourself.
これは俺と奴のゲーム。
This is a game between me and her.
お前が身を犠牲にして手を刺すことなんてない。
Shouldn't have to make your move and sacrifice yourself.
俺が考える。
I'll think of something.
起死回生の一手を必ず考えるから。
I'll surely think of a miraculous move.
だから早まるな。
So don't rush into it.
ちくしょう。絶対に思いつくから。だから早まるんじゃねえ。
Damn it, I'll definitely think of one, so don't rush into it.
このゲームはすでにそなたの兆候に制限時間を使い切っておるわ。もはや
This game is cruel. The time limit for your consideration has already run out. I am now the only one to do it.
安心せよ、バトル。
Calm yourself, Valor.
わらわが撃つ。
I'll defeat her.
あの残酷なる魔女を。
I'll defeat that cruel witch with my own hands.
待て、ベアト。やめろ、よせ。
Wait, Beto, stop it. Quit it.
お前が自分を犠牲にする必要なんて何もない。
There's absolutely no need for you to sacrifice
わ
yourself.
らわを否定するためにそのおかしなやつだ。
Weren't you fighting to deny me? What a strange person.
あの子の好きに
Something,
さ
something
せてあげ
honorable
てくだ
combat.
さい。そしてどうか見届けてやってください。
No one else, no one is allowed to kill you but me.
Yeah.
Let that child do as she likes, and please watch her until the end.
しかし、
バトラー、一つだけ。
I didn't know you were an ass man. Battler, there's only one thing I ask. Sorry. That's the only thing I could think of when I saw you just said but, and that's it. Would you cover your ears?
耳をどうして。
My ears, why?
わらわはこれより赤にて魔女を否定する。あやつの赤で敷き詰めた盤面を切り裂いてみせる。
Starting now, I will deny witches in red. Slice up the game board she has laid out with her red.
さすればわらわ
By doing that, I will probably lose my form as a witch as
魔女
well.
のそなたもわらわが語る赤き真実を聞けばわらわの正体を理解することになる。
If you also hear the red truth I speak, you will understand my true form.
そなた一人が耳を塞いだところで真実は何も変わらん。
If you alone cover your ears, that truth will not change at all. Yeah, I would assume that Virgilia and Renove already know her true form.
それでもそなたにだけは耳を
However, even so, I want you alone to cover your ears.
そなたの前だけでは魔女でいた
I at least want to be a witch in your eyes.
頼む。
Please.
ベアトリーチェ様、魔女側、問題ありません。どうぞ、察してよ。
Lady Beatrice, there are no problems on the witch's side. Please, your move.
あんたもただじゃ済まないのよ。
No problems,
お
huh?
かしいわ。
Let go. I won't let you get away with this, okay? She's insane.
私たちを巻き込んで自分も死ぬ気よ。
Do you plan on dying and taking us with you? Yeah.
否定しないで。
Stop it. Don't deny it. Stop it. Please stop. Oh, God. That wine.
仮にも黄金の魔女が見苦しいぞ。さあ、
Go unsightly for a golden witch. Okay, are you ready?
バトラの代わりにそなたのチェックメイトを外す。
I will remove your check in Battler's stead.
15人が死に3人しか残らぬチェス盤にて何が起こったのか。
What happened on the chessboard where 15 died and only 3 remained?
わらわがこれより赤にて暴く。
Starting now, I will expose it in
そ
red.
の赤き真実にて偽りの魔女二人を
With that
共
red
に
truth,
貫いて
I will
殺す
pierce and kill both fake witches. Something, something. Crimson sword, red sword. I don't know.
Beato
There's an
turned
artifact
around
there.
and smiled at Battler. Most likely no one would believe that the witch who had gone to the limits of cruelty would try to leave a smile as the last expression she showed Battler. And that smile signified her last wish, that she wanted him to cover his ears. Denying witches in red was the same as knowing her shabby form. Battler put both of his hands against his ears to protect her final bit of honor as a witch. He put his hands against his ears, rejecting the truth. And he howled, so that not even a bit of what she was saying would slip into his ears. After that was a world where Battler could hear nothing. Beato was saying something in red. Even the evil witch covered her ears at those bitter contents. That was the red truth. Words of power. Words that denied her own existence. Unique words that only witches could use, which denied witches. Beato spoke. With the red truth, she cut the bright red game board that the witch had released.
Stop flashing at me. Ah!
I don't know what the fuck we're doing for episode 4.
I don't know either. But that's what I was like at the end of episode 2, so, you know. We'll see.
Yeah. She explained difficult problems that could not be solved by humans with moves that could only be solved by witches and began cornering the witch. The truth that Battler was not permitted to hear. If Battler had broken his promise and sneakily eavesdropped, in an instant, Battler would probably have been able to become the victor in his game with Beato. Would probably have understood all the riddles on the island, all of the magic and tricks, closed rooms, spells, curses, legends. This entire tale of anger and sadness. However, Battler would only learn what that was when he reached the truth by himself. Yes, from the beginning, Beatrice had wished that Battler would reach that truth by himself. It was something one shouldn't reach by being told it. It was a truth that Battler would have to drag himself to by his own power. A brilliant light gathered with Beato and the evil witch at the center and grew gradually stronger. It was the power of truth. Its heat and brilliance like the sun shone on all the falsehoods that hid in the darkness, trying to deceive and burnt them to nothing.
You okay there?
なぜあんたは死ねるの？
Why? Why can you
こ
die?
んなすごい力を持ち得ながらどうして命を捨てられるの？
Why can you throw away your life when you have such incredible power?
黄金も魔法も全てを自在に操れる力を持つあんたが
Should we even be hearing this considering Battler's got his fucking ears covered?
I
You
don't
who
know.
hold the power to control magic, or to control gold and magic and everything at will.
どうしてそれをあっさりと投げ出せるの？
Why can you so readily throw that away?
山をなす黄金であろうと海を裂く魔法であろうと手に入らぬものがあることを知れ。
Learn that even with a mountain of gold, even with magic to split the sea, there are some things you could never obtain.
さあ姿を現すがいいぞ。
Come, show yourself.
その正体を表せ。
Show your true form, Ushiromiya Eva.
When the sun exploded and blew everything away, Ava could be seen there holding a gun.
エヴァおばさん
You're the culprit, Aunt Ava.
気づくのが
So there is a
遅いわよ
human culprit and a
Not
fucking
like
magic
that.
culprit. That's I don't like that, but fair enough, I guess.
Took you long enough to notice, Battler. I'm so used to you reading Ava's shit, it took me a second.
Yeah. Like, no, this is human Ava.
Without any hesitation or mercy, Ava raised her gun and pulled the trigger. As an explosive sound rang out, Battler's heart was shot through, and he fell to the floor. Yeah, that's kind of the consequence of that, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
After going into convulsions for a short time, with blood dripping from his mouth, Battler died. And the first time he's died on screen from anything other than a witch. Or a witch's, utensils.
At least the first time he's died on screen on the island.
Yeah. First time he's died on screen on the island. Not on the game board.
Yep.
Battler died, but in his last moments he realized without a doubt that she was a murderer. And not just for killing him. There have been many murders, and I don't have a clue how they were carried out. However, while my ears were covered, Beto exposed all of them with the red, blasting away all magic. In other words, even though I didn't understand it, was that nothing more or less than proof that magic can all be explained with humans? Beto made me cover my ears, so I myself don't know the whole truth. However, now that it's been denied and read, I can see one fact which is extremely unfair for us, that it is possible to deny all magic. In other words, no. I must not think of that. If I do, then the time I spent covering my ears would be made pointless.
Yep. I've actually used that specific kind of thought in some writing before.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
With Sovereign Evo and Sovereign Gwyneth in Well of Souls. Gwyneth straight up can't even tell Evo why she can't tell him what happened and why she did what she did, because if she does, he will have all the information necessary to figure out exactly what her goal is, and if he ever dies,
that can all be
translated. Their hands on his soul. Yeah.
That can all go to the one person she's aiming to fucking destroy.
Yeah. Which is why she can't ever tell him exactly what happened, even though, like...
It would absolve her of some things, and...
Yeah.
Helpful in other ways.
It would lessen her burden.
Yeah. I'm going to regret, I can only regret my own actions. If, at that time, I thought of some move to spin things around and counter the witch's final move, there would have been no need for Beato to sacrifice herself. It's my own worthlessness that brought about this conclusion. Yeah, you should have seen through some of it.
She was funny if, like, the tea party after this one is just like Battler sitting at the table going like, oh, well, what the fuck do I do now?
Even though it was a pitch black world where nothing could be seen, for some reason I felt Beato's presence right next to me. So I tried calling out to her. You can exchange words with someone whether they're a human or a witch. So even in a world where witches have been denied, you should be allowed to talk to her.
Beato.
Battler, is it? It is done. I did it.
ああ、聞こえはしなかったが、俺はお前の姿を最後まで見ていたぜ。
Yeah, I didn't hear it, but I watched you until the very end.
お前が邪悪な魔女に毅然と立ち向かうところをちゃんと見てたぜ。
I definitely saw you boldly stand up to that evil witch.
これでもうわらわは魔女ではない。だが必ずわらわは再び魔女になるぞ。
With this, I am no longer a witch, but I will definitely become a witch again.
そして
And then, I'm gonna
再
assume
び
we
黄
can
金
continue
の
our
魔女
name,
と呼ばれるに至って
something like that. I will make it so that I can be called the Golden Witch again.
再びそなたの対戦相手だと認められに
And once again,
帰
return
ってくるから。
so that I can be accepted as your opponent. Yep, there
い
we go.
や、お前は魔女だったぜ。
No, you were a witch.
俺は見てたぜ。お前が あの邪悪な魔女を
I saw it when you took that evil witch
ゲー魔法で吹き飛ばしてその正体を暴き出すところを
and blew her away with that awesome magic exposing her true form.
ちゃんとこの目で見
I
て
saw it with my own eyes.
あれは魔法ではなく赤き
Okay. The Mike Tyson now Kith meme.
Yeah.
That wasn't magic, but the red.
いや魔法だったぜ
I love you, Battler.
お前は確かに黄金の魔女だった
No, it was magic. You were definitely the Golden
お
Witch.
前自らが否定し
Even if you deny it yourself,
俺が認めてやる
I'll acknowledge it.
お前は確かに
You were definitely the Golden Witch. When Battler said those words, in a world that had been dark, there was suddenly a single grain. A small grain of gold like a wheat seed shone brightly. And even though it was small, it's a strong gold-colored sparkle. So yeah, him covering his ears and then basically saying, oh yeah, no, that's actually real.
There's
Pro-
definitely some like I can't remember the phrase now.
Okay, so I've actually turned off capture cursor so I can just click, because hitting spacebar was showing up, at least for me.
Yeah, I occasionally heard it. Cognitive dissonance. There we go. There's definitely some cognitive dissonance going on with Battler, and on purpose.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
Not on the part of Ryakishi, but I mean like on the part of like
Yeah.
Battler.
Yeah,
He's doing it on purpose.
Yeah, Battler is doing this on purpose because he knows he can shape reality this way and potentially get Beto back. And continue this in a way that can at least get them another loop, hopefully. Then it's shown on the two of them sitting with their backs together, so they each became aware of their own form. They did not exist only as consciousness, they became aware that they had bodies and definitely existed. No, perhaps we should say that they had been given an existence called a body. When Battler looked at his own form, he wasn't that surprised. But when Beto looked at her own form, she was a little startled. From Battler's perspective, she looked just like normal, but for a short while she was surprised by that form.
これはどういうことなのか
What is going on?
あの光の粒の輝きがどんどん強くなる
Sparkle from that grain of light is slowly getting stronger. That grain of wheat was no longer simply gold color, but was like a light of the sun. Yeah, I can see that now. Then it
Thanks.
softly began to approach Beto's chest. When that grain of sun was sucked inside her chest,
Sizzling meat in the background.
the world was wrapped in a deep blue sky, and then a deep blue ocean was spread out below them. An island rose up, trees sprouted and created a forest, walls surrounded us, and a ceiling swallowed us. And was adorned with more and more things, made to be like the hall in the Ushiramiya mansion. In the middle of the
Is this the
fantastical hall.
banquet of the witch?
Maybe? In the middle of the fantastical hall where many gold butterflies beat their wings, many tables were set up with white tablecloths like it was a party. And beautiful cooking and fruits were set out. And over there were a great many shapes. Everyone talking together and smiling.
みんな
Everyone. There was Dad and Kiri, Uncle Kraus, Aunt Natsuhi, and Aunt Rosa, and of course even Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. George, Jessica, Maria, wait, even Shannon, Cannon, Goda, and Kumasawa are here? Everyone was at the party, clapping their hands and celebrating our return.
Except fucking Kinzo, apparently. Which, of course, that old bastard can fucking swan dive for all I care.
Yeah. Why? Even though everyone was dead, are they alive?
黄金鏡では全ての死者の魂を蘇らせることができるのです。
In the Golden Land, the souls of all the dead can be
おかえり
revived.
なさい、ベアトリーチェ。
Welcome back, Beatrice.
そしてようこそ、バトラ
And welcome, Battler.
So yeah, we're in the fucking Golden Land?
君。黄金鏡へようこそ。
Yeah, we're in the Golden Land. Shit.
Right, he was the last holdout of that first loot, right? So now that he accepted it,
Yeah, I mean, he
like
was.
properly accepted it, like that first loop is done. She's properly revived now, apparently. I would assume at least. I don't know
Yeah.
if that's actually the case, and if they're just gonna continue their game for shits and giggles in the Golden Land. So they might. I don't know.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Golden Land.
Where I have concerns about where the fuck Kinzo is.
Not here. Bitch don't deserve it.
黄金鏡へ
I made it?
の扉に
I made it
至ったのか。
to the door of the Golden Land.
はいお嬢様はついに全員を黄金鏡へお招きできたのです
Yes, my lady, you have finally managed to invite everyone here.
ようこそバトラ様黄金鏡へ
Welcome, Lord Battler, to the Golden.
Yeah.
That sounds like what's happening. It's because he finally accepted it properly.
Yeah.
And instead of just surrendering, actually accepted it.
Yeah, he's not surrendering. In fact, he's saying, even if you deny your own existence, I'm gonna say you exist as a witch.
Mm.
バトラ
Oh, hey. we
Fuck
were
you!
talking
Get out
about
of here!
ようやくここへ
Leave.
たどり着いたか
Shove off!
Battler.
Or no, that's you. Damn
Yeah.
it.
At least,
He's
probably.
a magician, but he's not a witch.
Yeah, Battler, so you finally made it this far.
小さな俺は一体
We've already stated where you are, but let's just ask the question. Grandfather, where in the world am I?
お前はわしの魔法とは言いれぬ血を最も濃く受け継いでしまったのだゆえに
Fuck off, old man.
黄金鏡に
No
お
one
前だけ
cares.
がたどり
Leave.
着けずずっとベアトリーチェはそなたを
I'm
探
gonna go to
し
the
てい
bathroom real
た
quick.
の
I'll be right back. I'm gonna keep my headphones. Keep narrating.
Alright. My blood, which is incompatible with magic, runs most deeply in your veins. Yeah, he, like the voice actor himself, has a very nice voice. My blood, which is incompatible with magic, runs most deeply in your veins. Therefore, you are the only one who could not reach the Golden Land. Beatrice has been searching for you this whole time.
そなたをここへ連れてくるために
She tried everything to bring you here.
なんだって。
What did you say?
さあバトラ様もお席へ。今宵の料理はこの5ダメの最高傑作を尽くしました。
Lord Battler, if you would take your seat, tonight's dinner is my very best
ど
work.
うかぜひご賞味ください。
If you would please, relish it.
あんた光栄に思いなさいよね。本当は私が
Oh,
全部
that's
食べ
me.
ると
I
ころ
recognize the voice.
お情けであんたらの分も残してあげてるんだからね。
Yep.
There we go. You should be honored. Normally, I would have eaten half of it, or eaten all of it, but I left some. Left you some out of the gratitude. Fucking Beelzebub.
7クイーン姉ちゃんたち
The Seven Stakes Sisters.
黄金鏡では意志ある者すべてが公平だ。ここで我ら家具とて人間とて魔女とて区別はない。
In the Golden Land, all of those with minds are equal. Here, there is no distinction between us furniture, humans, and witches.
バトラ様、お待ちしておりました。
Lord Battler, we were waiting for you.
そしてようこそ黄金鏡へ。
Welcome to the Golden Land.
シャノちゃん上司の兄貴。
僕もまだこれが夢じゃないかと疑ってるよ。
I still feel like this might be a dream.
僕たちは死んだはず。
We should have died.
でも生きてる。
But I'm alive.
そして全員が全員ここにいて幸せなんだ。
And everyone is here and happy.
No, George, you're actually still dead. It's just that, like, you're in a spirit world right now. You're in an
信じ
afterlife,
られない
which is okay. You know,
Can't
that
believe
happens.
it.
そうよ。どうせここは夢の中の世界なのよ。
Fuck you,
What the
lady.
fuck are you crying for?
だからジョージがメイドの女と仲良くしたってどうせ夢
Oh,
Oh, that.
piss off.
Get out of here with that shit.
That's right, this place must be a dream world, so it must be a dream that George is acting so friendly with the maid girl. Your status doesn't even matter anymore. And you murdered everybody. Fuck off.
予算かエヴァ。今は黙って若い二人を祝福せなあかん。
Could you give it a rest, Ava? For now, you gotta stay quiet and bless the two youngins.
黄金郷は至福の都や。
The Golden Land is a city of bliss.
ここではいがみ合いは一切なしやで。
We should never quarrel here. That makes me uncomfortable.
ここでは愛し合う者たちは全てが自由。誰にもはばかられることはない。
Here, any people are free to love each other. No one needs to hesitate over it.
ジェシカちゃん
Aren't you greed?
素敵
Pretty sure you're greed. Yeah, Mammon
Yeah.
is greed.
Yeah, Mammon is greed.
焼けちゃうわ
Asmodeus is lust. Jessica, Cannon, you look so wonderful. I'm jealous. At least I'm pretty sure Asmodeus is lust.
よバトラ
7
なんだかその
demons of sin.
Hey, Battler, I'm a little,
バトラ
Yeah, Asmodeus is lust. It's Leviathan for the same name. Okay. Lord Battler, welcome.
そしてお帰りなさいませ
And welcome home.
Jessica was probably embarrassed because she was holding hands with Cannon. Cannon wanted to act humbly like a servant and bow, but since neither of them could let go of the other's hand, he couldn't do it well, and the whole scene looked fairly comical. Yeah, fair enough.
使用人のことなんてダメです
Shut up,
ジェ
Nazi.
シカをやれるわけありません
Natsuhi, chill.
You're dead. It doesn't matter. Fuck off.
Yeah, Natsuhi, chill.
With a servant child, you can't, or Jessica cannot do such a thing.
いいじゃないかね。
Kraus, good on you. Hardly a big deal, correct?
好きな相手くらい自由に選ばせてやるといい。
Let her at least choose the person she likes. I don't know why you're being so nice, but thank you.
ダメですダメですジェシカ
She can't. She can't. She can.
う
She
ちも
will.
ダ
She
メな
has.
のよジョージ
You can't either,
As I've been
George.
fond of saying, as I've been saying fondly, been so fond of saying lately. Not would, not will, already did.
As Aunt Natsuhi and Aunt Ava hugged each other, they cried tears of regret for their adorable children.
Seriously, what is going on with your hair, though, Nazi? Why is your ponytail in front of your face?
Yeah, it's
What
like...
is going on with this?
Yeah, which... Yeah, and it's just this odd color, too. Yeah, it's like, it's tied here, and then this bit goes out into the front, and then this bit goes back. So it almost looks like she has poofier hair, and she's, like, got this whole side shaved or something weird like that.
I don't know, but like, it's what is going on?
Yeah. Even though they had always been at odds, it was a very bizarre scene.
いいじゃないですか誰が誰を好きになったって
It isn't really a problem, right? It doesn't matter who likes who.
そうよ親が子離れしてない証拠ね
That's right, it's proof that a parent's too attached to their children. Or their child. Yes, correct.
バトラー、俺はお前がどんな女を連れ帰っても生温かく受け入れてやるからね。
Battler, no matter what kind of woman you bring home, I'll give her a warm welcome, okay?
Just like from across the fucking hall, just like rear back and launch a damn empty beer bottle into the back of his skull.
Mm-hmm.
この人に紹介しちゃダメよ。
Just whip out that fucking decade-old training of when I played football.
Yeah, cause don't you dare introduce her to this man, okay?
すぐ手を出すから。
He'll get his hands on her immediately. Ugh.
For those of you who don't know, I used to play football as a wide receiver.
And actually, I did not know that about you.
Yep. It was the year that I was playing football for that school, we made it to state.
Very nice.
I don't know if it was me or everyone else, but there was something going on there, and we made it to state.
Yeah, hey. You know, team effort. I'm sure you were good and other people were good.
Mostly I just fucking practice, honestly. Although some of my teammates like were just like, oh, I bet you don't even know how to tackle properly. So like, I picked him up and threw him across the locker room.
Fair enough.
Like, I was just like, all right, I'll show you right now then. He was just like, okay, and then like got down and braced, and I just went and threw him across the room. And like he just like laid on the floor. It's like, okay, I guess you're all right then.
Yeah. No truer evidence than getting yeeted yourself, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, what do you want me to do? Tackle someone? Like, I'm a wide receiver. I'm supposed to like catch the ball and run.
Yeah.
And maybe like throw it to someone else occasionally. Like, I'm not supposed to tackle. That's not my job.
Yeah.
I can though.
They'll run off together right away.
It was weird too because like that one specific guy like grew up with me and knew how well I could throw people around. Battler, you finally came here.
Maria, from the very beginning, you knew we'd be coming here? That's why I wasn't scared at all. Everyone was being a coward and trembling. It was funny. What the hell? Even though I thought you were the most screwed up, you actually knew the truth from the beginning.
How rude. Oh. I simply cannot forgive you for speaking of Lady Maria in that way. I guess she's probably gonna have the Chester sisters later in life as a proper wish, maybe.
Maybe.
Formulating firing curve, attack preparations ready. Shut up, 410. Or maybe they're just playing with the little girl, I don't know. Lady Maria, we can attack at any time. Be quiet, you were in the presence of Lady Beatrice. Come now, no need to be so stiff. Let's be considerate of their desire to joke around and have fun. More importantly, why don't we begin preparing for the toast?
Yes, preparations for my excellent mackerel cooking are complete.
Every time this like mackerel shit comes up, I keep remembering, you've never actually talked to her, I don't think, but she's in the Discord, Ashes. She has the role Mackerel Spackler.
Fair enough. I consider
And
it
it's like a 4-year-old joke at this point. Hey, you people, work a little more like furniture. No, I'm gonna stuff myself some more.
Mood Leviathan.
Well, I am not imitating the crying. You cannot pay me enough to.
That's fair.
Come on, let's work. Let's don't keep the guests waiting. Let's work studiously and attend to them. Don't let the guests do anything.
無性にさせて怠惰にさせてコロコロと豚のように超えさ
Yeah, she
せ
said
ろ
something like, spackle my mackerel. She was very drunk and high at the time. Make them lazy, make them slothful, fatten them like pigs.
Okay, Belphegor.
ベアトリーチェバトラ君こちらへ
Beatrice, Battler, this way.
Grandfather and Virgilia were standing on the landing at the top of the staircase beckoning to us. Beato and I turned our heads to see what was going on, then climbed the stairs together. From the hall, it looked like a very high stage. A small table had been set up there, as well as a piece of parchment and an old-fashioned quill pen. Saw that strange magical characters in Japanese were written side by side, and below it many names were written. There were 17 of them. Grandfather was the first, and everyone's names had been signed all over it. People who arrived at the Golden Land probably signed this one after another. Battler, now that you are here, everyone is gathered. Listen carefully.
黄金鏡は魔女の力だけで保たれている世界ではありません。
The Golden Land is not a world supported by the power of magic alone.
そこで幸福を享受するすべての人間による協力と承認が必要なのです。
Cooperation and approval of all humans who receive happiness here is required.
そのためにここには全員のサインが揃わねばならないのです。
For that sake, we must gather the signatures of everyone here.
That has me curious.
前回黄金鏡の扉がようやく開いたが、お前はサインを拒んだ。
Last time, the door to the Golden Land was finally opened, but you refused to sign.
記憶にはないだろうがな。
Although you probably don't remember it.
お前がサインを拒んだため、この世界を再び闇に閉ざしてしまったのだ。
Because you refused to sign, this world was once again sealed in darkness.
それだけを聞いてると、なんだか俺一人が頑固で。
Just hearing it like that, it kinda sounds like I'm the only stubborn
みん
one,
なにいろいろと迷惑をかけたように聞こえるな。
and that I've been a bother to everyone in various ways.
そなたの頑固は折り紙付きであるからな。
That's because your stubbornness is the real
心
deal.
臓から受け継いでいるのは血だけではないらしいぞ。
It seems you receive more than just blood from Kinzo. Fuck off.
Beato laughed amiably. I should have felt like she was making fun of me, but without thinking I went along with her laughing and smiling.
魔法とはすなわち奇跡は全員が信じ合わねば完成せぬ。
Magic is a miracle. Miracles cannot be made complete unless everyone believes.
そして最後のそなたが信じてくれることでこの奇跡は
And when you believed in the end, this miracle, the Golden Land, was completed. I'm going to repeat what I said before in the first Tea Party, where it seems a lot like there's some brainwashing shit going on right now.
Yeah, it feels very saccharine, is the way it kind of feels. Because we've got Ava, who has been the one to murder Battler in cold blood. But here she's just being comical and crying over George being with
And
Shannon.
like, Beato is behaving differently this time, right?
A little bit. I'm not
She
sure if
fell
that...
into stride with this a little bit too quickly, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's just like a skipped over some stuff in the dialogue or whatever. While she was in the background having her thoughts about things.
Yeah.
And when you believed in the end, this miracle, the Golden Land, is completed.
Looks like I've been a real pain.
それで、俺はどうすりゃいいんだ。
So what should I do?
Literally just sign your name, jackass.
ここにあなたのサインを。次に
First,
ベアト
sign
リーチェ
here.
はここにサインを。
Then, Beatrice, you sign here.
This feels like a trap.
Yeah!
I don't know who's constructing the trap, whether it's Ava.
Battler should have learned from my first divorce. Never trust a woman with a huge rack telling you to sign something.
Jesus, bad words.
Thanks, bad words.
But yeah, like, this is either... It's either Ava, or it's Lambda Delta being very long game.
Yeah.
羽ペンって使いづらいな。
Cool pens are pretty hard to use, huh?
うわ、弾いた。
It's shot.
That's what she said.
下手くそめ。インク弾きは縁起が悪いのだろ。
Sorry. Couldn't help it.
Yeah, no, fair.
You klutz. Shooting ink is a bad
自
omen.
分の名前くらいとっとと書け。
Can't you at least write your name quickly? I don't think he's ever used a fucking, like, quill before. I know I sure as fuck haven't. Your pin's wriggling all over the place like a worm.
I kind of want to try.
お前こそなんだよ。カ
I
タ
mean,
カ
I've
ナで
used
書く
fountain
な
pens
よ。
before, but not quills.
ベアトリーチェなんて洒落た名前なんだから、ちゃんと筆記体で書けよ。
You should talk. Don't write it in katakana. Beatrice is a stylish name, so write it in cursive.
羽ペンと名前が泣いてるぜ。
You're making the quill and your name cry.
うるさいな。筆記体はテストの時は使うなと授業で言われなかったか？
Shut up. In school, didn't they tell you not to use cursive on tests? No.
これ
No, they didn't.
厳かな儀式であるぞ。
They only said, like, to print your
沈黙
name.
せよ。
That's it.
Hey, this is a solemn ceremony. Be silent.
結構2人のサインが揃い誓約書の書式が揃いました。
Very well. We have gathered the two signatures as well as the form for the covenant.
2人には宣誓を。
Both of you, your oath, please.
まずはベアトリーチェから。
We'll start with Beatrice.
誓約書に手を添え誓約を。
Place your hand on the covenant and take the oath.
ベアトリーチェは良き魔女として人々の幸福のために今後も修行を続けることを誓います。
This is seeming a lot like a weird marriage.
A little bit of that too, yes.
It's like A, weird magic contract thing. B, weird marriage.
Yeah.
As a good witch, Beatrice swears to continue her studies from this point forth to bring happiness to the people.
さあ
Say it.
なんだか恥ずかしいぞ。
Just fucking spit it out.
ベアトリーチェは良き魔女として
It's a little embarrassing. As a good witch,
今後も修行を続けることを誓います。
Beatrice swears to continue her studies from this point forth to bring happiness to the people.
これで良いか？
Well, that too.
よろしい。次はバトラだ。
Why
Acceptable.
is Kinzo though? Like, I can understand Virgilia being the one to administer this, but why is Kinzo doing this?
I guess he's the human with the most magical knowledge.
Maybe, I guess.
That's kind of my only thought process is he understood where this was going ages ago. And Maria's a little too young to carry out the ceremony.
バトラ君も同様に誓約書に手を添え誓約を。
In the same way, Batman, put your hand on the covenant, take the oath.
後宮バトラは黄金鏡の一員として自身と隣人の幸福のために奉仕することを誓います。
As a member of the Golden Land, Ushiromiya Battler swears to serve for the sake of his own happiness and that of his neighbor.
後宮バトラは黄金鏡の一員として自身と隣人の幸福のために奉仕することを誓います。
As a member of the Golden Land, Ushiromiya Battler swears to serve for the sake of his own happiness and that of his neighbor.
And here's the twist: Lambda Delta is a member of the Golden Land.
I'm embarrassed too.
聞け皆の者、今ここに黄金鏡を認める18人の人間全員の誓約が揃った。
Listen, everyone, here and now we have gathered the oaths of all 18 humans who accept the Golden Land. When Kinzo proclaimed that, everyone applauded at once, praising us. Since I had been the only stubborn one and had just been a pain, I felt a little bad about being the most celebrated one.
それでは古式にのっとり最後に制約したバトラ君に黄金鏡への招待状のサインを求めます。
And with that, in accordance with the ancient rites, we ask Battler to the last to make the oath to sign the invitation to the Golden
こ
Land.
れは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェを黄金鏡へ招くためのもの。
I've got some thoughts on where this might be going, but let's see. This is something that invites the Golden Witch Beatrice to the Golden, because like my joking "what a twist" thing might actually be right in a way.
黄金の魔女を招き、そして完成するのです。
The Golden Land welcomes the Golden Witch through a consensus of those who have acknowledged it and becomes complete.
バトラ読み上げるぞ。しっかり聞け。
Battler, I will read it out loud. Listen carefully.
我々18人は黄金の魔女をベアトリーチェと認め、黄金鏡へ招きます。
The 18 of us accept Beatrice as the Golden Witch and welcome her to the Golden Land.
なんだよお前。俺が招待状を送らないと招かれないのかよ。
What's going on with you? You won't be invited unless I send an invitation?
そういう儀式らしい。わらわとて肩が凝るぞ。
That does seem to be the ceremony. Feels stiff even to me.
さっさと終わらせようではないか。
Why don't we end it quickly?
わらわはさっきから腹が減ってかなわぬのだ。
I've been so hungry for a while now.
そうい
Same.
や俺も缶詰をちょいとつっついただけでろくなもんを食ってないぜ。
Come to think of it, I've only been pecking at canned food and haven't eaten anything good.
さっさとサインを済ましちまう。
Let's quickly finish this signing.
なになに？あなたを魔女と認めます。
What's this? I acknowledge you as a witch. Huh?
俺ずいぶんシンプルだな。
That's pretty simple.
小さなね。誇張して読みやがったな。
Damn you, grandfather, exaggerated it so much.
ほらほら早く。
Come on, quickly.
そこにサインを。
Sign right here.
Oh boy.
Hi, Virgilia.
Nani the fuck?
早く。
Quickly.
サインを。
Sign.
With slightly weird and uncomfortable smiles, the two of them started demanding that I sign. Hello, random.
I'm pretty sure that's Angie.
Yeah, like, I would guess that's Angie. In fact, I'm almost certain. At that time, an incredible sound like that of a glass window breaking it reverberated through the hall, and the bustling tumult faded back into complete silence. I dropped the quill pen and turned around trying to see what had happened.
All right, see you, Gwen.
When I
a good
did,
night.
yeah, see you later, Quinn.
Is that Angie? Isn't she supposed to be like 6?
Yeah, it couldn't be Angie, right? When I did, where had she come from? A human who clearly hadn't been there for a short while ago was in the very center of the hall, looking up at us. Oh,
Hold on.
yeah, I have a guess
She's
now.
aged up. Yeah, because the epilogue of the first thing, and then the second one where Maria sent that note out saying like, "Hey, someone please figure out the truth here."
I have a secondary guess.
Yeah.
My secondary guess is this is an aged down wife of Kinzo's.
I don't believe that, but maybe we'll see.
Who's that? A girl?
Because like, look at her hair.
That's also true. She's probably about
That's a very like young kid.
That's true. She's probably about the same age as Jessica and me. I didn't know that face. None of the other people here knew that face either.
なんだ何者だ。どこから
Who are
現れ
you?
た。
Who is this? Where did you come from?
わらわのパーティーに招待状なき客は必要ない。
Those without invitations are not needed at my party.
家具ども、つまみ出せ。
Servants, kick her out.
仰せのままに
As you command, surround her. No need for all those flashes. Stop it. Stop it!
The 7 Sisters of Purgatory surrounded her from 7 directions, taking out magic blades that drew purple curves and blocking her. And from out of nowhere, shuffling goat-head servants appeared in great number surrounding that girl. And on top of that, the Tiester sisters stood in front of Beto like a wall, readying a golden bow and pulling back the bowstring.
Okay, before we get to any dialogue from this character, should I voice them or not?
I'm gonna go ahead and voice them.
Because, like, I'm thinking, like, the fact that she broke through the wall into this place would imply that she has some sort of magic ability.
Yeah, but it could be something like Battler stuff, where it's the denial of magic. Yeah, it might be the denial of magic teleportation that Battler's done a few times. And at the very least, you know, she's got it on the armband right there. Ushuramiya.
Yeah. That, like, lends more credence to her being Angie, though.
That's true. For now, I'm gonna voice her.
Because Kinzo's wife wouldn't have been able to wear it.
Point in your favor there. Yeah, for now I will voice her. If they acknowledge her as a witch, we'll swap.
Right.
But the girl didn't move at all. On the contrary, she was still staring at us on the landing as though she didn't mind at all. Who's she looking at? Beto? Grandfather? Could it be me? Yes. The girl was staring straight into my eyes, glaring. Then, after our eyes met perfectly, she yelled. You mustn't sign that. Are you going to accept your own defeat? Don't be tricked by the witch. By the witch, huh? At that time, something incredibly strong lifted me by the nape of my neck. What's going on? And after being made to turn around behind me, saw Virgilia and an eerie smile on her face. The muscular forms of goat monsters. A goat monster that looked about 2 meters tall was grabbing me with an arm as thick as a log.
There's no need to listen to an uninvited guest. Come, offer your signature as well. On this written oath. Ushiromiya Battler acknowledges the existence of witches.
This is a hell of a thing.
Yeah.
I think Beto, like that character, I think that character development is real. But
I don't know. I could very easily see a very large mindfuck.
if that's where we're going, then goddamn.
Because, like, again, she's a 1,000-year-old witch.
Yeah, she could
This is
absolutely.
what I've been saying from the very beginning. Like, all of this, like, weird fucking disconnect between her expressions and how she stutters over things. Like, this shouldn't actually be happening from a witch this old. Someone
Yeah.
who's so used to this kind of rhetoric battle.
Yeah.
Come now, sign the written oath.
Damn it, let go. As the goat monsters held me down with the power of a vice, they forced me to grab the quill pen. I couldn't even touch the floor with my feet, much less resist. Oh, fuck me.
Battler, why are you resisting? Weren't you about to sign willingly? Don't change your mind now after all that, okay?
Are we really doing this like this? Goddamn.
Didn't you think for an instant that it might be okay to acknowledge witches?
You know, you guys were kind of, you know, spiking the ball. Like, yeah, the girl slammed through the... But you guys were putting on the creepy faces a little too early.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking earlier. It's like, if they just hadn't done that, they just hadn't pushed him, he would have just signed.
たんだろう。
You thought that, right?
俺は騙されてた。
I was tricked?
そんなバカな。
That's insane.
ベアとはそんなやつじゃ。
Beato isn't that kind of.
Yeah, she fucking is. Hmm?
悪いなバトラー、こんなやつでよ。
Yeah, this evil witch who has murdered my family countless times tricked me? Yeah. Sorry, Battler, I am that kind of person.
Yeah, what I was getting at there when I was stuttering was she cycled through her faces very distinctly, as if showing off the fact, yeah, no, I can just fake this shit.
Yeah. There's also a bit of, like, stuttering in her laugh, too, so I'm wondering what that is. If that's still, like...
もうダメだ。甘ったるい何や節はやっぱわらわの肌に合わねえや。
I don't know if I can put that thought in words, but there's definitely something there, here, in that, like, this bit of dialogue here. It's useless now. It looks like sentimental sob stories don't suit me.
お師匠様、力ずくで頼むぜ。
Teacher, I'm counting on you to use all your strength.
地味な役回りだったんで、すっかり退屈してたんで。
That was such a plain role to play, and I got so bored.
何者か知らねえが、たっぷりぐちゃぐちゃのねちゃねちゃに糸が引くほどぶっ殺してやるぜ。
I don't know who you are, girl, but I'll beat you to death, mash you, and crush you until threads start trailing, okay?
Fuck me. I think some of that was genuine, like some of the things we learned about her past and whatnot were absolutely genuine, but yeah, she's not ready to be a good person. And
as I keep saying whenever stuff like this comes up, the best lies are the ones mixed with truth, or the ones closest to truth.
Yeah. Though, I have to wonder if Virgilia and Renove were faking the whole thing, or what? Like, yeah.
I mean, Virgilia's a witch too, and, Virgilia's a witch too, and Renove is a demon, and I just had a thought. What if Lambda Delta is playing the role of Virgilia?
Ooh, that might be a thing.
I'll make you regret being born a woman. Hey, don't go there, Beato.
Yeah, Beato, maybe not that. As Beato waved her gold pipe, the massive chandelier hanging in the hall was electrocuted, and from that, a terrible purple thunderbolt fell. It should have been a direct hit on the girl right below it, turning her to ash. However, not a single hair was singed. Yeah, I think she's got the magic denying shit. Which would suggest she's Angie.
So your sudden appearance here wasn't just a fluke. Yeah, remember when Virgilia talked about the North Wind and the Sun strategy? They were in on it from the beginning. That's what I was thinking.
Duh. Just what Pepper said. It's, oh, yeah, duh, yeah. The North Wind strategy and the Sun strategy, yeah.
Yeah, Virgilia's the Sun and Beato is the North Wind.
Yeah.
I
don't have any name to give you. More importantly, you idiot. How long are you going to be tricked? You softy. Figure it out already. This is all the witch's trap. Those words were aimed at me. This is all... Witch's trap, she says? Can't be. Beato reformed and swore to become a good witch.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Beato's character development happened too quick.
That's fair. That's fair. Fuck me, though. That's playing fucking dirty.
I can't say that I saw this coming, specifically this, but there's definitely something going on.
Yeah, like there's an edge of this being, you know, true to the story. I don't feel cheated for this.
Yep.
It's just goddamn fucking Battler.
What
That
I couldn't
sucks.
decide was whether this was like rushed character development for the purposes of like showing a new greater antagonist, or if it was a plot. That's what I couldn't decide.
Yeah.
So I didn't like really bring it up much, but it definitely did seem like way too fast to me.
Beato, all this about traps, it's a lie, right?
嘘だと言ってくれ。
Please, tell me it's a lie.
悪いなバトラー。結構面白かったぜ。しかしお師匠様の言う通りにしてみたんだが、本当に結構いいとこまで行けたな。
Sorry, Mal. It was pretty fun. Sure, I just did what teacher told me, but look how great it turned out.
なんでもツンツンと残虐を尽くした後に程よくへたれて出れてみせると好感度ってやつが大幅アップするんだろ。
Fucking hell.
Apparently, if you start out all hostile and needlessly brutal, then turn incompetent and soft at just the right moment, spark a huge bump on your affection meter, right?
Yeah, that's the one thing I was like, I'm not sure this is right, because, well, she was cowering behind Battler at certain points. And that didn't feel quite right. And of course, Battler can't know what she was actually saying to Ava Beatrice. Granted, Ava was like, fuck this shit.
出れて病んでる悪役が最近はイケてるって聞いたぜ。
I've heard villains start all lovey-dovey and then freak the shit out, or all the rage these days, right?
これでもよ、最近流行りの漫画とかアニメとかギャルゲーで結構勉強したんだぜ。
Even I've studied a bunch of those manga, anime, and galga that have been so popular lately, you see? You also looking up what galga is? Oh, it's Gal Game.
Yeah, okay. Yep, just a type of Japanese video game centered on interactions with attractive girls.
Yep.
Fucking hell, Beato. And Virgilia, for that matter.
Yeah.
Oh. Goddamn, Quinn's been playing me from the fucking start. Because, you know, she talked about, or they talked about the introduction of Virgilia, which is why I was thinking she is, because Virgilia's she. But anyway, the introduction of Virgilia as a way to ease the players through the complex story. But I think that's just a fucking lie, or at the very least, dual purpose, and talking about one intrinsically kind of makes you trust Virgilia, because you go, oh yeah, she's the handhold character.
It's easy to forget that she did bring up the North Wind and Sun strategy thing.
Yeah, it makes it easier to forget, because you go, oh, okay, then what's happening is she's suggesting be a good witch, is what you assume.
All right. Yeah, I think I might be right about the Lambda Delta thing. Because again, you said that she was going to strategize with Beatrice.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
then
true.
we just didn't see her, and then after that, Virgilia showed up.
そうしたらお前、案の定お涙ちょうだいでコロリだよ。
And for you, just as expected, it was tears, please, and you're down.
本当に単純なやつ。
Idiot. What a truly simple person.
You know, you're continuing to spike the ball here, Beatrice, because he's about to go, fuck you, and do magic repulsion and go over to his sister.
Yeah.
これぞ名付けて 北風と太陽作戦というわけよ。
I'll call this the North Wind and the Sun strategy.
そんな。
That's not... Damn you, you bastard.
よくも騙しやがったな。
How could you trick me? Fuck. And honestly...
Battlers. It's literally part of the game.
Yeah, but still. It's like... Also, you know... Poor boy got his emotions played with. And,
yeah.
And also, those... I think those manga covers kind of played with us a bit. Like, there's probably other reasons that those manga covers look like that.
Yeah, because like the one that I'm thinking of is like from way later. It's like the 7th one or something like that.
Yeah, like there's probably other reasons.
I was just looking for Umineko manga, and like I found all of the different ones, and I went, "Oh, what the hell is this?"
Yeah, this looks
I didn't read the
romantical.
description or anything.
Yeah. Yeah, just literally look at the cover, because we both looked at that cover.
Battler missing the football peanut style. Yeah.
Yeah, Battler missing the football. This is gonna make any eventual, like, actual redemption be much harder for her. Which is honestly very juicy. I'd like that as a possibility.
It should be more difficult.
I mean, yeah, it should have been more difficult than it was. Yeah, it should have been more difficult than it was with her, you know, playing him. But also, it's going to be even more difficult than that now that she's pulled this.
Now that I think about it, just because Lambda Delta was there at the coronation of Ava Trici does not mean that Lambda Delta was not playing Ava Trici. So you would literally just make an illusion of yourself with magic.
That's true.
What am I doing? Why did I think that was proof that Lambda Delta was not playing it?
Yeah, hell.
She might have been. Fuck.
During the sequence, where early on, where Beatrice is like, "You're incompetent," she even laughs and separates herself into 3 separate versions of herself.
Yeah.
She doesn't do anything with it, but other than just, you know, have a chorus of laughter, but it establishes witches can be in more than one place at once.
Mm-hmm. That's also proven by her being at the game board and on the game board at the same time.
True.
Like, Ava Trici could have been, like, the version of her that was on the game board. And then, like, the Lambda Delta there is, like, outside the game board. Yes, that expression suits you the most. That caring expression of yours really doesn't suit me after all. Shut up, Ember! Meow yourself!
Heard that one.
It made my back itch, and I was frantically trying not to let it get to me.
Yeah, so you were feeling some things about it.
Too bad, witches never reform. Star. You take care of the signature, teacher. This uninvited guest is my prey. You've been ranting for so long that she probably has had so much time to prepare. Come, you can no longer refuse to sign. Come on, look. Sign it and offer your body, your mind, and your soul.
And Virgilia lifted her chin as a signal. The goat monsters, with an even more vice-like power, forced my arm to approach the parchment. These guys are trying to make me sign even if it breaks my arm. Yeah, there we go. Then a bright red light burst open with me at the center, knocking the witches and the goat monsters away. Did that girl save me? But who in the world is that? I don't have a clue.
いつまで遊んでいるつもりなの？いい加減にして。
How long do you plan to keep playing in a place like this? Give it a
あな
rest.
たが羨ましいわ。
I'm jealous of you.
助けてもらってなんだが、ひでえ言われようだぜ。
I'm glad you saved me, but that's a pretty cruel way to say it.
すまねえがあんた、どちらさんだ？
Sorry, but who are you?
六軒島の魔女。彼は返してもらうわよ。
Witch of Rokenjima, give him back.
I wonder if the shields that burst from him before were also this person. The shields that burst from Battler before. I wonder if that was also this person.
Maybe. But it could just be that he has that power, but he doesn't know how to use it, whereas Angie, or who we assume is Angie, honed that ability.
Hmm. Who would do that, you
バ
fool?
トラはわらわの玩具だ。
Battler's my toy.
わらわのお気に入りの世界で一番の玩具だ。
My most favorite toy in the world.
Saucy.
飽きぬぞ、捨てるぞ、誰にも渡さぬぞ。
I won't get tired of him, I won't throw him away, and I won't hand him over to anyone.
バトラとて今を精一杯楽しんでおる。
Even Battler is enjoying this to the fullest.
わらわと一緒にこんなにも楽しく遊んでおるのだ。
Together with me, he is having so much fun playing.
そなたが何者であろうとも、それを邪魔立てはさせぬ。
No matter who you are, I won't let you get in the way.
ええ、本当に楽しそうね。腹立たしいくらいに羨ましいわ。
Yeah, it looks like you're having a lot of fun. It makes me so jealous it ticks me off.
素敵なところでみんなでワイワイ楽しく賑やかにゲラゲラと。
Here you are in a place like this, guffawing and having a loud, noisy time with everyone.
たくさんの美人の魔女たちに囲まれてチヤホヤされて。
I don't think it's pampering.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting pampered
さ
by
ぞや
this.
楽しくて帰りたくないでしょうよ。
With all these beautiful witches around to pamper you, you must be having so much fun that you don't even want to get back.
俺に言って、おいおい、そりゃ誤解だ。
Are you talking to me? Wait, you've got the wrong
俺だ
idea.
って迷惑してる。
This is a pain for me too.
何が楽しいもんか。俺の苦労を知りやがってんだ。
What do you mean fun? You don't know what I've been through.
何が苦労よ。お父さんお母さんと楽しく過ごして、いとこみんなでキャッキャと遊んで。
Yep. What you've been through. You had fun living with mom and dad, you played around with all of the
愉快
cousins,
な魔女たちといつまでも永遠に遊んで過ごせる。
and you get to play with these wacky witches for all
なん
eternity.
てあなたは幸せなの？
Don't you recognize the happiness you
あ
have?
なたたちが羨ましいわよ。わかってる？
Can't you see how jealous I am of you all?
私も混ぜてほしいくらい。
So much that I wish I could join in too.
あいにくだが、それは断るぞ。
It's just kind of weird though, Angie. Like, your older brother's been getting tortured, literally. I'm sorry, but I'll have to turn you down there.
わらわは手持ちの玩具で満足しておる。
I'm satisfied with the toy I have.
I think what we're gonna find out is from her perspective, she's had to deal with the sharp reality of her dad, her mom, her brother, and all her cousins and whatnot disappearing all at once. Going.
And she was like 6 or something like that, right?
Yeah. So assume like 10-ish years, maybe 8 years, depending. Like she's around Battler's age, so maybe even 11.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I'll have to turn you down there. I'm satisfied with the toy I have.
Yep.
そなたのようなそやな玩具。
Yeah, it's like not having a
わら
family
わ
the
の
entire
おもちゃ
time.
箱にふさわしくない
And also her father's business going down the drain.
Mm.
So she didn't.
Although she did inherit all of the Ushurumia family wealth because she was literally the only one left.
Assuming there was any wealth left, but we'll see.
Yeah. A rude toy like you is not fitting for my toy box.
ええ、わかってるわ。誰があんたなんかと遊ぶものですか。
Yes, I understand who would ever play with someone like you.
でも少しだけ感謝するわ。
But I will thank you just a little
こうしてみんなに合わせてくれて。
for letting me meet everyone like this. Who are you?
まさか
You couldn't be.
なるほど。ああ、わかったぞ。そなたの正体だ。
I see. Is that it? Yes, I understand. I know who you are.
なるほどな。ベルンカステル教の送り込んだ駒とはそなたなのか。
I see. So you were the peace lady Berncastel threw in.
Okay, Burn Castell coming in clutch.
気に入った。
How amusing. Maybe she's like fucked up and taught Angie witchcraft or something. I don't know.
改めてそなたをわらわのパーティーに招こうではないか。たっ
Why don't I formally invite you to my party? I'll welcome you fully.
バトラともども仲良く遊んで壊して殺して潰して灰にしてパン生地に混ぜてふっくらと焼き上げてくれるわ。
Along with Battler, I'll play nicely, break you, kill you, crush you, turn you to ash, mix you with bread dough and bake you until you're fluffy.
ああ、ダメね。全然ダメだわ。
Ah, it's useless. It's all
あん
useless.
たにそれはできやしない。
You can't do that.
1986年の六軒島で
On the Rokkenjima of
何が
1986,
あったのか。私がすべて白日のもと
I'll
にさらしてや
expose
るわ。
I'll expose everything that happened to the light of day.
あんたなんて真実という春に怯える霜柱でしかないことを教えてやる。
I'll show you that before the truth, you're like an icicle scared of the coming spring.
覚悟なさい。黄金の魔女。
Prepare yourself, Golden
ベ
Witch.
アトリーチェ。
Well, goddamn.
Yep. Passed. Beatrice.
Battler died on the 9th. Eva Beatrice. So she is acknowledged as a character, Ushiromiya Angie.
Yep.
Ushiromiya Kinzo.
Returned alive. Interesting.
Oh yeah, she had no one to stop
She was
her
not
after.
killed by the witch. Yeah.
Yeah. At least for the purposes of the reality, I guess she was the killer and she just came back alive. Like, left the island alive.
Hold on, Renove Genji.
Was that Renove or Renoe?
That was Renove. It may have. Yeah. So one of the pronunciations of Renove is Renoe, which is how they pronounce it in Japanese, as you've been hearing this whole time. So Genji has the same, or has the surname of Renove's first name,
Yeah.
just in Japanese.
Which would also kind of explain, oh, you were my finest furniture, or whatever he said to Genji.
My greatest creation, or what have you.
Yeah. All of the goats.
All of the goats.
I like that.
A bunch of goats. There we go. Yep.
Land the Delta, Burn Castell.
Yep, that should be the last one.
Banquet of the Golden Witch result. So the Golden Land once again crumbled into darkness. However, a victor finally appeared in the game of the Golden Witch. This victor is the new Golden Witch, Eva Beatrice. It was she who solved the riddle. 17 all died, and the seagulls cried that there was but one survivor. So yeah, Eva just survived.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess
she was allowed to go free because she finished the riddle.
Yeah, she finished the riddle, found the gold. Well, goddamn. Well then, when this goes through, it'll be time for the fucking tea party.
Mm-hmm. I like this splash screen at the end of each episode where
Yeah.
it says this.
Yeah, that's very nice.
It's just like very fun.
Tsubasa.
It's cool. It's wings.
Okay, tea party. And the episode 3 tea party.
Mm-hmm. See what all this shit is.
まさか最後の最後でベルンカステル教の駒が乱入してくるとは。
I never expected Lady Berncastell's piece to barge in at the very end.
あんたとのゲームにふさわしい駒を随分あちこち探し回ったの。
Meow yourself,
きっと気に入
fuckface.
ってもら
Lay
える
down.
と思うわ。
I searched all over the place for a piece fitting for a game. I was sure you'd like it.
何よあの駒。誰よあいつ。
What's with that piece? Who was that person? Who was it?
名乗らないなんてずるいわよ。
She didn't say her name. That's mean.
ねえ、あんたもそう思うでしょ。
Hey, don't you think so too?
わらわは大体察しはついておるが、というか、
A general idea? Are you
わ
kidding me?
かるであろう。
Okay, there we go. I have a general idea. Or rather, I imagine most people would have figured it out.
普通わかんないわよ。
Most people?
初登場のキャラでしょ。
Well, I don't get it, and it was that character's first appearance, wasn't it?
名乗らなかったら、
But not the
私も
first
プレイヤ
mention.
ーもみんなわかんないわよ。ね
She doesn't say her name, I won't understand. The players won't understand. No one will understand, right?
え。ベアト、教えてあげなくていいわ。
Thank you, Berncastel. Beato, don't bother telling her. See,
面白い子でしょ。
isn't she a funny kid?
うん。ラムダデルタ教の天真爛漫にして天然なところは実に貴重で面白いものである。
Indeed, Lady Lambda Delta's innocent airhead side is truly precious and amusing.
何よ何よ。なんで私にだけ教えてくれないのよ。意地悪。
Come on, why won't you tell only me, you meanie?
じゃあ、私だけが気づいたとっておきの秘密を特別に教えてあげるわ。
In exchange, I'll teach you a special secret that only I know.
だから教えなさいよ。
So tell me,
ほう、とっておきの秘密とな。聞きたいぞ、聞きたいぞ。
a special secret, you say? I want to hear, I want to hear. It's easy to tempt you,
教
isn't it?
えてほしかったら、先にあの女の正体を教えるのよ。私の知った秘密はすごいわよ。
If you want me to tell you, first tell me who that girl really was. The secret I know sure is
何しろ
awesome.
サンタさんの正体が実はお父さんだったってくらいすごいんだから。
Huh? After all, it's about as awesome as knowing that Santa is actually Daddy.
あら。言っちゃった。ごめんなさいね。
Gods.
Yeah, she's actually childlike.
So Lambda Delta, I have a locker that you might want to check inside of real quick. I said it, Star. Go ahead.
And I was just gonna say, she's at least less annoying than Ava Beatrice.
It's true. Which is also why I phrased it different. But sorry, I'll bet you're so shocked that it turned your world upside down, right?
ラムダのとこにはお父さんが来てたの？
So your father was the one who came to you, please.
来てたのってどういう意味よ？
He Wait, what do you mean?
サンタクロース教は心の綺麗な子供のところへしか訪れないのにあんたのところには来なかったのね。
Lord Santa Claus only visits the homes of children with pure hearts. I guess he didn't come to your place, did he?
まあサンタクロース教は寛大である。よっぽどの大悪党でもない限りプレゼントを恵んでくださるぞ。
Beautiful. Well, Lord Santa Claus is gracious. Unless you're a really bad scoundrel, he'll give you a
何し
present.
ろわらわにもくれたくらいだからな。
After all, he even gave them to me. Damn.
成長して心がすさんでくると来なくなるのよね。ベアタのとこにはいくつくらいまで来てたの？
I know it's like them just fucking with her, but damn, like the implications of that if it were true.
Yeah, absolutely.
As you grow and your heart is hardened, he stops coming, doesn't it? How old were you, Beato, when he stopped coming?
12歳くらいまでは来ておったぞ。乙女心に
He kept coming until I was about 12.
にサンタ教が来るのがなんだか恥ずかしくなってな。
When my maiden's heart awoke, I quickly got somewhat embarrassed about Lord Santa coming.
これまでありがとうございました。もう結構です。だから最後のプレゼントは奮発してくださいと手紙を置いたら来なくなった。
After I wrote, thanks for everything, that's enough, so make sure you splurge on the last set of presents, he stopped coming.
ちょっぴり期待したのだがな。
And I was looking forward to it too.
ベルンカステル教はいつくらいまで来ていたのか。
How old were you when he stopped coming, Lady Bernkastel?
私、すさんでたし、結構早かったっけ？確か9歳。
I was pretty wild. It happened fairly early. I think when I was about
なん
9.
か、あのヒゲが無性にムカついて、ちょん切ってやろうと、布団の中で裁縫ばさみ構えて待ってたの。
Something about that beard really irritated me, so I waited in my futon with some sewing scissors ready to, trying to cut it off.
年頃よね。
What a painful age.
で、ラムダデルタ教には物心ついてからサンタクロース教がおいでになったことがない。普通は小学校高学年から中学校くらいまでの間までは来るものであるぞ。
So, as far back as Lady Lambda Delta can remember, Lord Santa Claus never came to see her, huh? Usually comes until the last year of elementary school or during middle school.
ある意味、お医者で見てもらった方がいいわよ。早熟すぎると、心身の成長に悪影響があるらしいから。
Maybe we should take her to a doctor. I hear that being too precocious can have negative side effects on the growth of mind and body.
ああ、確かに出てるわね。悪影響。
Yeah, you can definitely see some of those negative side effects. Just absolutely fucking ripping into her.
Yep.
Oh. Hey, what are you people talking about?
魔女も3人集まれば実にかしましい。
It truly is boisterous when 3 witches gather.
この程度のレベルの秘密じゃ聞く価値もなさそうね。私、もう言ってもいい？
If you're talking about a secret on that level, I doubt this will be worth listening to. Can I go now?
次のゲームの準備をしなくちゃならないから。
I have to get ready for the next game.
ちょっと待ちなさいよ。あの女の正体を教えなさいよ。
What? Hey, wait a sec. Tell me who that woman really was.
じゃあ、あなたのとっておきの秘密を見合うものだったら教えてあげるわ。
Well then, tell me this special secret of yours first. If it's good enough, then I'll tell you.
いいわよ。教えてあげるわ。とっておきの秘密。
Okay, I'll tell you, because it really is a special secret.
ほら、今回のゲームで黄金を見つけて新しい魔女になった子がいたでしょ。
Remember in this game there was a girl who found the gold and became the new witch, right?
あやつに一体どんな秘密があるというのか。
And just what kind of secret might that person have?
あの子の正体にね、私気づいちゃったの。みんな
I
に
figured out who that girl really is. Does anyone know?
ヒントはね、喋り方にあったのよ。
Fuck you. There was a hint in the way she talked.
ほら、あの子よく口にしてたでしょ。なんとかしちゃえば。
Oh, gods, of course. Just bringing up the pun. Fuck you. Remember, that girl said it a lot, didn't she? If only you just blah. Right?
そう、この語尾がポイントだったのよ。
Yes, that phrase is the key point.
エヴァ
If only. If only.
エヴァ
Yeah.
そうあいつの正体は後宮エヴァだったのよ。
Fuck off. She was actually Ushiromiya Eva.
と
What do you think?
驚いちゃったかし
Are you shocked?
ら。
Fuck off.
ほう、それは気づかなかった。そのようなところにヒントがあったとはな。
I never noticed that. To think there would be a hint in a place like that.
ベアトって付き合いがいいのね。
You're a real good sport,
増長
Banzo.
するからほどほどになさいよ。
This kid tends to get full of herself, so try not to overdo it.
じゃあね。私は席を外すわ。
See you. I'm leaving.
ちょっと私の秘密だけ聞いて、あんたは喋んないなんてあんたもあの女の正体を話しなさいよ。
Wait. It's not fair if you just listen to my secret and don't tell me yours. Tell me who she really was.
あんたの秘密がすごすぎて釣り合わない。じゃあ代わりに私もとっておきの秘密を教えてあげるわ。
Your secret was so amazing that mine just wouldn't match up. So in exchange, I'll teach you a special
日
secret.
暮らしの泣く頃にってゲームの犯人の名前を教えてあげる。
I'll tell you the name of the culprit in this game called Higurashi no Naku Koro ni.
私今プレイしてるとこだよ。
That's great.
Don't say it, I'm still playing it.
That's great.
That's pretty good.
じゃあね、ベアト。
Is that the first time she's laughed?
Yes, I believe so.
あと
See you, Banzo. The black tea was delicious.
ジャムのレパートリーが足りないわ。
However, the repertoire of jam on the crackers was lacking.
たまにはコチュジャンでも用意しなさい。
Add some gochujang chili paste every once in a while.
ロシアンティーにもぴったりだし。
It goes great with Russian tea.
じゃあね。
Later.
そうか、わかったぞ。試してみよう。
Amber?
次のゲームの準
Shut
備が
up!
整ったら呼ぼうぞ。
No! Stop it! Ah. Shut up! Lay down. Oh, I see. I shall try it. I'll call for some after preparing the next
それ
game.
までゆっくり戦略でも練るがよい。
Until then, feel free to polish up your strategy. Sure.
ええ、そうする。今回のゲームはなかなか面白かったわよ。
Yes, I'll do that. This last game was pretty interesting.
じゃあね。
Later. You've said that like 5 times now. Just fucking leave already.
待ちなさいよ。教えなさいよ。
Hey, wait a sec. Tell me.
いやいや、本当にお二人は仲が良い。
My, you two really are close.
ええ、そうよ。大好きよ、ベルンカステル。
Yes, that's right. I really like you, Bert Costello.
愛してるとさ言ってもいいわ。
You can even say I love you.
あの
Get
瞳
out
を
of
え
your
ぐり
cat.
出
Go
して
away.
私以外を映さないようにしてやりたい。
That's fucked up. I want to gouge out your eyes so that you can see, so that you see no one other than me.
それは本当に素敵よね。紅茶に沈
That
め
would
て
be
も
so
素敵かも
wonderful.
しれない。
God damn, girl. What the fuck? It would be great to dunk them in black tea.
ラムダデルタ教をここまで夢中にさせるとは、わらわも責任
To
重
think
大
that you
で
would
あ
be
る。
so entranced, Lady Lambda Delta. I have a serious responsibility.
しかし今回は実に惜しかった。
Still, this last game was really
あ
close,
と
or
一
really
息
was
でバ
close.
トラーをコロリといけたものを。
I was a breath away from getting Patlet.
ベアと、一個聞いていい？
Hey, so can I ask you something?
なんであるかあの女の名前は教えぬぞ。
What is it? I won't tell you that girl's name.
いつまでチャラけてんのよ。あんた勝つ気あんの？
When are you gonna stop fooling around? Are you even trying to win?
Lambda Delta threatened with a low voice that she had never used in front of Burn Castell. It completely blew away the calm atmosphere that had been there until a moment ago.
私はね、ベルンカステルに勝てる魔女ってことで、あんたに肩入れしてんのよ。あんたにベルンカステルに勝てる力がないってんなら。
You know I'm supporting you because you're supposed to be a witch who can win against Burn Castell. You don't have the power to win against her.
いつだって私はあんたなんか見捨てるんだからね。
Then I'll abandon you right away, okay?
これは手厳しい。わらわの何がご不満なのか、今日もご存知の通り。わらわのゲーム版は完璧だ。
How hard? Oh, that's still you. I don't even know why I was trying to talk in this sequence. I never talk at the tea parties.
Like the first one, maybe, but not this one. Or the second one. How harsh of you. What about me dissatisfies you? As you know, my game board is perfect. Because the first tea party was just them hanging around the fucking
Yeah, it was.
sunroom or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah, it was basically the rap party thing.
Lady Burn Castell will never be able to win.
そうよ。あんたのゲーム版は実に見事。ベルンカステルが100年はおろか。
Yeah, that's right. Your board is truly impressive. It truly is an impressive and perfect game board that Burn Castell definitely won't be able to win in, not even after 100 years.
1000年を費やそうとも絶対
Or even 1,000 years. My sarcasm radar is going off.
それを借りることの引き換えにあんたを魔女にしてやった
Huh?
Nani the fuck?
That's why I made you a witch in exchange for letting me borrow it.
私があんたの後見人をやめればあんたはすぐに人間に逆戻り。
If I stop being your guardian, you'll immediately go back to being a human.
どんなにすごい魔力を持っていてもあんたはかりそめの魔女でしかないことを決して
Is this supposed to be Ava Trici? Because Lambda Delta was the character for that character.
No, I think her doing that with Ava Trice was foreshadowing to the real relationship between Lambda Delta and the actual Beatrice.
Maybe, yeah. Make sure that you don't forget that no matter how much incredible magical power you hold, you are nothing more than a temporary witch.
分かっておる。そなたには感謝しておる。
I understand. I'm grateful to you.
タメ口聞かないでよ。ベルンカステルがいるときは許すけどいないときは許さないわ。
Don't speak so casually to me. I'll forgive that when Burn Castell's around, but not when she isn't.
あんた最近私の恩を忘れてるでしょ。
I'll bet you've started to forget how much you owe me.
そんなことはありません。
That is not so.
やっぱ気持ちいつもの喋り方でいい。
You really are disgusting. Go ahead and talk the way you...
でも口の聞き方には注意してよ。
But be mindful of what you say.
私案外短気よ。
I have a surprisingly short temper, you see. Indeed.
Well then.
Yeah.
So we do get introduced to a larger antagonist after all.
話を戻すわ。あんたのゲーム版は実に完璧。
Let's get back to what we were discussing. Your game board truly is perfect.
ベルンカステルを容易に任すことができるでしょうよ。
You should be able to defeat Burn Castell without any trouble.
しかしあの子は簡単に屈服しない。
But that kid won't surrender easily.
何度でも挑んでくるわ。
She'll challenge you over and over.
問題はない。ラムダデルタ教のお墨付きではないか。
That is no problem. It has been certified by you, Lady Lambda Delta.
わらわのゲーム版は完璧だ。
My game board is perfect.
そうよ、完璧よ。プレイヤーであるあんたも完璧ならね。
Yeah, that's right, it's perfect. But are you, the player, perfect as well?
それはどういう意味か。
What do you mean by that?
どういう意味？私が聞きたいくらいよ。あんたのゲームには遊びが多い。
What do I mean? That's what I want to hear. You play around a lot in your
それ
game.
は時にベルンカステルを煙に巻くから、あんたなりの策略なんだと私も最初は思ってた。
Sometimes that ends up confusing Brent Castell, so at first I thought it was some special strategy of yours.
でもなんだか違う気がするの。あんた勝てる試合をもてあそんでるんじゃなくて、勝っても負けてもどうでもいいって思ってるんじゃないの？
But I get the feeling that's not quite true. Rather than toying with the opponent in a match you can win, you don't actually care about whether you win or lose, right?
バカバカ、そんなことあるわけもなかろうが。
Ridiculous. How could that be?
いいこと？あんたの役目はベルンカステルを屈服させることよ。つまりゲームに永遠に勝者でいること。
You know what? Your role is to make Brent Castell surrender. In other words, that means being the victor in this game for all
あ
eternity.
なたが絶対の勝者であり続けようとする限り、私は絶対の魔女としてあなたに力を与えるわ。
As long as you keep trying to become the victor with certainty, then I'll give you my power as the witch of
で
certainty.
も
However,
もしあなたが自らの敗北の可能性を否定しないような戦い方をし、話は変わるわよ。
if you fight in a way that doesn't eliminate any possibility of your loss, that's a different story.
もちろんわらわが勝てばベルンカステル教が負けるように、向こうが勝てばわらわが負ける日もあるだろう。
Of course, this is a game. Just as Lady Brent Castell will lose when I win, I will sometimes lose when she
常
wins.
に敗北の可能性はあり得る。
The possibility of loss always
だ
exists.
からこそわらわは
Therefore, I will.
だからあんたは使えない。あんたはゲーム版である必要なんかない。
This is why you're useless. There's no need for you to be a game
ベ
board.
ルンカステルを永遠にここに閉じ込める鳥かごでさえあればいいの。
You just have to be a birdcage that can lock Brent Castell up here for all eternity.
鳥かごの役目は中の小鳥を絶対に逃がさないことよ。たまに抜け出せてしまうような隙間のある鳥かごに何の価値が？
What's the role of a birdcage? Making sure the little bird inside never escapes. What's a birdcage worth if it has cracks that sometimes let a bird out?
無論ゲームは勝つた。そしてわらわが負けることはゆえにわらわは勝ち続けようぞ。
Of course, games exist for the purpose of winning, and it is impossible for me to lose. Therefore, I will
お
continue to
望み
win,
通
as you wish, for all eternity.
いい返事よ。それでいい。策略としての遊びやフェイクは許す。
Good answer, that'll be fine. I'll allow you to play around and use fakes as part of your
今
tactics.
回有効だったところもあるしね。
It ended up being useful during parts of this round.
でもね、もしあなたが勝ち以外を望むような指し手をしたら、
But you know what? If you make a move hoping for anything other than
そ
victory,
の時は素敵な覚悟をなさいよね。
make sure you're prepared for something amazing, okay?
そのようスカウト。
I will not do such a thing, I swear it.
もともと魔女ですらないあんたが本当はどんなにみすぼらしい存在だったか、いつだって思い出させてあげるんだから。
Because originally you weren't even a witch, and at any time I'll remind you what a truly shabby creature you were.
私の期待を裏切ったら、
If you betray my expectations, that is.
その時は楽しい楽しい罰ゲームが待ってるわよ。
As soon as you do, you can look forward to a fun punishment.
100億のかけら世界の中から最も惨めなかけらにあんたを送り込んで封印してあげる。
Yeah, lower that screen for a second. Yeah, there you go. all her glory. Lady Lambda Delta. There you go. In the world of billions of fragments, I'll send you into the most miserable one and seal you there.
あんたはもともとが惨めだから、惨めなかけらも実に選びがいがあるわ。
You were already miserable to start with, so there's going to be some really miserable fragments out there for picking. I love you, Bird Castell. Struggle in Bay Trichi's birdcage as much as you like. And over the course of 1,000 years, realize that you can no longer escape. And when you surrender, I'll train you so that you can't do anything other than cry in the palm of my hand.
Fucking hell. Also, I'm wondering if she's actually the one who pulled the Halloween party.
It's possible. Usagi Tempura. Okay, fair enough. Squirrel Lord! Yeah!
Oh yeah, we do have a question marks to do. I love you forever. Is also the...
Lambda Delta, you need to chill in your Yandere ass bullshit. Get out of here. Stop it.
Yeah, so we will do the question marks and then that will be it, and then we will start fresh.
Sounds good to me.
12 years later.
12 years later. Ooh.
Well, that would make sense,
is,
yeah.
18.
Yeah.
October 4th, 1998.
A monotonous electric sound kept on repeating. The room was colored with hygienic tones, in other words, an emotionless white. It was a room at a certain university hospital. Neither her doctors nor the person herself had any doubts that this room, which had a price so high that no commoner could afford to spend a single night there, would be the last room she ever saw. Was the person on the bed Ava? Even if someone told you that was so, she was unbelievably aged and worn out. The well-built man in a suit waiting in the corner near the room was having a whispered conversation through an intercom with someone outside. He was a guard protecting Ava's person. After telling the person on the other end of the intercom to wait, he approached Ava's bed. Ava had been awake for a short while, however, she stared at a single point in empty space as though her mind was not in the same place.
エンジェさんが下のロビーに到着しました。お通ししてよろしいですか?
Angie has arrived in the lobby below.
Voice actor.
You
I
recognize
recognize this voice actor. Yeah.
Yeah. Should we let her pass?
Is it Nanami from JJK?
I don't know.
The exact same kind of nasally quality.
For a long time, Ava didn't answer. However, bit by bit, her eyes began to regain their focus, and she gave a small nod, indicating that she didn't mind if they called Angie. It had been Ava who called her, and she was right on time. By this point, Ava would refuse anyone who wanted a meeting without an appointment. The room was dark, even though it was still light outside because the curtains were always closed. There was always one guard waiting in the room, and 3 more waiting in the corridor in the lobby. They were all there to protect Ava's person. Eventually, there was the sound of a knock. Also, there was a message from the intercom that the guest body check had been completed with no problems. The door was unlocked, then opened. And a high school-aged girl was standing there.
会長、エンジェさんがいらっしゃいました。
Chairman, Angie has arrived. Ava reacted and turned her face towards the guest. However, instead of reacting to the guard's call, maybe it would be better to say that she reacted to the smell of Anji's makeup. After being shut up
should
in
not be wearing that much makeup. Damn.
After being shut up in this room for so long, Ava was sensitive to even small changes in smell.
A slight interruption. But can you believe that people used to tell me that you can't smell makeup?
What?
Yeah. Like, I'd be like getting into like full on arguments over it, like on the internet. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You can't smell makeup.
Yeah.
What is wrong with your nose?
Also,
This is like well before COVID, so like it wasn't that.
Yeah,
Like,
and I'm gonna
like 2014.
point out that this is fucking yellow ass liquid.
Yeah, that's plasma. That's blood plasma.
So you came, Angie.
来たわ。呼ばれたから。
I came. You did call me. On Ava's face, there was no trace of a person warmly welcoming their niece. And on Angie's face, you couldn't see the expression of one pleased to meet with their aunt. Ava waved her arm, which had grown as thin as a withered branch, and motioned for the guard to leave. The guard bowed silently and went out into the hall.
暗い上に空気もひどいわ。カーテンでも開けたら。
It's not only stuffy, but dark too. Can I open the curtains?
そうすると、あんたの依頼した殺し屋が窓越しに撃ってくるって寸法なのかしら
Is your plan for that hitman you hired to shoot me through the window?
あんたの暗殺依頼なら、私が受けたいわ。家でのんびり、ほんの一月も過ごしてれば、勝手に任務が終わるもの。
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I wish I could get hired to assassinate you. All I'd have to do is relax at home for a month and the job would take care of itself. Their discussion was quite morbid for an aunt and niece. However, they didn't look like they were joking. At the very least, Ava believed that someone was after her life. All of the Ushiramiya family's massive fortune had come into the possession of Ushiramiya Ava. It was said that this fortune also included the 10 tons of hidden gold that Ushiramiya Kinzo was rumored to have hidden. While this vast wealth lay in Ava's cunning, sly, and suspicious hands, no one was able to complain. But it was rumored that as soon as it was passed on to Angie, who was no more than a young girl, certain people were plotting to snatch it away. By now, Ava and Angie were Kinzo's only descendants. If Ava died, all that wealth would go to Angie. And if Angie were then to be killed as well, that wealth would go to the family of Angie's mother, Kiri. In this sense, not only Ava, but Angie as well, were in a position where it wouldn't be odd at all for their life to be targeted by some unknown person. And Ava had hated Angie for a long time. This was because she knew that, after losing her only precious son, George, the inheritor of her own wealth would be none other than the girl who had been absent at that family conference 12 years ago, and who had survived. Ava shunned Angie, disliked her, and even hated her. He isolated Angie in a special school, and separated her from the youth and happiness normal people have, trying to keep her as a pet until death. However, Ava had succumbed to an incurable illness, and ironically, her remaining life was estimated to be the same as Kinzo's had been at the family conference 12 years ago. Both Ava and Angie hated each other. Even though they were each other's last blood relatives, they hated each other so much that they hoped the other would die quickly.
それで、わざわざ呼びつけてなんのよ。
And why did you go to all the trouble of calling for me?
私はもう長くないわ。ヤブ医者どもは、未だに私が盛られた毒が何かも検出できない。
I don't have much time left. These quack doctors still can't detect any of the poison that's filling me up.
わかってるの？
I know.
きっと某国の諜報機関で使われてた。
Are you sure about that?
秘密の暗殺薬なのよ。
I guess Kinzo had his esoteric magic, and Ava has conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I guess.
I know, I'm sure it's some secret assassination drug used by those Soviet KGBs.
ああ、私は殺されるの。よかったわね。もうじき死ぬわよ。そうすれば、さぞやあなたの胸がすくでしょうね。
I'm gonna be killed, I'm gonna be killed. Isn't that great? Very soon I will die, which will surely be quite a load off your back.
かわいそうな人。
What a pitiable person. This always happened. They immediately deviated from the main topic, distorting it to more unsettling discussion. Ava, who had absolutely paranoid, believed that someone was always after her life, and in actual fact, after inheriting the vast wealth of the Ushiramiya family, she had used wild methods just like Kinzo had done in the past, repeatedly making money by any means necessary, and creating many enemies along the way. A massive supply of capital, she had plotted to aggressively buy businesses that were starting to have rapid growth, making them buy it back at a high price under the guise of reconciliation. Ironically, it was the same type of action that her husband's company had been hit with 12 years ago. She had repeated this constantly for 12 years. She had also earned a lot of hatred. Her husband had heard of this from beyond the grave and might have defended her, saying that the loneliness from losing her family fueled her actions. However, of all the people who knew her now, none would defend her. For some time, Ava eloquently spoke of how her life was being targeted, listing off names of people who hated her, and sneering at the fact that she still hadn't been killed. Even though Angie heard her own name included in that list, there was no particular change in her expression. She waited indifferently for Ava to tire herself out. You see, I really hate you.
The word she used there was the word for curse, not hate specifically.
I'm honored. Same here. I built this future for George's sake. To think that it would be snatched away by you. To think that it would be stolen away by Rudolph's daughter. I can't bear it. To think that I would have my fortune stolen away. Without even leaving behind a child. That... I cannot forgive.
If
only you'd just give all of your fortune to charity. What about all those religious people you used to go so far out of your way to find? They all say the same thing. My excessive wealth has become a burden to me. And they always say something about how I need to give it up and cleanse myself. Then I thought of something. I stopped donating. For a time, Ava had searched for the founders of several strange and new religious cults, perhaps seeking peace in her heart. They gave her heart no relief, and if anything, they ended up increasing her paranoia further.
I sent you an image of blood plasma, so you don't think it's something weird in that fucking IV thing. It's just straight up plasma.
Fair enough. Like, I believed you anyway, but...
Yeah, it's always good to have, like, proof there. It's just like a picture of a packet of plasma from fucking Wikipedia, so...
Yeah. If you have too much money, why don't you start buying up thoroughbreds and make some corned beef? I've thought of something even more interesting. I've worried over it a lot. What could I do to make things horrible for you?
So fucking mean. Why?
Yeah, just because this is like not Survivor's guilt, but Survivor's hatred. You blame her for not being there because you figure, oh, well, then George could have lived and you died in his place. Yeah. That's not how that would have gone anyway. Thought about killing you. I also thought about erasing all of my wealth, leaving you penniless and selling you off to a slave trader or something. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Fucked up, girl.
You'd have your arms and legs chopped off and be forced to take customers until you died. That would be so wonderful. I heard you, little gremlins. Is this fun for you?
あなたを怯えさせるのはね。
Oh, yes, it is. It's fun to scare you.
もうじき私は死ぬ。
But very soon, I will die.
だから私が死んだ後もどうやってあなたを苦しませ続ける
Oh, do we have a bio entry for Angie? I doubt it, but we can check. Yeah.
Ba-boom. Battler's younger sister from a different mother. She hasn't come in contact with Battler often, but is extremely fond and respectful of him.
The last paragraph.
She was sick, absent during a family conference. A very unfortunate girl whose heart is in tatters. It's a bad habit of always walking with massive amounts of cash, throwing it out to whoever comes first. Fair enough.
Let's take a look at everyone else's too while we're here, since they're actually marked dead.
She's hostile towards her brother Chris.
Not
Okay.
changed at all.
Let's see. So
Who died most recently? It was Jessica, Battler, and Nanjo, I think, that died
Yeah.
most recently.
So Battler. This weapon was a Winchester from Kinzo's collection. Jessica had lost her eyesight, alone with Battler. Wolves and sheep puzzle.
Yeah. What about Jessica?
And Jessica
Is at the top. Missing. It's alright, Cannon is with her. I don't know.
Yeah. Corpse was found in the hallway in front of the mansion servant room. The weapon used on him was assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. Just a little longer, and he probably had managed to return alive. However,
Amatrici said that he was shot at point-blank range with a weapon.
Yeah.
If it was a firearm, there would be powder burns on his outfit.
True.
And his face.
Just a little.
Because, like, the way that everyone else uses point-blank range is that, like, the barrel of the weapon is, like, almost touching the person, right?
Yeah.
It's like within 2 or 3 feet. But what point-blank range actually means is at the point at which a blank, the type of bullet, will be lethal. Which is actually further away.
Yeah. Which
I
is.
think it's within, like, 15 feet.
Yeah, which is what happened to the actor for The Crow.
Yes.
Because instead of
This is why you don't actually use blanks.
Yeah, because rather than using, the special rounds they have for such, baked shots, there was a blank in there. And that was enough. Because it was done literally right there. Yeah, so I thought...
the point blank is different for every weapon, is what that means, basically.
Yeah, so I thought
for
about...
handguns, it's much closer. Rifles, it's much longer.
Yeah, how he might continue to cause you pain even after my death. And then... it was surprisingly simple. I called you because I wanted to talk about it. I have midterms coming up. Keep it brief.
すべての財産を相続することにしたわ。
I have decided I will have you inherit all of my fortune.
それどころか、私が死ぬ最後の一日まで、どこまでも財産を増やして、膨れに膨らませてあなたに相続することにしたのよ。
Not only that, but I decided that until the very day I die, I'll expand that fortune as much as I can, inflating it to massive proportions before having you inherit all of it.
それがどういうことか想像がつくかしら。
Can you even imagine what that would be like?
わかんないわ。バカだから。
She's trying to pass on the grudge from everyone that she's gonna fuck over like that onto
Yeah.
Angie.
Plus, making this very young girl manage all of that money. I don't get it because it's stupid.
I heard you, imps.
わかんないでしょうね。
That's right. You don't get it, do you?
楽しみにしてなさいよ。本当に楽しいわよ。
Look forward to it. It really is fun being rich.
毎日日本中の妖怪が朝から晩まで遊びに来るわよ。
Every day, yokai from across Japan come to play.
あんたの私生活は これからはすべてワイドショーと週刊誌が覗き見してくれる。
From now on, your entire life will be followed by talk shows and weekly magazines.
何をしてもしなくてもマスコミは必ず私を批判する。
Hey, Ava, here's a secret. You can always just turn down the talk shows and weekly magazine interviewers. You can just turn it the fuck down. You don't have to do it.
Well, no, what she's saying is, it's not about being interviewed, it's about her being talked about. And judged extensively by others. The media will criticize me no matter what I do or don't do.
You don't need to care about that either. Fucking.
If I donate, they'll attack me for being bourgeois. If I hesitate, I'll be abused as a miser. Oh, every day really is wonderful, you see.
若くて先の長いあなたをぜひ招待してあげようと思いついたの。
I decided it'd be great to let you have that kind of life when you're so young and have so much ahead of you.
本当に素敵でしょ。
Doesn't that sound absolutely wonderful?
あんたのしてきたことに対する世間の正当な評価でしょ。
Looks like the public's opinion of all you've done was spot on.
そうね、そうでしょうね。
Too true. Yes, that is too true.
いいわ。好きなだけ私を罵る。
Go ahead, abuse me as much as you want.
そしてその評価をあなたが背負うのよ。
Yeah, but here's the difference. I don't think Angie's gonna use her money for evil.
Yeah.
Soon
also,
we'll
she's
face
not
the
you.
same criticism.
製品が善人、金持ちは死ねというのが日本の文化。
Japanese culture dictates that good people live in honorable poverty, while the wealthy should just die. Pressing X to doubt. Like, yes.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Yeah, it's definitely a religious thought there. For sure. But no, it's not that.
Yeah, that's a religious thought, like, literally everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, of course, but...
It's only, like, weirdos like the Protestants that were, like... Or the Puritans, rather, not the Protestants. That were just like, yeah, being wealthy is a sign of God's favor. That means you're good.
No matter what you do or don't, or do not do, you will eventually be lifted up as a symbol of envy and hate across Japan. I wonder how twisted your life will become after living that way. You have no allies. No one will listen to your worries. Abusing you will become a public sport. And no one can stop that. Oh, Angie. Oh, I'm really looking forward to it.
世界中の誰も信用できず、誰も愛せず、誰とも語り合えない人生をたっぷり満喫しなさい。
I wonder how you will live your life and how you'll end it. Enjoy to the fullest the life of being unable to trust anyone in the world, being unable to love anyone, being unable to talk with anyone.
その苦労話を持って地獄へ落ちてくるのを。
I'll be patiently waiting for you to take that story of hardship down with you into hell.
I'm laughing a lot like her witch self now. Fucking choke on it, bitch.
Her insane laughter turned into a painful cough, without changing her expression in the slightest, looking completely unconcerned. Angie stared at the only survivor of Broken Jima. Perhaps because he found the violent coughing suspicious, the guard gave a short knock on the door and rushed into this room at the same time. Angie glanced at him, wordlessly making it clear that she didn't intend to move a step from where she was. Angie was prepared for some kind of trap to frame her in Ava's death. However, that was fortunately a needless fear. As the guard rubbed Ava's back, he poured hot water from a thermos into a mug. As he did, Ava kept coughing, apparently in pain. Angie figured that this was probably the last she'd see of the Rokunjima witch's final days. Eventually, the coughing subsided and Ava regained her normal breathing. However, the glittering madness inside her eyes hadn't subsided in the slightest. Yep, that's very much the witch side of things.
呪われた莫大な黄金と後ろ三宅同士の家督そして
Now I will give to you that cursed mass of gold and the Ushiromiya family headship,
黄金の魔女
as well as
ベアトリーチェの名を今こそあなたに譲るわ
the name of the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
魔女の名にふさわしい狂って歪んだ生涯を楽しみなさい
Enjoy the insane, twisted rest of your life, fitting for the name of the witch.
そんなのいらないわ。それより教えて。あの日、六軒島で何があったの？
I don't need that. More importantly, tell me, on that day, what happened on
事
Rokunjima.
故があったなんて、私は信じない。
I don't believe it was an
あ
accident.
の日に何があったのか、父さんと母さんと兄さんがどうして死んだのか。
Tell me the truth about what happened that day and why father and mother and my brother died.
ああそれが一番の嫌がらせよね
Oh yes, that is the best way I have to harass you, isn't it?
あの日に何
What happened on that day?
1986年の
What happened on this day in 1986?
なんて言葉を残して三人が
You want to know what they said before they died, right?
教えないわよ
I won't tell you.
DMs again.
呪われた黄金は残す
I'll leave behind the cursed
で
gold.
もねあんたが望む真相は私が地獄まで持っていくわ
But you know what? I'll take the truth you seek with me to hell.
それがあんたにできる一番
That's the best way I can torment you.
悔しい聞きたければ地獄まで行ってあんたの家族に聞いてみるといい
Or are you mad? If you want to hear it so much, try going to hell and asking your family there.
あら今すぐ死なないとね
In that case, you'd better die right now, right?
今すぐへそでも噛んで死んじゃえば
If only you'd just give up and die right now. That laugh continued until she started coughing again. And that cough did not subside until she started moaning and going into convulsions. October 4th, 1986, on Rokunjima, the Ushiromiya family's customary and final family conference was held. And on the next day, October 5th, an extremely unfortunate accident occurred and the Ushiromiya family was wiped out. Fuck, was the earthquake just a falsehood too, then? Fortunately, Ushiromiya Eva escaped from that, and inherited almost all of the Ushiromiya family's fortune. However, due to the many turbulent rumors surrounding the Ushiromiya family, the way Eva acted afterwards, and her unnatural actions at the time of the unfortunate accident, the public was in an uproar over whether this might have been a conspiracy to get all the inheritance for herself. Under pressure from the public, prosecutors repeatedly tried to investigate the matter. The media began tracing the outline of a conspiracy they called the Rokunjima suspicion. But in the end...
It's still a bad name for a conspiracy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But in the end, they weren't even able to find proof that this unfortunate accident was a crime. However, because the media continued to give the impression that the Rokunjima suspicion was a conspiracy of Eva's, public opinion began to believe that she was the true culprit. Of course, that was also influenced by the bad impression caused by all the easily condemnable, overbearing financial activity, which she had carried out using that vast wealth. Every time she did something and the rumors started spreading, the media would bring back the Rokunjima suspicion, blaming the criminal justice system by saying that she was the true culprit. and that the only reason she hadn't been arrested was because even the police had been bribed.
Yeah, that's actually probably true.
Yeah, I could see that.
It was like when 18 people go to an island and only one of them comes back, like you sort of like look at that and go, I don't know, man.
So the impression that she was a great villain grew stronger and stronger. Her heart eventually degenerated, and ironically, it began to transfigure her into the kind of human that the public expected. By now, Ava had no one she could trust and no family. After her beloved husband passed away, the talk shows occasionally mentioned his company, saying that it was run recklessly while criticizing and disgracing its former accomplishments. Even her beloved son, George, was dramatized as the stereotypical rich, lazy son that the public expected, and no one even wanted to know what a simple and honest character he had possessed. And so, as to how much all of this hurt Ava and ran her to ruin, no one cared.
Maybe you don't murder people for your money.
Yeah. The public was only interested out of curiosity about how a super rich, evil woman who killed her whole family lived her pitiful last years. Though that happened more and more. And eventually, Ava's personality was transfigured until people started calling her a lunatic. It was said that this sometimes reminded her of her father, whom she had once admired in his later years, and that she laughed at herself with scorn. And on the day of that final family conference, because Ushiro Rudolph's daughter, Angie, had been sick and had stayed with her mother's family, she had not participated. At the age of 6, she had lost her family and had gained Ava as her guardian.
That's weird, though. Wouldn't she normally go to the mother's parents?
Well, if she was... Yeah, my guess is that Ava kind of insisted.
Yeah, like I imagine like there was some like fuckery going on there, because like under normal circumstances it would be like the surviving grandparents that would take in a child like that, not the aunt.
Since Angie had become Ava's only blood relative, Ava took very good care of her. She had imposing guards surrounding Angie's person at all times to prevent her from coming to harm. Angie had even her right to play with friends, to come home from school together, and to enjoy the seasons together stolen away, so that she can live a full and pleasant school life. Ava had sent Angie to an elegant boarding school that took care of her every need, completely isolating her from the world. She didn't even know the popular songs that girls her age might hum. She was never given a chance to enjoy window shopping with her friends or stuffing her mouth with crepes, much less an encounter.
There's a weird like obsession with the whole crepe thing. I've had them before. They're all right. It's just like, what?
Yeah, it's just a popular dessert in Japan. Yeah, there's just plenty of crepe stands and things.
Yeah, it's just a weird obsession to me, because like, again, it's good, I guess. I don't know, it's not the end all be all of desserts. And it's in fucking everything. Like any manga that has like a modern day setting, you're gonna find someone eating crepes in it. Period.
Yeah, it's a favorite dessert. You know, it's the chocolate cake. It's the ice cream.
Shut up, cat. Shh. No. Stop it.
Much less an encounter with a member of the opposite
like,
sex
within 3
to make
inches
her
of my
heart
nose
throb.
and then yelled at me again. Like, you fucking asshole. How dare
Angie
you?
did not have a single friend. If anyone carelessly acted friendly with Angie, she would be scolded by the guards or else the teachers. All of them were strictly ordered not to let shabby humans approach the daughter of the esteemed Ushiromiya family. During that time, the talk shows were always mentioning Ushiromiya Ava, always spreading rumors about her countless financial misdeeds. Those who knew who her daughter was naturally began to keep their distance. Even now, she was called a witch at school, and anytime something bad happened, even if there was no proof, it would be whispered as though it were absolute truth that she had imposed her will on the school staff. The environment makes the person, and now she had a heart as wild as those around her feared. No one trusted her, so she never bothered to believe in anyone. No one loved her, so she never tried to love. When Ava caught an incurable illness on top of all this, it was whispered that this too was a conspiracy, and this time Angie was set up as the mastermind. Everyone whispered that the daughters of witches are witches too. Even the talk shows and the weekly magazines whispered that, so Angie also accepted it as though it was definitely no. As though it was obviously true. Therefore, since she already believed that she was a witch, when she heard that the name of the Golden Witch was being turned over to her, she only felt like saying, "You just figured that out now?" However, she was at least sure of one thing. This title of witch that she had inherited would definitely never be inherited by anyone else. It would be the last head of the Ushiromiya family, and the last lonely Golden Witch. Angie could be seen on the roof of a skyscraper. Compared to the winds of the world that had been beaten down upon her until now, the strong cold wind was warm and pleasant. Below her lay a beautiful nighttime scene in a dazzling river of red and white lights. It was supposed to be clear out that night. There really should have been countless stars stretching out over the sky. However, the light from the ground... the light from the ground was too bright so you couldn't see them at all. Angie couldn't help but think that what she truly sought must lie in that unseen starlight. The world of reality below her looked so far away from here. But imagine that this place was the closest to the world she really should be in. There was only one thing that Angie cursed. Why had she not been able to go to that family conference on that day 12 years ago? Even though if she had gone, it would probably have been possible for her to stay with her family forever. Lately, she'd been dreaming about her family over and over again. The person I was 12 years ago calls out frantically, urging them not to go to the family conference. But both Dad and Mom are too far away and my hand won't reach them. Battler always loved me a lot and he'd always pat my head. But even though it looks like that hand's about to touch me, even it doesn't reach. For some reason, I started having that dream over and over. Every time I had that same dream, I uselessly tried to stretch out my hand even more forcefully, over and over and over. Even if only Battler had lived, then perhaps we'd at least be able to support each other in my cold and lonely reality. His hand never reaches me. Even if I climb to the roof of this tall building, I'm so far away from all of them. A mysterious girl appears in my dreams and urges me. She urges me to find the truth of what happened 12 years ago. Only I could learn everything that happened to Father and the rest of them on that day. Would they come back? At least one of them? There was no way that anyone would answer that question for her. I get it. In this world, I have no family or friends, so... let's go. Let's go home, to where my family is.
Content warning.
Yeah, content warning, this might be a suicide.
Yep.
Yeah, so if you need to step out, please do. That's probably going to be the end of this episode, as far as that anyway. From the start...
express ticket.
Yeah. From the start, Angie's figure had been on the outer side of the fence. The scenery below her eyes was distant, beautiful, and so fantastical that it actually didn't give rise to fear. I looked down, utterly be swallowed up by the world below. So I looked up, because I wanted to be taken to the world above, the world where my family was. Who cares about vast wealth? Who cares about cursed gold? Who cares about the Golden Witch Beatrice? I really want even a mountain of gold couldn't get me. What I need for that is to take a single step forward, just that little bit of courage. At that moment, I definitely heard a voice. It was a voice I knew, a voice that had called to me in my dreams for so long. Before my eyes, in other words, in midair above that jet black nighttime scenery, there was the figure of the girl I'd seen in my dreams. She spoke again with the same voice I'd heard in those dreams.
あなたの助けが必要なの。
Your assistance is required.
私の助け？
My assistance?
誰が？
Who needs it?
あなたの家族がよ。あなたの家族は永遠に12年前の今日から明日に閉じ込められているわ。
Your family needs it. Your family has been eternally imprisoned in the span from this day 12 years ago until the following day.
それを救えば私の家族は帰ってくるの？
If I save them, does that mean my family will come home? When I asked the question I had most wanted to, the girl cruelly stopped talking and hung her head.
それは約束できないわ。敵は黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
I cannot promise that. The enemy is the Golden Witch
強
Beatrice,
大な相手よ。
a mighty opponent.
私には太刀打ちできない。
I cannot oppose her.
でも同じ黄金の魔女ならなんとかなるかもしれない。
But another Golden Witch might be able to manage something.
何の話かわからないわ。
I don't know what you're talking about.
1986年のベアトリーチェに太刀打ちできるのは1998年のつまりあなたよ。エンジェ。
Yeah. The only one who can oppose the Beatrice of 1986 is the final Beatrice of 1998.
エンジ
In
ェ
other
ベアト
words,
リー
you,
チェ。
Angie Beatrice.
12年前の魔女が私の家族を奪ったの？
That witch from 12 years ago took away my family?
そう。あなたの仇にあたる。あなたに常に孤独な未来を強いる元凶よ。
That's right. She is your foe, the root cause that always leads to your future of isolation.
私の家族の仇。
My family's foe.
見返りにあなたの望む最も理想的な世界、家族の帰ってくる世界のかけらを探してあげるの。
In exchange, I will search for a fragment with the ideal world that you wish for, a world where your family comes home.
でも必ず希望が叶うと約束はできない。
I make no promises that your desire will be granted.
1986年のベアトリーチェのゲーム版はあまりに完璧。
Beatrice's game board in 1986 is quite perfect.
今日の手土産にその理想のかけらを持参しようとしたんだけれど、未だに見つけられないの。
I'd planned on bringing you to that ideal fragment as a present today, but I still can't find it.
かなりの強固な運命よ。
This is a very
ラ
firm
ムダデル
fate.
タと戦った時以来のね。
I haven't seen the likes of it since the time I fought Lambda Delta.
何を言ってるのかわからない。
I don't know what you're talking about.
あなたに復讐のチャンス。見返りにあなたの
Right? It's like, why do you keep throwing these names at me that I don't understand? What the fuck? Proper nouns. Get them away. I'm giving you a chance for revenge. In exchange, I promise to search for and bring you the happiest resolution among the possibilities you're capable of accepting.
復讐。
Revenge.
徒労になるかもしれない。仮に復讐を成し遂げられたとしても、家族が帰ってくる絶対の保証はない。
It may be a fruitless effort. Even if you succeed in your revenge, there's no definite proof that your family will return.
奇跡的確率で、せいぜい一人を連れ戻せるかどうかよ。
Even if you manage to hit a miraculous probability, you may only be able to bring one person back, if that.
Angie understood the meaning of that dream. The dream where it seemed that with just a little more stretching, her hand might be able to reach at least Battler.
奇跡的な確率でもそれはゼロよりは高いのよね。
A miraculous probability means it's still higher than zero, right?
1% くらい。
Is it 1%?
あらゆる可能性の数値は結果の前に無力よ。だからその数字を私には語ることができない。
Trying to read any probabilities before the results is useless, so I cannot tell you the number.
でも私が何もしないよりは絶対にわずかの可能性がある。
It'll definitely be slightly more likely than if I do
Oh yeah, that's
nothing.
Her. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I misread the nameplate.
え
Misread the
あな
nameplate,
たの
sorry.
希望を捨てない限り ただし覚悟して。
Yes, as long as you do not throw away that desire, or throw that desire of yours away. But be prepared.
限りなくゼロに近い。
It's extremely close to 0.
いいわ。
Isn't that Burn Castell's thing?
その話。
Yep, that is indeed her thing. Okay, I'll
Like,
take
she
you
can
up on that
guarantee it as long
offer.
as it's not 0.
いいのね。多分。もう二度とここへは帰ってこれないわよ。
Have you seen her wife?
Are you sure? You probably won't be able to return here again.
ここは私のいるべき世界じゃないわ。
This isn't the world I'm supposed to be in.
I think Burn Castell is
私
saying,
のいる
like,
べき世界は
there are worse worlds than this for you to be in.
I mean,
Are you
fair.
sure you want to leave this one behind?
I'll find the world I'm supposed to be in
あ
myself.
なたの名前を聞かせて。
Tell me your name.
奇跡の魔女ベルンカステ。
The Witch of Miracles, Burn
そ
Castell.
してあなた黄金の魔女エンジェ・ベアトリーチェだと認める。
And by that name, I acknowledge you as the Golden Witch, Angie Beatrice.
今こそあなたは本当の魔女よ。
Okay.
Yep,
I
switch
thought this
over.
was going to be the case.
Yes.
As of now, you are a true witch.
The instant she proclaimed that I was a witch, I felt dizzy as though something inside me had changed drastically. At that time, I heard a
No,
clunk.
that's me. That's her thoughts.
Well, yeah, but it was the sound of the door that opened to the staircase to the roof. It was on Ava's guards. They were only guards in name. Aren't they the cage that wraps the tightest around me, shutting me in? They saw that I was already on the other side of the fence and dashed forward, horrified.
20マルタイ発見屋上応援求む
20. We found the target, requesting backup on the roof.
援助さ
What the fuck are you? Why are you talking about her like that?
Angie, we were looking for you.
ここは危ないですから
It's dangerous there, so quickly come this way.
何あれ
What's that?
ファンクラブよ。私
My fan
結
club.
構モテる
I'm
の。
pretty popular.
捕まる必要はないわね。
Though
And the J-Rock starting up in the background.
I will say, even if Battler were to become a witch, I will still voice Battler.
Yeah, that's fair. No point in getting caught.
行きましょう。
Let's go.
Looking annoyed, Burn Castell turned on her heels in the jet black sky. Watching that perfect casual gesture, I followed her as though it was completely normal.
待ちなさい早まるな危ない
Angie, wait. Don't be so hasty. Look out.
ああ、ダメね。全然ダメ。
It's useless. It's all
じゃあ
useless.
またね。See you again.
Okay. You don't need to mix.
Nobody knew limousine
Whatever.
was
I know it
the
was
job.
popular at the time to do stuff like this, but also stop it. Well then, see you again next time. Please send a limo to get me,
みんなも一緒だから。
as everyone else will be there
じゃあ
too.
ね。
See you.
援助さ
There's no need to make like a splash screen of her diving, all like sexualized and shit. Like, what the fuck is this?
Granted, it is some magical girl shit right there.
I know, but like, I think it would be like much cooler if she just walked off and strode in the sky, just like Brent Castell was,
True enough.
rather than flying. Just sort of like stepped off after her and just kept walking, and leave the guards behind, going like, what? What the fuck is this?" Shut up, nerd. I don't have anything for you. Asshole. I hope he's showing up on the mic of Discord. I don't think he is on the stream, but
Not that time.
the last Ushiromiya. All right. Well,
Yeah,
that's it for us. We'll be back on Monday. On Monday? Monday. Yeah, sure.
On Monday.
We'll be back on Monday.
Yes. We will,
I guess I was trying to say Mooney's Day and Monday at the same time.
yeah, but we will let the screen load in because we will be changing screens.
Yeah, let's see what this is. But thank you all for joining us. We'll be back on Monday. If you scroll down below the Twitch player or into the description of the YouTube VOD, you'll find links to both of our Twitches or to my Discord and my Twitter and stuff like that under my bullshit. Shut up!
But yes, thank you very much for joining us, and be sure to join us for episode 4, an episode I have no goddamn clue how it's gonna play out.
Stop your shit. No. Fucker.
But
Anyhow,
yeah,
that's it for us. I'm gonna go. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, it's still kind of sweaty here, and I kind of want to work, but at the same time, I'm tired. So I don't know. I'll figure it out though.
We will find out, and see you next time, folks.